In the heart of our bustling neighborhoods, a small but remarkable creature thrives. The common squirrel. With its agile movements and inquisitive nature, this ubiquitous rodent has made its home in the urban jungle. But you should always be cautious when interacting with squirrels, as they are known to carry diseases, and in some cases, large firearms. The squirrel is known for its deadly aim and non-compliance with basic gun safety regulations. So it is advised to steer clear of an area with any reports of a squirrel with a gun. Selecting its weapons carefully, the squirrel adapts its strategy to the ever-changing environment. The squirrel navigates its surroundings with unmatched agility. Join this journey into the hidden world of the common squirrel. Coming 2024. www.squirrelwithagun.com.
The Signal is an open-world survival crafting game where you play as an explorer in search of a new home for humankind. Your search brings you to a seemingly unpopulated planet filled with natural beauty and curious biomes that are littered with strange alien relics. As you explore the planet, you chart the ecosystem and understand its inner workings. You'll always have multiple paths forward, and it'll be up to you to determine how to manipulate the planet's resources, material and physical properties, weather and creature behaviors in order to survive and thrive. In this video, we'll show one example of how you can leverage creature behavior. This biome is inhabited by long-necked sabers and the muskeg bear. You need to expand your infrastructure with power, but sabers are aggravated by the ultrasonic frequencies emitted by your relays and will attack and destroy them. By scanning the habitats, you'll have learned that sabers are afraid of predatory bears, and that bears love muskeg fruit. Pull up your draft of a power relay that's been infused with the muskeg fruit. Place, then materialize it without getting spotted. Now bears will defend this area, and sabers will not attack your power relays. Your network is safe. Everything you do on this planet affects your ecological footprint. In this example, we've shown one way to solve a problem, but there are many other ways to approach this challenge. You'll quickly learn that this planet is watching you and has the power to react to your every move. Wishlist the signal on Steam and join our Discord for updates and exclusive access to playtests where you can provide feedback that helps shape the game.
Hi, we're Massive Damage Games, and we're excited to show you some new footage from our upcoming game, Ferra: The Sundered Tribes. Ferra is a monster hunting action RPG with a focus on aerial traversal and combat, set in a gorgeous open world full of gigantic behemoths and ancient secrets. Deep colony sim management and village building mechanics form the basis for our unique spin on this genre. For the art direction in Ferra, we adapted the latest Unreal Engine features like Lumen and Nanite to create a visual style that would be a contrast to the barrage of gritty, ultra-realistic Unreal Engine games coming to market. We combined influences from the East and West to create something otherworldly, ancient, mysterious, and yet familiar and strikingly beautiful. It was only natural to incorporate our super fun gliding and swinging traversal mechanics to create an aerial-based combat system that gives players a lot of ways to approach taking down the massive behemoths in Ferra. Our monsters aren't just colossal either. They can wield elemental forces in bullet hell barrages, challenging you to dodge, weave, and strike with precision. Not only will you need to build your village in Ferra, our deep colony sim mechanics will require you to manage your village's hunger, morale, and production systems. And taking down monsters requires building specialized harvesting stations to process the monster remains in order to carefully extract resources and rare components for your village. We hope you enjoyed this short developer preview of Ferra: The Sundered Tribes. It will be launching in early access this summer.
The Midnight Crimes. A point-and-click detective adventure game. Be a retired private detective investigating the case of a missing child while facing his own past demons. In our story, we have multiple endings to immerse the player into this steampunk dystopia in the Victorian era through the choice of Benjamin Layton, a retired private detective which is haunted by the murder of his family 5 years in the past.
Carl and I, we misjudged how wicked and depraved they could be.
I'm Dennis, Emily Barker, who is a very important character in this story. She's a very independent and strategic person, and with a pretty heartbreaking story. Like, she grew up in the streets being a prostitute, and she will play a really important role in all the story and all the game that maybe changed Benjamin's life.
Well, my source, Lloyd, vaguely told me about it.
Each character has their unique backstory, and this world is filled with stories of heartbreak and redemption. And we want you to play all of them, to do all the side quests, and to be a part of this world, be a part of the whole thing, be immersed. So in this violent world, there's a thing called volcanite, which is a product derived from volcanicite, a mineral that was found in the icy mountains of Iceland. And the whole story of this steampunk dystopia revolves around said mineral.
Listeners, we are the Wind. Join us for a 15th episode of the After Hours talk show on the airwaves of Covetown FM. Prepare yourselves for incredible guests.
The artistic style of the game is heavily inspired by comic novels and other amazing narrative games to give the player the best experience.
Mr. Layton, quite a long time indeed, sir. Yes, everything is fine and dandy. What can I offer you this lovely evening?
Throughout the game, you can choose your own destiny, so there will be a lot of choices for you to make. and each one of them will affect the story in different ways and the fate of the characters. Our game have different features like crime-solving mechanics, semi-open world, point-and-click interactions, side quests, among other things. I invite you all guys to play the demo that's already available on Steam, and if you like the game, give us a wishlist, The Midnight Crimes. Play the demo, now on Steam, soon available on your favorite platforms.
Welcome to this gameplay overview of Nano Apostle. Today, we'll be showcasing our first boss, the axe-wielding Berserker. The Berserker utilizes its immense size and speed to overwhelm Anita and her Apostle nanites. Firing the nanites at the boss will cause them to swarm, allowing Anita to regain some health by dealing enough damage. Every boss in Nano Apostle has a fail-safe second stage that becomes deadlier and more intense. To combat this onslaught, use the nanites to deflect and parry enemy attacks. This will trigger Nano Apostle's unique destruction point system. Attacking an enemy's destruction point inflicts substantial damage and induces a staggering effect for follow-up strikes. Use all of your skills to overcome your opponent and witness the brutal reality of Nano Apostle. No one wants to quit on the good days, Teddy. And yet, a sense of accomplishment remains elusive without struggle. I don't say this to criticize or lecture. By now, you're no stranger to hardship. But I'm sure you haven't let that stop you. The boy with no mother.
The boy with a bookworm dad. The boy who uncovered a secret long dormant inside him, with the power to illuminate what's lost. Here, you'll find your family's detailed history, their heartaches, their struggles, their triumphs, their tears, each neatly stored in zeros and ones. This is my gift to you. Are you ready to begin?
Welcome to Fruit Bus, a colourful game about travelling and cooking. Let's take a look at my food truck. I absolutely love it. Oh gosh, I must have forgotten the handbrake. That was a close one. All right, let's get going. Oof, bit of a tight turn there. I'm almost out of ingredients, so let's go gather some more. Okay, there, and there. This bit isn't really necessary, but I like my kitchen organised. Oh, I've never been to this place before. I wonder if they have a shop. I am not forgetting that again. Okay, let's see. Hello! Oh wow, they have an oven. I definitely need this. Oh, that's expensive. Never mind. All right, let's see what I can make with this. Add this, and this. Yeah, that definitely makes a nice salad. All right, I am open for business. Customers, come on over. Oh wow, I didn't expect this many people. All right guys, relax. I can make enough for everyone. Oh, look at that, I'm rich. Get this, and this. Oh, this will be perfect for my truck. You can go here, and you can go here. And perfect, there we go. And now I just need to fill some gas, and then I'm off again. Goodbye, everyone. I promise I'll come back soon. Oh, let's check that out. Hello, sir. You make flour? You mean I can bake? Well, of course I'll help you repair the windmill. Thank you. I promise I'll make good use of this. Okay, this in here. Add some water. All right, now let's see. Now that looks tasty. I wonder what would happen if I was to add some chili. Oh, I hope you like that. It's about time my truck got a facelift. This, and some pink here. Ah, perfect. Alrighty, so where to next? Thank you so much for watching. I can't wait to see what you end up cooking.
Hello, my name is Alex. I'm the lead developer of Undead West. Undead West is a bullet hell roguelite inspired by games like Into the Gungeon, Nuclear Throne, and Hades, to name a few. In this top-down pixel art twin-stick shooter, you play as a gunslinger who has been killed in a duel. Death himself revives you so that you may carry out your revenge. On your quest of vengeance throughout the Wild West, every enemy killed grants you a soul to repay your debt to Death. And every time you die, your soul returns to the underworld, where you can spend your souls to unlock more guns, outfits, and whiskies. Whiskies are an in-game item. When consumed, provide a buff, a temporary but powerful effect, like bullets that freeze enemies on hit, set them on fire, or spread poison damage. You will encounter a wide variety of enemies standing in your way, including the undead. At the end of each level, you will face a challenging boss fight designed to test your skills. If you succeed, you are offered a run permanent boon and your journey continues. If you die, well, that's a new opportunity to change things up, equip a new gun, and try again. We have been working with Retrovibe to bring Undead West to PC this year, which means that you can go to wishlist it on Steam right now.
like a sniper. You know I click clack where you and your men's at. They shoot like a sniper.
1650, France. The kingdom is invaded by mercenaries, only to be crushed by the musketeers. The musketeers, crown jewel in the king's army, always admired, adored by everyone. Wait, something is wrong. Now you must stand up, find who framed you. But above all, save France and save the musketeers.
Sorry, am I shooting people out of my cannon? You can think of them as meat robots. I got you.
You can combine cards to create deadly fusions. Why don't you try it out? I'm sorry, what?
Turns into a corpse.
Can I deal 7 damage? I can! Blah!
All right, Birdie, let's go.
The bird evolved!
Let's go colonize a planet.
The piggy planet.
Please stop shaking.
Populate it!
You're dead and you're gonna die.
This is gonna hurt. Yeah?
I've killed it.
Wow! I'm more than happy to try again here. We're gonna go for a second attempt.
The Dark Web. You will stream. You will watch. You will follow. Sacrifice yourself. What is inside of you? Cry. Cut. Bleed. Stream. 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 Stream your death.
In the year 2000, a monolith Jovian clown descended upon the sky, hailing from the depths of Jupiter, signaling the start of the clownpocalypse. Now you must splat, shiver, and roll your way through in this unhinged precision platformer. Plucked from a dirt womb by the ominous ringmasters, Clown Meat is born. Journey through the ruins of Seattle and a trash-laden Vancouver to confront the Jovian within its deathbed cocoon. Clown Meat is all about going fast. Turn your clown anatomy inside out to roll in meatball mode over the ruins. As you learn new techniques, you can improve upon your previous times, scoring additional medals and humors. Clown Meat's flexible movement mechanics make for high replayability and speedrunning potential as you compete for supreme meat mastery. But it's also a rich world with deep lore, clever writing, and an unpredictable smattering of NPCs that serve as the true heart of this game. That and the ability to honk your nose. That's surely among the game's greatest sell points. Clown Meat will feature more than 40 highly replayable levels with multiple guest characters and many more secrets to discover. Master that meaty movement through the desolate hobo jungles to destroyed cityscapes and through the crushing industry that now consumes Washington state. Reunite communities and take pity on your own deformed brothers and sisters, but be wary of your starving, cannibalistic siblings. Journey to the place that started the clownpocalypse and find out what you were made for, and learn what it means to be made of clown meat. Explore places you never thought possible and find a reason to laugh, even in the darkest corners of existence. There is a free demo available over on Steam with a full release for Clown Meat coming in 2024.
So what's the job?
The company wants a Garoza. A whole Garoza. And get these ingredients. Also whole, aka not eaten. Capiche?
Capiche?
Around here, the economy is food. And that means food is power. You want to go anywhere in this world, you go through people's stomachs.
What are you even doing here, Angry? Do you even know?
You don't stick a joint like us and not pay.
Will be the talk of the underground. I, masticated it.
You're killing me here. I promise you, son, you stick with me, you'll be the most powerful hunter in Zeta.
Blood servants. Blood servants.
Slider is a puzzle adventure game where you rearrange the entire world. Use your artifact to slide pieces of the map as you explore and complete quests. You might use your powers to reconnect a winding river or reunite stranded lovers, but that's only where it begins. The world has 9 regions, each with their own unique spin. In the Impact Zone, for example, moving a slider moves all pieces in that direction. The Chloro Caves have you playing with light and dark, the Rocket Factory has you control the airbus, and in Canopy Town, you must spread capitalism. But then we went a bit deeper. What if you rotated tiles instead of sliding? That's how the shifting seas operate. What if we had 2 areas linked together in time? That's the MRI. Hey, what if we made a 3-dimensional level? That's what the Crystal Mines are. If you want to see all the puzzles we've cooked up, make sure to follow and wishlist us on Steam.
More than 3 days ago, I was in the cold ground before the rest of them wild bastards yanked me from the dirt.
Let's ride, partner.
Buck-a-boom, I hear you say. How is it that a cloud of vapors can be dead and buried in the first place? I may not have a body of classical sense, but Chase still found a way to put a powerful hurt on me. Oh! But now old Kaboom is back. Chase ain't got much liking for us folk, being as we're a mite peculiar.
My turn.
They don't fancy our sort anywhere around these parts.
You got no hope, freak!
This'll all be over soon, though, seeing as we're making our way to the homestead. If we can get there. Reckon we'll do all right, though. After all, we's the wild bastards.
This is Mount Ohm, the largest mountain in the world. No one has ever conquered the dangerous face of this mountain and reached its peak. Though that certainly doesn't stop climbers from trying. You need to give it your all to have any chance of reaching the top. You can even bring a friend. Though results may vary. And if at first you don't succeed, try using some rope, or even a rocket. Or you could just improve your climbing skills. And if you ever need a break from these dangerous climbs, the small, cozy town of New Tully is right at the base of the mountain. While you're there, you can meet other climbers, hang out with the eccentric townsfolk, and help out around town. Or just go shopping. And maybe along the way, you'll uncover the mysteries surrounding Mount Ohm. So fling yourself to the top and enjoy your stay at New Tully when Surmount comes to PC and Switch.
Just one question. What if you miss?
I won't.
Got a thing for you.
Oh, can you guys hear me? Am I coming through clearly? I don't know. Hopefully I am. I wanted to check and make sure everything was live. Did you guys hear the intro? Was that a part of your morning? Let me know. My daughter's asking me if she wants to eat cookies for breakfast. Is that what we're doing? Cookies for breakfast? Donuts for breakfast?
Hell yeah.
You can have those, but you still need to eat some cereal or something. How about that, ladies and gentlemen? That's fine. Go eat it. Well, ladies and gentlemen, if you didn't know, if you didn't have it already, get your coffee, get your donuts, get your cereal, whatever you're into this morning, and let's get locked in. Hopefully, you were able to hear the intro. Yobi just told me. He said, "Yo, I heard the intro. Y'all ready to go?" I do need to.
And you hear me?
Yes. Make sure that you can hear Pong as well. I do need to timestamp that. I'm gonna put 44 minutes is when we go live. Yeah, if you want to write that down for me, Pong.
Yeah.
44. We're gonna be live at 44 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. I want to appreciate y'all for rocking out with us. Yeah, I went early because I wanted to. I didn't realize that the mix, which is Game Trailers YouTube channel, and Kind of Funny, did a spring showcase. And I didn't realize that they showed like almost like 50 something games at that showcase. Now I haven't seen all of them. A lot of these trailers have like right around 1,000 views, so it looks like not a lot of people even were able to get tuned into it. So that's super unfortunate because when you got a list of games that are dropping, you want people to have some attention to it, some eyes. So I wanted to show some of those trailers. I know people were like, "Oh man, this game looks like it running on PS2." Some of them did. They looked like some indie games or whatnot. But again, that's what it's about. More games being brought into the industry. Vandal says, "Steel, I know you're from Florida, but you need to turn that bass down a tad in the intro. You all love your bass." Hey man, I do. I do. I can't lie to you. I appreciate you noticing that, and I'll definitely do. I'll probably just turn the audio down just a smidgen because it does hit the red a bit on our end. And again, I take y'all's feedback, so I appreciate that, Vandal. Yeah, you know I do love my bass. I can't lie, but I got to introduce you to Living Split Screen, a non-console-centric platform. This is episode 141. We're almost to the closing of season 3, to the entry of season 4. June will be upon us, but there's going to be some great games in the meantime, especially Dragon's Dogma 2, because that's all I can think about right now. And the way things are lining up, I might be able to go live every day, ladies and gentlemen. We'll see. But we're planning. I might be a part-time streamer, as people like to say. But anyway, I'm one of your hosts, Steel Rain. That's Steel Rain I. The T is a 7 everywhere. Google's the easiest place that you can get that information. Or just be part of the Xbox ecosystem. I'm right here. Or hit me up on PC if you would like to do that. Also, X, Twitter, and Xbox Factor Podcast, where if you like things that are green, you can find me there as well. But I got to introduce you to the uncanny gentleman himself, because my daughter needs me for a second here. The one and only. The X-Men that is not Cyclops or Iceman, but I think he's still been working on Kitty Pryde, man. He was talking to me about, that's why we ran late today, ladies and gentlemen. He was talking to me about the Phoenix, how he got her to resurrect. I was like, yo, that is fucking insane. I don't know how you did that. And then he got Kitty involved. I was just like, bro, are you going to be in the new X-Men 97 show? Or are you going to be the new director? They've been losing some people, so I don't know. That's what we were talking about in the background, ladies and gentlemen. No, for real life always comes first. But my brother from another, the one and only, Pong. So what's going on, brother? How you feeling? Oh, you're muted.
Never mind. Anyways, yeah, I'm doing good. I am here, which is always a good sign. I don't think they want me anywhere near X-Men 97. It would turn into the Uncanny X-Men, and I don't think they want to go back that far. But yeah, no, we're doing good. Like I said, if I'm here, that's always a good sign. So it's been another interesting week. But yeah, no. Glad to be here on a Saturday morning with my brother from another, Steel Rain, and all of you amazing people in chat. Again, you are a lot of times my escape away from real life, along with gaming. So I'm happy to be here, happy to talk about this stuff. It is it's been a weird week of news. not a whole lot like out there, although yesterday kind of popped off a little bit for a Friday with some leaking of the PS5 Pro specs that have been corroborated, I guess you could say, by Tom Henderson and Inside Gaming. We're going to talk about that. As far as actually gaming goes, rare occurrence this week, and I'll get to that here in a second. Obviously, I've been playing all sorts of stuff, been grazing, but a lot of Age of Empires 4 still, again, just having a blast with that, and Brotato and things like that. Picked up a bunch of smaller games on sale, which I've been rocking out on, that were, like $3, $5, just stupid stuff like that again. So I've been checking those out a little bit, though. That's been happening over the past couple weeks, but just checking those out. But the big one that I was super hyped for, again, all up in my nostalgic feels for, and you guys know this because when it first was announced this year and it was coming out within like a month and a half of announcement, I was like, what do we do? What? Of course, I'm talking about Star Wars Battlefront Classic Collection with 1 and 2. Yeah, man, I had that pre-ordered. Again, budget gamer here. Don't buy everything. Pre-ordered it. That's how hyped I was for it, because they were bringing back the multiplayer and opening up servers again, up to 64 players. I love the single player campaign, even though it's really just the multiplayer, but it's campaign. Yeah. Again, those two games I put so much time into back in the day, especially with the kiddo and stuff like that. That was our jam, man, along with Battlefield back then. And that kind of stuff was Battlefront. Like I'm a Star Wars nut, man. So, not necessarily the new stuff, but the old stuff, I'm a nut. So I was like, I can't believe Aspire's doing this. Right. So I had it pre-ordered, was ready to go, took a trip to New Zealand on launch night. So when I got home from work, fired it up, posted a picture of the title screen and gave Aspire their props for bringing it out. And I was ready, man. I was ready. Hopped in, started out with a couple single player campaign rounds. I had totally forgotten that in those games, they actually splice in clips from the actual movies to introduce the level steal. So I'm like, oh, I totally forgot about this. Look how awesome this is. We got actual movie clips in here from the Star Wars. Oh my God. I was rocking out. Again, 4K 60. They didn't do anything to the graphics. They didn't do anything to the controls. I was fine with that. Again, I don't have an issue with nostalgic cash grabs. I don't. Like the idea that we could play these older games now, right? And the big thing was reopening up the multiplayer servers, because that was the main draw, right, for those games, even back in the day. Yes, again, I like the campaign. I like playing against bots. I don't have a problem with it. I enjoy that stuff. But obviously the big thing for most people was the multiplayer. The fact that you're going to have maybe some generations of people that didn't get to enjoy those games back in the day have a chance to see what they were like. Sure, they're not updated. So sure, a lot of people are going to be like, oh, what the hell is this? This is old school shit. I'm not into this. But the fact that some of that classicness could still be alive in 2024, I'm good with it. If you respect the IP and if you respect the fan base that makes those classics, that even gave you the chance to get a cash grab nowadays. If those two things happen, I'm good with it. Yeah. Not everybody agrees. Not everybody agrees. That's cool. Like people say, if you're not going to update, the controls and the shooting mechanics, and you're not going to update the graphics in some way, then it's not good enough for me. That's fine too. I don't have a problem. I'm not telling you got to go spend your $35, $40 on these games. But I've always kept that same energy. So I went to New Zealand, started out with a single player game. Okay. Cool. We good. I'm having a blast. Smile on my face. Like, okay, yeah, no, this is fine. This is great. It's what I remember. Hopped into multiplayer, right? Found a match like right away. I'm like, oh man, they got the servers working. We good. I'm like, okay. Popped into the first match. There's some lag, but I'm like, I'm in New Zealand. Of course, there's going to be some lag. Whatever, man. That's fine.
Yeah.
Don't have a problem with it. Whatever else. Full lobby. Cool. Awesome. Having a good time, even with the lag, right? It's annoying, sure, but whatever. I don't give two shits. Just want to see it working. Played like 3, 4, 5 matches, right? Back to back to back to back to back. No disconnects, no kicks, just playing. Awesome, man. Getting in there. Cool. Put out my post, praising them, all that good shit. Good. Official launch time comes around, 11 o'clock. Stayed up. I was like, all right, launch time comes around. Switch back to the United States. Cool. Everybody's going to be jumping in. We're good. Let's go. This isn't going to be, a 5 million seller opening night. This is going to be a 1 million seller opening night. It's not going to be flooded. Cool. So I hop back to the United States. Fire it up again. Get in a single player. Cool. It's working. No problems whatsoever. There's no glitches, no weird stuff. Awesome. Hop into multiplayer. What multiplayer? What's going on? Can't find a match, right? Keep getting timed out. It's the old school. They kept all the same features from the old school. Like they didn't change anything. So you can go in and search, right? You can do your search. So I do a server search. 4 official servers. All full. Of course. Okay. All right, fine. I'll scroll down the list, find somebody who's created a server. Same problem. Nothing. No, nada. Open slots, like wide open slots. Cool. 15 minutes of this. Nothing. I'm not getting into any games whatsoever. And again, it's opening night. Fine. Okay. It's opening night. Fine. Right. I finally get into a match. Kicked instantaneously.
Nice.
Get into another match. Play for 5 seconds. Kicked. Get into another match. Like, because I'm searching servers. Like, I'm going down. I'm trying everything possible. Nada. Then I start scrolling online. Right? I'm like, okay, let's see what's going on. No word from Aspire. No word from anybody from the dev team.
Okay.
Nothing going on. But we got people out here saying, yeah, those 3, 4 official servers, that's all they got up. What? Yeah, no, that's all they got. That's all they got active for us is 3 or 4 servers of 64 people. Oh, this is what we're doing. Okay. Shut it off. Okay. Come back in the morning, right? I'll come back in the morning. So I actually woke up early before work to pop it back on again. Actually got into servers, but 3 real people, the rest bots. Again, and I don't have a problem playing against bots, but that's not what this is about. So I was just like, okay. Started reading up on some more people were saying that this was, Aspire. It's what they chose to do, right? So it came down to the fact, long story short, it came down to the fact that very rare occurrence happened. I requested a refund on this one. I wasn't sure if I was going to. I've waited out other games before, right? Bigger games that go through this. I mean, again, we gave all the flack to Diablo and Blizzard for what they did when they opened up the servers and how, again, they're a little bit different. Millions upon millions of people jumping in, but still say Blizzard should do it. Aspire knew. And I again, one of the red flags that is obvious is that they didn't announce this game except for a month and a half prior to launch, right? Whenever that happens, especially bringing back a couple of classics like Battlefront that are beloved, that should throw up a red flag. It should have thrown up a red flag for me that this was going to go on the cheap side of things.
Right.
I gave flack, to Rockstar for their handling of the GTA trilogy remakes or remasters, I should say, remasters.
Right.
I gave flack to Konami for what they did with the Metal Gear remasters. So I turned around and made another post the next day, giving that same flack to Aspire and taking back my kudos to them for launching. They deserve the same flag. Again, I'm for nostalgia cash grabs, but you got to treat the fan base properly, and you got to treat the IP properly.
Yeah.
They knew launching this title. They knew with what this title was, that this was going to be everybody super excited for the multiplayer, right? That was going to be the key to the success of them bringing back this nostalgic crash grab would be, we are bringing back the servers to go live. In fact, they talked about that as being one of the core things that they were doing. If you are going to promote it that way, if you're going to present it that way, then in 2024, do I expect everything to be perfect when I hop into multiplayer? No, I do not, because I understand there are things that happen. However, with a title like this, that is not going to be selling millions upon millions of copies, right? Out the gate, that is going to be a very tight knit, close group of fans from the back in the day, mostly, that want to jump back into this. At least that's the way it starts out. And if you got everything running correctly and you got everything handled, that word is going to kind of spread. And maybe, again, some newer people jump in just to see what it was like back in the day. Because again, some of these maps and some of the battles and some of the modes are classic for a reason, because they were so well designed and they can still hold up. Maybe not graphically, right? But they can still hold up about how they play. Then you're going to start getting that wider audience, and then you can grow out, whatever. But for that core base that is going to support you day one, that is going to buy this thing, which is probably in the hundreds of thousands max, right? You can't even have enough servers to handle responsibly. And not only the fact that you can't have enough servers up and running, because we know how they have to add servers, but you're going to actually roll out launch night with 3-4 servers legitimately. That's a joke. That's a joke to me. And again, if you guys all feel differently, if you think that I overreacted because we've seen this from so many games these days, that's fine. I don't have a problem with that. I just said, no, I'm not supporting this game. I was going to keep it potentially for the single player stuff, because again, that's how much I love it. But I was like, no, at the end of the day, no, we ain't doing this. We're not doing this. This is not what I jumped in for. I want to be able to play the multiplayer the right way. There's too much to play right now. And I don't think you guys at Aspire really took this serious. Right. I think this was not a serious moment for any of you. I don't understand how you could have not even done the bare minimum to support the multiplayer side of things. Because again, 3-4 servers is way below bare minimum for this. No, that's not okay. That's not okay. So for me, I was just like, no, I'm not going to do it. So I requested a refund. Very rare for me to do this. Requested a refund. I was granted. Xbox granted my refund right away. So gave me my money back, and I called it a day. I'm not saying they finally put out. I know Aspire finally did put out a message yesterday saying that they were working on this. Great, Aspire. I hope you get it back around. Maybe down the road, I will pop back in if everybody says that the servers are running great. But again, this isn't the first go. This isn't the first merry-go-round for Aspire. This isn't the first time they have flubbed a Star Wars game. Again, they kind of got this track record. So, it's kind of par for the course. But I hope they fix it. I hope it becomes something that's stable, where people are talking about it a little bit, even if it's just a hardcore saying, hey, we're hopping back into Battlefront 1 and 2. And again, let me make it clear. I tried multiplayer on both 1 and 2, thinking that 2 obviously is going to be the more popular. So I tried to hop into 1 just to see if it was any better. Same damn thing. Again, not going to do it this time around. So I just requested a refund. So I was disappointed because I was super hyped for that game. Again, I don't lie to you guys when it comes to nostalgia. I will put on rose tinted glasses. 1,000%. I know Steel is much better at not putting on rose tinted glasses than me. When it comes to this stuff, obviously, but I will lean into it. I love it. I will give you my real opinion as far as it, but I will always tell you that, this might be tinted with nostalgia. So that was my disappointment of the week. I just was really upset with Aspire. So, again, sorry to draw that out, but again, I just want to kind of give you my experience, because I was really looking forward to it. And I really
man.
want to be excited, man.
That's super unfortunate because I was hoping that you were saying that you're going to end up saying that it ended up being pretty good when you first talked about it, and that they did some good improvements, that it's rolling, and I was hoping that the multiplayer was going to be popping. I was like, man, it'd be kind of dope to revisit that because I spent a lot of time in those games, man, and that's what started the infatuation with Battlefront. That's what made the whole excitement about the new one coming out, right? Or when they redid them, essentially. The first Battlefront was dope when they redid it, and then two, coming off the hype of one,
awesome, man.
two is even the current two is with all the fixes that they've done to it is still a really good time, and it's actually a really pretty game as well. For people that haven't paid attention to it. I mean, it's managed by EA, and I mean, it still has a good base though. So again, I think that's what makes it kind of difficult for me to go back. And because they didn't do this right now, especially by what you're saying, it just doesn't sound like it's even worth it.
I will say I had one moment, right? The single player, again, if all you care about is the single player, right? And you just want to go back and relive the single player campaigns, which were dope back in the day. Again, they're just multiplayer battles, right? With bots. But they are dope because of how they introduce them in the movie clips. If that's all you care about and you never cared about the multiplayer, the 4K 60 works, man. I mean, again, I didn't have any frame dips, nothing while I was playing the single player. It was spot on. The original games just up-res to 4K and 60 frames. So it felt great. Don't get me wrong. Like, if that's all you're looking for, go buy this. I mean, again, go pick it up and enjoy the hell out of it, because I was enjoying the hell out of myself. I did have one moment, classic moment, Steel. I did, where I and it was when I was in New Zealand and I got to play a match long enough. I got to be Kit Fisto, the Jedi, right?
Okay.
Which was one of my kiddos' favorite characters out of the new stuff, right? Going back to Clone Wars. Kit Fisto, freaking amazing. I got to be him because I went on a kill streak, right? And I got to face off one-on-one with Darth Maul. So I did actually get a moment there against another player. It wasn't a bot. It was actual another player where I had one of those old school classic moments. I was like, oh, this is what I'm talking about. Me and Darth Maul going one-on-one. He was taking over a control point and I showed up. And we had a one-on-one battle. We wound up killing each other at the same time. We wound up wiping us both each other out. But it was that moment that I was looking for, right? That we used to have all the time in this game. So I was really looking forward to getting back into Galactic Conquest and all that shit all over again. So I got to say there was one moment there, but that again was just that one time where it all worked kind of, and it was great. But that's what I was looking for. So, but anyways. Yeah, it was freaking awesome.
Yeah, that sounds pretty dope.
Yeah.
Well, real quick, Decado with the 5 bones. He says, the time of the Dogma of Dragon, the sequel is upon us. Good luck in Borrow Ponds. Yes, sir. You already know.
Woo, 4 hours of leaked gameplay yesterday. If nobody saw it,
I didn't get to see
I don't know how leaked it was. I posted
click on
it.
and it's down now.
If you click on his name.
Oh.
Because if you click on his name, it'll bring his Twitch. I watched it yesterday.
Okay.
So it's still on his Twitch channel. Somebody got a hold of the copy early, streamed it on Twitch. They didn't take it down as of yesterday. It was hours after this was posted too. And I went back and again, I was at work, so I was off and on, but I was watching him play. Yeah, man, it's everything we're expecting and all that, everything and more. Like, again, I watched him go through the intro because it was from the start. Yeah, it was from the start. So I got watched through the intro. Saw one of the first major kind of boss battles that they do. If you played the first one, they kind of start you out with
I think the first one kind of started you fighting the not the Griffin, the Chimera.
The Chimera. Yep, correct. So they do another similar thing. I won't spoil it for anybody. They do a similar type intro, seemingly in this one. It's
beautiful.
Yeah, man. I was like, oh fuck, this game's gonna be so damn good, bro.
Yeah, man. It's Dragon Dogma 2 is definitely in my.
And they looked like they added little details, Steel, because he was walking by one of his pawns. Like I think it was after the battle or in a town, but he was walking by one of his pawns and he gave his pawn a high five, man.
Oh, for real?
Yeah. Like he was just walking casually by, and the pawn put up her hand,
it.
and he walked by, and they
That's
just
super
fucking
dope.
gave each other a high
Bro.
five. I was like, "Yo, what?"
Look, real quick, just on. Well, we'll talk about Dragon's Dogma here in a bit. I do want to make that section because I am extremely excited for it. It's been kind of difficult to play game. It's definitely been one of those for me to where I'm thinking about just playing that game. So other games don't quite equate to me playing that one yet. Especially looking at my created characters and everything. I feel like they're in a really good spot and that I'm satisfied with. I also wanted to see what kind of pawns that I'm gonna get. I'm really like strategizing and planning. Hey, do I want to? I know I need a mage. Do I know I need to get a tank? But then at the same time, do I want to do it like I did the first one, where as I progress, I just get new ones? I'm really picky, so hopefully people make some good looking ones because those are the ones I want to pick. Then I'm trying to decide: do I want to have a full team, full female squad? Well, I'm the lion, and we just roll out. You know what I'm saying? Like that's kind of how I'm feeling. I'm also like thinking about the mod potentialities, I should say, excuse me, just because it being a single player focused game, it is much more likely that modders will start dropping content in there very quickly. And Dragon's Dogma isn't a small game. Again, there's a reason why they say, well, the best advice that I can give anybody is literally if you're not interested in Dragon's Dogma, maybe you never played the first game before, when you go into the second one, just treat it kind of how maybe you did with Elden Ring. And if you don't have any experience with Elden Ring, then treat it just more so like a casual experience. Enjoy what you can. Don't try to run through it. Just take your time with it, and have fun, man. I think it's gonna be a lot of fun. I think it's going to unlock the thing that people were looking for in Elden Ring. I think it's going to unlock that in this game as well. They're going to get their just dues this time around, where they didn't get it the first time with the first Dragon's Dogma. So, but we'll definitely get into more of that. The game that you guys see in the background today is Blades of Time. We talked about it last weekend, and it sparked my interest, so I went ahead and jumped in there. It's a game. It's kind of like similar to Prince of Persia. You know, it's focused on the element of time, as the name entails, in super heavy combat, action-based combat. The chick is a decent looking character. She does have some other costumes and cosmetics that you can unlock. There's only like 4. Again, this game came out in 2012. And the baseline premise of this is you're a treasure hunter, quote unquote. Apparently, come to find out later on that you're a descendant of a dragon, or of the dragons, I should say. And so you've been bestowed this power, but then this other entity has been helping you alongside. And then I would say that it was very predictable in ways, but again, a lot of games back in the day were kind of predictable. I kind of didn't anticipate the wizard dude, the guildmaster guy, being the dude. But nonetheless, it was a really fun game to play. I ended up beating it. So, and I was trying to get up, trying to get up essentially the whole playthrough up on YouTube, but I was having internet issues this week, and stupid stuff was happening this week. But anyway, but I ended up beating it. It was a really fun game. Again, it does give me those feels of Devil May Cry and all those things. She unlocks her powers by the end of the game or whatever, and having those dragon abilities. It didn't add any additional abilities. It just enhanced what you had currently, what you worked to get through the game up to that point. It kind of gave you this epic moment because you now, instead of doing combos on enemies, now you could go through and 2-hit them and then do your special attacks to fully annihilate them or whatever the case. And it just felt really good to play, man. So it was good kind of revisiting an older title that I never played. That apparently this game was rated a 9 out of 10 when it came out. You're muted, Bo.
Fuck. God damn. I watched your stream, bro, and I hadn't played that game since probably when it launched, right? And I remember playing it, right? And liking it a lot. But yeah, I was watching you play it. It was good to see you playing that old game, but I had forgotten some of the elements that were attached to it too, and some of the mechanics. I was like, oh yeah, that's right. Look at that. But yeah, I remember that game coming out and being under the radar back in the day, even though it was rated highly. So
Bro,
it was good to see you, man.
The time mechanic itself, I think, is a super dope. I think they kind of do it better than Prince of Persia even did it, because the way that you do it, it's like, I still don't understand how far back it goes. It feels like it's like 60 seconds maybe, but nonetheless, the way that you can overwhelm enemies and the way that it makes you feel when you overwhelm enemies, because you don't just have your blades, you have a gun too. And the rewind mechanic works regardless. So when you unload your gun on an enemy, especially the bigger enemies that you fight later on, you use the rewind, and then you go and you do this mad melee combo or whatever, and then you rewind time, and you go back to when you were originally shooting your gun. It literally takes the whole clip of you shooting your gun, the whole clip of you doing your combo, and then you can still do whatever you're doing currently. So you can pull the gun back out, you can do another combo. Now, mind you, yes, the boss will get his health back when you rewind time.
Yeah.
But you have to take into consideration how much more damage that you're stacking.
You're multiplying it
every time. Just the concept of them doing that automatically. I like this game better than the God of War games. I'm just like, bro, the way that this game, I'm telling you, for it to be a God of War like, I like this game better than I've been Castlevania.
Ooh, wow. I mean, it makes sense, brother.
Just the way that it played, the way that it makes you feel, like, it is so crazy what games can do when there's no expectation.
When the devs actually
make
outside the box, make their game. And that's what they used to do back in the three. Again, if you weren't around for the 360 era, if you didn't experience a lot of this stuff you don't understand how creative devs got back then. You just don't understand. The younger generations, for sure, just will never understand what they were actually trying and attempting to do. And when we look at some of the current gen games, and again, this is the golden age for me. Like, I love this stuff, but when I see what devs were doing back then, and then we talk about limitations nowadays, I'm like, yo, go back to the 360 gen and what these dudes were doing on inferior hardware that shouldn't have even worked in some cases, especially when they were also making, PC versions. They were working with hardware that was nothing like PC. They were doing this all off the dev kits. They weren't, the dev kits themselves weren't just like PCs. So they were taking their coding expertise and somehow making it work on this architecture that was completely different, and for multiple boxes that were completely different. Like different languages, right? And, essentially in a lot of ways. And they were making it work across the board. Like, these devs were putting in time, and then they had unique mechanics like this. And it wasn't just the indie devs that were, trying and risk taking. It was the big devs that were trying and risk taking back then too. Like, it was a great time, man. It was a crazy time. It was so cool. So cool.
Yeah,
man.
it's super dope. The other thing too about this game that I think this game needs to be remade. The reason I say that is because there's a multiplayer component for this game.
I don't remember that,
bro. There's a multiplayer component in this game.
I wasn't playing.
They have a couple multiplayer components. One of them that I tried is like this MOBA kind of mode. It's like a one-lane MOBA kind of mode where, because in MOBAs, you have those towers that you got to walk up to and fight. Bro, you pick like your character, and then you walk up to these towers like a MOBA. They have their enemies. There's 3 towers that you got to go through. Bro, I was like, the concept, I can imagine it was kind of probably broke or maybe unbalanced or whatever the case might be.
Sure, absolutely.
I can see some of that being possible. So that maybe that's why I didn't. But the fact that nobody, like, I never heard anybody talk about, but the fact that this game had it was for the 30 or so minutes that I played it. I was like, yo, this is kind of straight. I was like, because I was just trying it out because I was like, well, what the fuck is this? I thought it was just some survival mode. And I was in that first 30 seconds. I was like, why is the tower shooting at me? Why do I have enemies, like just lines of enemies coming? So they just don't stop spawning? I was like, this is a MOBA. This is a MOBA mode. Why is this in here? But it was something that was different for the game, especially after beating the game. I just wasn't expecting to be there, and the combat was still the same, and all like the fact that the stuff carried over outside of the time mechanic, because of course that would be broke if it was multiplayer. It was really cool. Fahim says, I want a remake of Prince of Persia: The Sands of Time. hey, I want the same. Prince of Persia was an amazing game back then. The other thing that I've been playing too, of course, Tekken 8 is still in rotation. I don't know. I'm kind of at a crossroads where I can't decide, because I'm at a place, right?
Yeah.
To where
yeah,
I either have to play Tekken more seriously,
right,
or stop playing. Because if I casually play Tekken, I'm gonna get beat up. Because that's where I'm at right now in rank in the ranks right now.
Right.
It's not like super high. I'm not in blue or whatever the case, or even purple right now. But it's been an extremely fun game to play. Still, just getting back to the art of combat fighters, the way that Tekken has made me feel while playing the game, I can't blame the game, and that I think that's rare to see in a fighter in quite some time. I feel like where it's 100% you, right? Where depending on the amount of effort that you put in, what you understand about the game, the mechanics, all that good stuff, how much training that you put in, especially when you get into ranked and stuff like that. Like casually playing it, of course. Like I tried to match up with some of the homies a little bit ago, and you could tell that it was just I was at a different level than they were. Nothing against them, but it was just I had learned some other mechanics of the game that they didn't quite understand yet, or just understood on a base level. And Tekken definitely this time around, definitely Tekken 8 will show that to you very, very abruptly. But the replay mechanics, they have so many tools for you to go in and see where you went wrong. But again, for the casual player, I can see Tekken being quite difficult because especially when you get into quick matches, I mean, again, unless you say on the lower ranks, and again, I would tell people don't worry about your ranks and stuff like that. Please don't worry about your rank. Worry more so just about the experience that you're having, and just go from there. You're gonna run into people who are sweaty, just like any other online game. You're gonna run into people that just sit there combo you to death. But as far as ranking goes, like if you're gonna play with people who are similar level to you, most typically. But once you get past a certain threshold, you're definitely gonna start fighting more people that are of that ilk, and then things become extremely interesting. So, if you're somebody that just wants to play it casually, I would say just play it casually, have fun with it, enjoy it. I still say go through arcade quests, especially go through the Super Ghost Battle mode, because the Super Ghost Battle mode, the AI in there gets tough, right? Because they are based on real people's ghosts. So even if you just go through that mode and that's where you have your fun at, because you can still rank up your characters and stuff in there. If you want, and now it's not your online ranked, of course, but you can still rank up your characters through this and still get good practice in. So just something that I would suggest jumping into if you're interested in that. The other thing that I've been playing is I got into the play test for Vindictus. And I am allowed to talk about it. So Vindictus is the old game. There was a 2012 version of Vindictus that is an MMO. It's an action-based MMO. Kind of in the same vein of Black Desert, except it's smaller. It's more instance-based. So think maybe Phantasy Star kind of style. Phantasy Star Online kind of style, where you go into these areas, clear out the area, then kind of move on kind of thing. That's how that was. This new version is supposed to be based on those characters, but this has much more of a Souls feel to it, right? Meaning, and what I mean by that is the way that you engage the enemies. It's heavily, of course, it has the over-the-top combat and all that, but it's about the telegraph attacks. It's about dodging. It's about, I don't know if there's a block or a parry. I didn't use the girl that everybody's fanboy girling over, showing her skimpy white dress and the jiggle physics. I mean, again, shout out to the
God bless Korea. God bless Korean devs, man.
Shout out to the devs that do not mind putting the stuff. I mean, again, it is what it is. Put the stuff in there. It's cool, man. Like, let me choose what I can experience. Anyway, the character I chose was a dual blade character, and the combat felt visceral. It still needs some work. I feel like timing for the combat. The The dodge mechanic felt like it worked pretty solidly. The one thing I did see people complaining about was the hitbox. And what I noticed is that it's not that I don't want to tell people, oh, you just need to get good, because it is still something that they need to work on for sure. And this is made by Nexon as well. So Nexon is just going to be on a stunt here when they start releasing these games, especially with the First Descendant right around the corner. And I know me and Dakato are just over the moon about the First Descendant and some of the changes that they've made, listening to the feedback from the community. I think are really going to help that game live for the long run. So hopefully that's supposed to release here either by the end of spring or beginning of summer, so somewhere around there. And I'm super excited about that.
That's free to play, right?
Yes. Lost Planet vibes, all that. And the biggest reason it's free to play is because it does have the Warframe mechanic in there, to where you can get the characters, but you're going to have to play the game to get these parts, to build the characters and whatnot. But anyway, I think it's going to be a lot of fun. Nonetheless, and get back to it. So Vindictus definitely has Souls-like combat. Do not want to shy away from that. It is going to be difficult. Looks like this time around, they wanted to take what they had and just make it a more visceral game, I guess. Make it more over the top. It is in UE5. It is, as far as presentation goes, I do think when you see a game, and I love that we're at this time period, right? When you see a game show itself a certain way, that's exactly how the game plays, right? When you watch a trailer for Vindictus, that's how the game looks. In gameplay, that's how it looks, right? And I think that's the most exciting thing for me. I beat the entire first level. Wow. The thing I was saying about the hitboxes is because they have 2 levels in the game. Well, as far as the playtest goes. The thing I was saying about the hitboxes, the way that they're doing it in this game is they're doing it more so, I feel like, on full swings. So if you can dodge an attack, and if you don't dodge the attack correctly, I would say, then you may get caught with the end of the swing, as an example, right? So it's the timing thing. So if you're in a good spot, you can dodge this attack from the very beginning if you wanted to, right? Soon as he does the beginning of his attack, you can dodge it right then. But you can also dodge it maybe when it's midway through his attack. This game seemingly gives you, and this is really interesting to me, the way that they're doing it, because I've seen so many people complain about it, that hitbox is just completely broken. And I think what they're trying to do is make it more direct, where you kind of have to really consider, what is your positioning? Where are you in consideration to whatever you're fighting? And if they're swinging with their left hand, for an example, do you dodge that way, or could you dodge the other way? And if you do dodge the other way, when they end their swing, could the end of the swing catch you? I think the concept of it is interesting. I don't know how it's going to work as far as a gameplay mechanic overall. Maybe they need to add something of like a parry mechanic as well. I think that would make it maybe too complicated at that point, because there's a lot going on in this game. Even for me, and the combat's kind of simple as well. But between how the game looks, the presentation itself, the combat, I can see once you get into it, it's not that big of a deal. But up front, it's just like, oh man, the combat's cool, but you're trying to understand how some of this stuff works, and what can you dodge, what can you not dodge? Is it punishing? Is it not punishing? It's just, there's some balancing things going on. I do feel like the game is probably...
Are all the characters a different seal as far as combat goes?
There's only 2 characters in this.
There's only 2 characters.
There's only 2 characters in this playtest.
How many? There's gonna be more, obviously, when they release.
I would hope so, but that's the thing that's concerning for me, because I don't know what this game is going to actually be. That was what I left off with mainly when I was playing this. I don't know what it is. I don't know. I have no clue. What I left the playtest with is, this is like somebody just dropped off a game to you on a USB drive. It was like, yo, play this. Let me know how you feel about it. And the game was, here's 2. You can pick 2 out of 2 characters, and you can play 2 levels. You don't understand that you can pick 2 levels, but you just start off on a level. You just spawn in. You go through this level. I don't know what the fuck is going on.
But nothing's dropping. You're not powering up.
I don't have any of that. I'm not getting no loot. The chests that you come across say that they're a work in progress, which is okay. Maybe there's some of that there.
So this is a completely unfinished type game.
It could be a roguelite. It could be a rogue type of mode. Maybe that's what I'm kind of getting the feel of, which is kind of weird. I don't know how I feel about that. There is no story to this, is what I'm telling you. There's literally no back end. I have no concept of what is supposed to happen. It literally drops you into the world. You go through this level. It has bonfires and stuff like Souls games, except you can't level up or anything at these bonfires. It just says, do you want to rest or do you want to leave? I rest, I guess. So you get your stuff back, your heals back, and then you get to the next one and it asks you the same thing. Do you want to rest or leave? I guess I'll rest again. I mean, I need my stuff back. And that's it. You don't ever level up. I don't get stronger. You don't. It's just a consistent experience. Maybe you do get these upgrades as you beat certain bosses at some point. But no, it's not finished at all. I think it's probably 2 years away from at least being finished. But my takeaway was, presentation-wise and upfront, if this is what the gameplay is going to feel like, and this is how the game is going to look, I'm supportive of it. I'm glad they let you play it for free for the playtest. So I would advise, and it's only through the 18th, I believe. So if you have it on Steam, if you want to look at it on Steam, Vindictus, definitely check it out. Defying Fate. Vindictus Defying Fate. Because if you just do regular Vindictus, you're going to play the 2012 game, and that game doesn't have proper controller support. Because this game did make me want to go play that older game. I'm not going to lie. But yeah, it just felt really weird. But nonetheless, it was cool. Definitely an interesting game to play. But right now, to end it all, I'm back into Grand Blue Fantasy Relink. Playing through there. I think I'm in chapter 8, I think, right now. I felt like I've been kind of breezing through the story because I haven't done no side content really. I just been doing the main story. I was gonna say all the side content for the end, so I can just use that for a grind session. Because what I'm trying to do with Grand Blue is have it be like my game that I can play while I'm listening to stuff or whatever the case. I can kind of drop in, drop out. So I'm trying to get through the story, and when I can, and it's been good actually. Leveling up, the progression feels pretty solid. I've ran into some moments where I had some pushback a little bit from some of the enemies, where I died maybe once or twice on boss fights. So it's not a pushover type game. I mean, but it's definitely more so about the character that you chose. And again, I've been taking stints away from it for like a week or two at a time. So I'll get back in. I'm trying to remember the buttons and my combos, and I'm playing Narmaya. I dropped some mods in there. Stuff is looking good, man. I'm feeling really good about it. It's playing really well. Nothing to change I didn't drop any mods or anything to change the mechanics in the game. But it's a really gorgeous game. As far as like anime style games, it is very, very. I just sit back sometimes, especially in that scene that I posted on Twitter last night. I just sit back. I was like, this is badass, right? Especially when I was able to control them. I was like, okay, so I wasn't bugging. Final Fantasy 16 isn't the first time we've seen this. Right. I was like, because when I saw what they were doing with FF16, and nothing against it, I'm not trying to take it away, but there have been other games that have done something similar, but they are of like this ilk, for an example, maybe more the anime style, where people don't take it as serious or haven't played it, or it's just out of the loop. So it's like you get into these moments, and I'm freaking controlling Bahamut and fucking getting to it. Oh man, the game just felt amazing. Beam Clash. It was really dope. Love the character development in it as well. Love the characters, the stories. Again, it's very tropey. Damsel in distress. She can't control her powers. Somebody's after her powers. Man, this Lilith. And I just love the fact that she holds up to her name. Like I love that about it. The look, the presence. Now at the part, like I thought I beat her. I thought I was at the end of the game, but then apparently I'm not.
Right.
And keep going. Bro, the feeling from that, I'm like, yo, this game just got better all of a sudden. Just because of that, I was like, yo. But yeah, man, so that's kind of been my rotation. Kind of level some things out, along with throwing Warzone in there every now and then when I can. and get ready for Dragon's Dogma, man, because that's the main crux of what I've been thinking about. So that's been my gaming as of late.
Nice, brother. You've been grazing, man. I like it. You're all over the place, man.
A little bit.
I love that, man. I love that because you definitely try all sorts of things, right? From going back to Blades of Time to trying new stuff like Vindictus, and then you got anime JRPGs in there. You got fighters in there, man. You're all over the place. You got first person shooters in, or well, whatever, Warzone. You know what I'm saying.
It's a shooter.
So you got a little bit of everything. You got a little bit of everything. I love it.
Yeah, and I want to thank y'all for Blades of Time even being of consideration, because I mean, if it wouldn't have been for Chad, if it wouldn't have been for Palm, I probably would have never even played this game. And that's what makes this community so dope to me. That's why I love doing this every Saturday morning with my brother from another, but also having you guys get involved because it gives me a chance to go back and look at some of these games, even Castlevania. I went back and played that. I mean, again, comparatively, I feel like Blades of Time was a better game, especially that first game that I played. But still, the fact that I went back and tried it just to get the feels of what I'm looking for in my combat type games. Again, if you wanted to, I think this is definitely a prime principle of a game. If you want to say, yo, what's the kind of game that Steel likes? You just point in the Blades of Time. I think that'd be a good, or Black Desert Online. I think Black Desert would be the easiest example.
Ultimate. Yeah.
Although I feel like I want my combat to be a little bit over the top than that. I don't know. I'm missing some things. I don't know. Nonetheless. Well, Pong, do you want to shout out the chat before we
let's shout out the chat real quick too. Nixie said he missed kind of the Vindictus talk. So Steel, just real quick, is it a go? Is it not a go? He says he's got access to get into the play test.
I would say if you like Souls-like games, if you like that style of game, I would say give it a shot. I will say you may be confused on your first hour or so playing it, but just take the experience for what it is. I would say it's a go currently, although I am concerned about the overall quality of the game. I don't know where the story is going to play into this, if there's going to be a story, because it doesn't present itself like it will. I don't know how the upgrade path is going to be or how that's going to work. So that's very confusing and interesting, because those are some baseline things that you would want people to experience up front. Now, again, if this game is more so, if all these other things are just additions and they just want you to get a feel for the combat and the presentation of the game, then I get it. But outside of that, I give it a shot. If you can get into the playtest, give it a shot. See how you feel.
Good. Good synopsis. I'm still curious about what this game is going to turn into from how you describe it.
Bro, I have no idea. I don't know if it's going to be a roguelite. I don't know if it's going to be a story game. I don't know if it's... I know you're going to be able to pick characters. I mean, there's two. I hope there's more than that. And it's supposed to be, again, this game was also supposed to be, it was supposed to be an MMO.
Right.
And now people are saying it's going to be MMO light. So is it going to have co-op in there? I don't see how it can, maybe. I don't know.
Interesting. I got my eyes on it just because of how it looks. But again, if you're telling me it's Souls like, okay, well.
Sly was saying it's not story based. It's going to be multiplayer co-op playing Gear.
Gear.
Well, if there's no story,
you
got to have something to tie people into the game. If you're just going to say, oh, here's some game, like you don't, there has to be something to give people a baseline for why are you here? I mean, the gameplay is cool and all, but most games, they at least give you something to tell you why you're doing what you're doing. You know what I'm saying? That's all that I'm saying. You don't have to give me nothing else. I'm not looking for an elaborate story. It doesn't have to be anything elaborate. I just need a reason.
Helldivers 2 is not elaborate.
No, it is very cryptic. Helldivers 2 is extremely cryptic. Like, there is no story in that game. It's just the intro.
We're spreading democracy. That's what we're doing.
The first cutscene, people dying. If I'm fighting a war,
we're going
that's
to war.
all I need to know. That's
going to war for humanity. That's all I need, man. Right, let's go.
I'll pick my character, my gear. We'll play co-op, and we'll move on. If that's how it's going to be. But
let's go slaughter some bots and slaughter some fucking bugs, man. That's all we need, man. Let's go. Anyways, let's get this chat shouted out and then we'll get into some topics here, boys and girls. Appreciate y'all for joining myself and Steele on Living Split Screen and being a part of this show just as much as we are. Thank you all for being here. This is why we do this. So the Sly Crow is in the house. What's going on, Sly? It says the OG Vindictus had some story scenes. Okay, well, hopefully maybe they'll bring some of those back and at least give us something. Nam Omar says reason. Because it's fun. Yes, but just give me the basic outline, right? Just don't drop me into something and let me guess what the story is. Give me a basic outline. I don't need, like Steele said, all the details. Just give me the basics. But yes, that's right. At the end of the day, it's about fun.
The narrative is freedom. What more do you, but there's no freedom.
Right.
There is no freedom for what? You're locked into an area. You don't have, there's not branching paths. There's not a searchable area. It's just stuff.
Yeah, you're just there.
It's just enemies there. That's what I mean. Of course, with the overall reason should be the fun, but even Vampire Survivor as a baseline story, you're trying to defeat the Reaper. I mean, shit. At least it's a baseline principle. Okay,
right, right. Exactly.
Decado.
Oh, attention, everybody. Attention. Listen up, all you splitters aboard the splitter hype train this morning, rolling along in a Mach 2.0. I hope you all been enjoying the scenery as you're locked down in your seats in that 4-point harness. Please tighten those up, because if you look above, you will notice that we have just hit Mach 2.5. That's right. We just had a Decado do a flyover. He got on the court with an easy 10 dunk. That's right. He flushed it through. He dropped off a bag of coal. The furnaces are burning a little hotter. We added 2 more cars to the Splitters hype train. So all you new splitters, welcome aboard. That's right. Choo-choo, motherfuckers. A 10 bomb from the Decado got us up to that Mach 2.5. We are rolling along to a town near you. Thank you, Decado, for doing that, keeping us ad-free in 2024. And your goal, as always, remains everybody's favorite, 69. That's right. The goal remains 69. Thank you. Thank you, Decado. Appreciate you, brother, for coming on through for that. Always. Never expected, but always appreciate it around here, these parts, man. So thank you for that. Let's continue the chat. Shout out, shall we? The legendary Yobi's in here. He says, we love you guys. Let's go. We love you, brother. We love all of you. Thank you, legendary Yobi, for being here, man. So awesome to see you all the time, man. Fahim Scott is in the house, of course. Fahim, great to see you, brother. We got Just Shady X coming in yelling for democracy. That's right. That's all we need, man, for democracy. That's all that matters. Raymond Haverfield is in the house. What's going on, Raymond? Great to see you. Excuse me. Always good to see you as well. Let me see here who else we got in here. Oh, we got the Nam Omar in here. Great to see you, brother. We got Dan the Man Cunningham, one of the OGs in here, man. Again, one of the gentlemen who got me into podcasting. Again, shout out to you, Dan. Says, thanks for keeping me company at work. Hey, hope the work day goes fast for you, Dan, and I hope you get out of there and get to enjoy a little bit of the weekend as well, sir. So thank you for joining us while you're at work. We are happy to do that. Again, podcasting kept me going at work a lot of times, so I totally get it, man. If we can give a little bright spot to your work day, that's what we're here for. So thank you for joining us, Dan. Appreciate you so much, brother. Nixie, of course, is in the house. Another one of the OGs. What's going on, Nixie? We got the M Gene in here. What's going on, M Gene? Great to see you joining us. Of course, we just had the flyover from Decado, so he's in here. Decado, great to see you, brother, and much appreciated, sir. Who else we got in here, man? I know we've been talking for a while already, so this chat is lit up. We got the General Spartan 27 in here. What's going on? Says my internet is going to be stressed this week, downloading both Rise of the Ronin and Dragon's Dogma 2. You are one of the brave souls who's going to jump into both games this week, man. Shout out to you, General Spartan. Enjoy both, man. I'll be enjoying Dragon's Dogma 2 for sure. JB 1521, however you want to say it, 1521. Man, we can keep going there. JB, great to see you. Awesome to have you a part of the show. We got the retro nerd in the house. What's going on, retro? Of course, we got RSJ fan 05 in here. RSJ fan, my friend, thank you so much for joining us this morning and being a part of the show. We got Delroy in here. What's going on, Delroy? Great to see you as well, my friend. And Delroy said earlier that, Steel, when you were talking about Tekken 8, Delroy's playing Tekken 8 this morning while listening to Living Split Screen. Let's go.
That's what I usually do. If I'm listening to a show or something, that's usually when I end up playing Tekken 8. But then then I just run into the sweatiest people, man.
Of course you do. Of course you do. Because you're that good, brother. You're sweaty yourself. You just don't acknowledge it. Masshole 1977 comes in here with a sup, nerds. Nerds. I love nerds. I love the movie. I love the name. I've always worn that with a badge of pride, man. So sup to you, nerd, as well. Masshole, thank you for joining us this morning. We got the God Emperor Sofa King in here. What's going on, God Emperor? Of course, this is when we were talking about how devs back in the day, 360 era, were doing some magical things. Said devs are spoiled compared to devs of yesterday, in my opinion. In a lot of ways they are, sir. In a lot of ways they are. Yeah, they got a lot more expectations nowadays on them, but man, tools wise and all that kind of stuff. Again, I don't do dev work, but I do talk to other devs like 3-Bit who actually does it. Yeah, man, they do have a lot more at their fingertips. They had to actually work a whole lot of magic back in the day to get those games to work on those systems. So yeah, so in some ways I do agree with you, sir. Let's see here. But not taking away from anything that they do, because again, I can't do it. So man, it's a skill. It's Timmy is in here. It's Timmy. What's going on? Great to see you, brother. As always, jumping in here. We got Tim the Sorcerer in here, of course. Tim the Sorcerer. What's going on? Working some magic himself. We got Eastside Vandal in the house. What's going on, Eastside? Great to see you as always. We got the one and only Sanchez MTZ Gaming in the house. Says, yo, Pong and Steel. Yo to you, sir. Thank you for being a part of our show this morning. Appreciate you so much, man. Who else? We got Siki in the house. What's going on, Siki? Since Battlefront 2 exists, can't play these old games. Siki, I get that too, man. I get that, but there was some classic stuff in those Battlefronts, man. And yes, they're dated, but again, I don't have a problem with that. I wanted to go back and be able to play those games the way they were. I'm cool with that stuff. But again, is what it is. Maybe I'll jump into it again down the road when they get things fixed. Hopefully they will fix things. Hopefully they won't abandon it. But we'll see. Again, you just don't have a lot of room for error these days is the thing that devs have to realize. If you're going to do something like this, you kind of got to get it right. Otherwise, people are going to move on. So, anyways, great to have you a part of the show, sir. Who else is in here? Wilfrey Rosario. I see you in here. Wilfrey. Always good to see you. Blue Moon FC, of course, jumping in here. What's up, Blue? What up, Blue? Thank you for all the support, sir. Let's see who jumped in the bottom, because that's as far as I can go back to see if I missed anybody. Blind Giant 808. Good morning, panel and chat. Good morning to you, my friend. Thank you for joining the show this morning. Appreciate you jumping in here. Let's see if I missed anybody else. I think. We got MF Great in the house. Motherfucking great.
Okay.
Mach 10. Throw up the Mach 10s. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Thank you for joining the show this morning. Anybody else in here? That was one of the new members. I think we're good, Steel. I think we're good. We got all the beautiful people who are jumping to the chat. And again, if I don't shout you out, if you're just lurking, if you're listening in the future, from Steel and I, thank you. Okay. We again always appreciate you all the same. Nothing but love and respect to everybody who joins us anyway. Oh, of course. Oh, here we go. Doom Reapers in here lurking around. Says, what's up? What's going on, Doom? Great to see you, brother. And of course, brother from another Psychonauts holding it down on the front line at the GameStop. He's doing his part for democracy. Ooh. That's right. For the democracy of video games. Psychonauts is on those front lines. Appreciate you, brother, jumping in here. Great to see you. Great show last night, brother. Great to hear your voice. So thank you all for being a part of the show. Steel, what are we? what are we jumping into?
Real
here,
quick,
sir?
I think we'll talk a little bit about Dragon's Dogma and our hype for it, since the game is releasing this week. We'll get into it a little early, some early anticipation, maybe some early strategies, maybe some early just overall thoughts. Since some of them, since we have seen some additional things this week and the weeks prior. Again, it's launch week. We might as well. It's going to be part of our upcoming games as well. So if we get it out now.
Should we do that?
Well, no, let's get our upcoming games out. That way we'll get it out with that. Just real quick, one question, because MF Great brings it up in chat. Okay. He says, say a person didn't like Dragon's Dogma. Do you think number 2 will hit different? Now, MF Great, I'm going to be very honest with you. Very, very honest with you. 9 times out of 10. Well, I'll bring it down. 8 times out of 10. I would tell you.
It's very scientific, by the way, folks.
Very, very scientific. So in case you want me to break it down, I can break it down even further. 75% of the time. No, about 75 out of 100 times, man. If you didn't like the first game, the probability of you liking the second game is
going to be low.
Going to be damn near not existent.
Especially since they're not reinventing the wheel.
No,
right? They're not going back to the drawing board and changing everything. They're bringing everything up to speed and they're improving mechanics and they're doing different, but overall it's the same fucking game. Okay.
Now, Crow, I won't say that to people, that Dragon's Dogma 1 needs to be experienced before 2. Reason being is that Dragon's Dogma 1 has not aged the greatest in the way that the game feels.
Sure.
Now,
still great
because they're both at the same frame rate, it may not be that big of a deal. Yeah, I mean, it will give you at least some baseline of what to experience in Dragon's Dogma 2 if you have interest in that. But just if I'm going to base it purely off of that, if you didn't like 1, I can't see you liking 2. Even myself, it took some time for me to adjust to Dragon's Dogma, because typically, especially after I played Dragon's Dogma, after I played Elden Ring, I had a completely different set of expectations going into Dragon's Dogma because of that, and it almost turned me off of the game. Now, once you get past that official first night of you realizing that this game is not your typical game, you need to have a light, you need to have heals, you need to have... It's an RPG like of old kind of way in some ways
with strategy involved.
With strategy involved, of course.
Yeah. Yes.
Then if you can get past that, that's where you fall in love with it, right? And I only put the first game down because there was newer games coming out that I wanted to play. Now that 2 is out, again, if you have any questions, MF Great, again, if things on the back end, real life continues to flow, I'm planning on streaming it almost every day if I can when the game releases. That way, if you got questions, if I can't do that, I'm at least gonna put up some gameplay, hopefully with some commentary and whatnot, where you can come and check out to see whether it is something for you or not. Again, do not feel like you have to have FOMO and be part of the conversation either. Because you're going to force yourself to play something that you probably don't like that. Or maybe you just need more, what's the word that I'm looking for? You need more information about it before you jump into it. I was looking for a better word than that, but nonetheless. But yeah, we'll talk about Dragon's Dogma a little bit more here. And then we'll go from there. So let's get into these upcoming games, Pong. You're muted.
I am muted. God damn it. What a morning. Nixie is out here going, yeah, if you want the ultimate punishment, play Dragon's Dogma 1 on the Switch. Yeah, no, that sounds awful.
Yeah. I don't that doesn't sound appealing at all. I don't know if I want to do that.
Cracking me up. Anyways, yeah, God Emperor, feel bad for Rise of Ronin. Listen, Rise of Ronin is going to capture a certain audience for sure, obviously. Again, but yes, the fact that they kept it the same date as Dragon's Dogma 2 is crazy to me. I would never have done this. Obviously 2 different audiences in a lot of ways, but at the same time, FOMO is going to get a lot of people with Dragon's Dogma 2.
I think so.
Dragon's Dogma 2 is going to be the conversation piece for a while. It really is. So, yes, I would have moved out of the way at least a couple weeks for Dragon's Dogma 2 if I was Rise of the Ronin. But we're going to see. We're going to see. Rise of the Ronin could be something, but I've seen some people who played it early that say it's not, like the greatest thing ever. I still have interest in Rise of the Ronin just from some of the mechanics and stuff that got involved in there. And I love that, the atmosphere, of the samurais and that kind of stuff. So I think it's going to find its audience. It just Dragon's Dogma 2, man. I'm
interested in it. I think it's going to be better than Wolong, from what I've seen of it.
Gameplay wise and I liked Wolong actually.
I liked Wolong also. That's what I'm saying.
It was Souls-like, but it wasn't Souls-like. I couldn't play it. It was forgiving. Which I love.
It was a good game. A lot of people didn't like it apparently. But nonetheless, the only DLC I didn't play was the most recent one for Wolong. So I mean, Shadow of the Rising Ronin, I mean, it's gonna have its slice. But if I was gonna suggest to anybody, as we get into these upcoming games, if there was a game that I would pick definitively, I would choose Dragon's Dogma every time. Rise of Ronin is going to be a game that you can come back to later. You can say the same thing about Dragon's Dogma, but
absolutely,
there's going to be. I definitely think there's going to be a zeitgeist, a conversation. I don't know, y'all. I think this is going to tread the waters of what Elden Ring did a couple years ago. I think so. From how people are talking about it, the amount of engagement that this game can get, because not everybody's going to experience the same thing. That was what made Elden Ring so unique for a lot of people, right? Traditionally, those games were kind of slept on. It was gradually becoming something, but Elden Ring put it somewhere completely different. I think what Dragon's Dogma has working in its favor is it's just a reiteration of what the first game was, but with better timing in front of a older audience as well.
Bigger audience
as well.
We'll talk about that here in a second when we get to that, because I got some thoughts on it too. Why it could have some really big conversations around it, much like Elden Ring, and I'll get to that because it's not Souls-like. Again, it's not Souls.
No, it's not at all. No,
I found out this week that there's a group of people who actually thought this was going to be Souls-like. I had zero idea. I saw, shout out to Fonz. Fonz had put out a video from, I forget the gentleman's name, who did a whole video because he felt he needed to do a whole video to explain to people, because he was seeing conversations out there that this was going to be Souls-like. I was like, whoa, okay. I didn't know this kind of group of people existed, but okay. With strategy elements. We'll get to it. But, anyways, let's see. This is going to be your upcoming week of games, folks. Coming to you live here. Let's see let me see here. Hold on for a second, real quick. Sorry, folks. Need to make a change here real quick because my screen screwed up there. So there we go. Okay. All right. So again, we read this from Game Informer, not perfect. Again, if we ever miss something, if you know something's coming out that's not on this list, please shout it out in the chat. We'll try to grab it and include it in this. It's not perfect, but it's good. It's as good as it's going to get. So we are going to be on week of March the 18th. That's right. Monday is March the 18th already. Hope you all have a safe St. Patty's Day too, by the way. For those of you that celebrate St. Patty's Day, forgot that was already this weekend on Sunday.
It's
crazy, man. Crazy. So we are going to start off March the 19th, the one and only, the fantastic game of the year type quality game Hades is going to finally show up on iOS. So if you've been looking to play this again on your iPhone or for the first time, you are going to have the opportunity. Hades, iOS. So yeah, shout out to Hades, man. Can't wait to see Hades 2. That's supposed to be showing up this year too. Hi-Fi Rush. Yes, that already launched. Yes, it was an exclusive. Yes, it's first party, Xbox, PlayStation 5, March 19th. One of the games. Here we go. Let's go. Hi-Fi Rush, PlayStation 5, March 19th.
Let's see how good the game is now.
Let's see how it does it, man. Let's see how it goes.
It's going to be a 10 out of 10.
Yeah. Lightyear Frontier. This was in early access already. I have actually tried this out for a very short period of time. Yes. This is that robot farming game.
Right.
Where you get the mech. We get the mech. I should say mech. mech farming game, and it's co-op too, Steel. And I know that shout out to PTK Blam. He said in the DMs, him and the wifey have been playing it a lot.
Really?
So probably hear a little bit more about this on the shop tonight. Maybe I'll get him to talk a little bit about what he's experiencing.
Cool, if that's the case.
He said it's totally chill game. And again, that's what I experienced in the tiny bit that I did jump into and kind of play through the opening when you kind of put your mech back together. I'm not going to, spoil it for anybody who really cares about spoilers about this game. But anyways, totally chill game. Really no combat whatsoever. This is a total build out your farm, like we're saving the environment kind of game, right? So Lightyear Frontier releases officially this week, Xbox Series XS and PC, of course, and it's in Game Pass. So if you want to go try it out, no risk, download it. Beautiful game. Again, one of those bright, colorful games, not mind-blowing graphics, but just looks fantastic on an OLED, man. And I didn't play co-op. I just was fooling around by myself. But if you like collecting things, building things, crafting, that kind of stuff, this game's for you. So go check it out. Lightyear Frontier this week. MLB The Show 24, PlayStation 5, Xbox Series, PlayStation 4, Xbox One, Switch, and that is coming on March the 19th. As we have now found out, more people play this first party PlayStation game on Xbox than play on PlayStation. Crazy. So we got those stats. It is crazy. But MLB The Show is huge. Again, for all you baseball fans, it's the only thing going. So, and they do a great job with the history of baseball. I will give them that. This year, I think they're really putting the focus on the Negro Leagues, which is awesome.
Which is super dope. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's so there's awesome. So much baseball to be had there too.
Yeah, so exactly. So shout out to all you baseball fans. You can jump into MLB The Show 24, obviously showing up on Game Pass as it does every year. They'll lock that deal into place as soon as they, were forced to put it over on Xbox. He made sure to make that deal
consistently.
So, yep. So jump into that. Alone in the Dark 24. Alone in the Dark, the reboot, I guess we're going to call this. I loved Alone in the Dark back in the day. It was, again, one of those psychological horror games that I could play. It was really unique back in the day. It was sat alongside Silent Hill, of course. But Alone in the Dark brought some unique perspectives to things. Really liked these games back in the day. Wasn't too impressed by what I saw this reboot, but it is coming out. So March the 20th, PlayStation 5, Xbox Series, PC, Alone in the Dark. It has a fan base. It's a small niche fan base, but it is there. Hopefully they get a game that's good. I'm not planning on jumping into this one, but hopefully some people do. And hopefully we get some impressions about what this game is doing these days. But that is coming out on March the 20th.
Real quick, shout out to Psycho for saying, thank you for making my Saturdays that much better.
Shout out to you, Psycho, brother, man. Brother. We're just here, man. You fam. You know what the deal is, man. We're just here BSing, man, having a good time. Thank you for joining us, brother. We got Call of Duty Warzone Mobile this week too, Steve. I didn't even realize it was this week. 20 million signups, I think, was the last time we heard, Steel.
Like I think it was the number, sounds right.
Something like that.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Something like that. This is one of the big parts of the ABK deal. Obviously, as Xbox and Microsoft want to expand into mobile, this is going to be a huge game. Again, we don't talk.
Connects them.
Connects the dots. It connects the Call of Duty experience all together. So Warzone Mobile this week. We don't talk about mobile, but it happens. And billions upon billions of people play mobile. So this is going to be big worldwide. Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is going to be big worldwide. Warzone Mobile this week, March 21st. Can't wait to kind of hear, people's thoughts about the launch and stuff. Again, not something I'm going to jump into, but can't wait to hear what people think. Maybe Steel will jump into it and test it out.
Well, the thing about Warzone Mobile is that it's connected to the console and PC Warzone.
Your progression, right? Your progression.
Progression,
going,
all that. But I think as far as they're going to throw some players in there too. It might just be console players that they throw in there in that pool or whatever the case. All your progression, everything that you get, it carries over from one to the other. And I think people are sleeping on this. This is going to be a major move for them because again, the biggest thing that they're touting is the graphic change, because Call of Duty Mobile right now isn't the greatest looking game. I mean, again, it doesn't need to be for mobile because it does play pretty decently there overall. But for Warzone mobile coming in there, along with them bringing back the old map, there's going to be a lot of engagement with that. So people sleeping. We'll see.
Yep, we'll see. Then we have the entire Final Fantasy 14 experience showing up on Xbox this week as well. Steel, the full release already. Again, this is a lot sooner than we thought when they announced the beta. I was thinking May, June, July, but we're getting it this week. So again, too many games for me right now. I wanted to jump in this game, but listen, it's the golden age, and I'm just being real here. I can't put the time I need to into this game.
Yeah,
I want to eventually. I probably will, just because of how much I love this world. I know Steel didn't enjoy it much, like some of the other MMOs. But for me, I love this. So I hope a bunch of people do jump in. Again, it was one of the biggest downloads on Xbox for the beta. So I'm assuming a lot of people are going to jump into the full experience. Again, you get a lot of experience up front without even having to think about buying into it. So go enjoy it. Hundreds of hours potentially available to you up front. Go see if you like it. If you're looking for an MMO right now, hey, again, you could do a whole lot worse than Final Fantasy 14. This game is legit.
Yeah.
It had its comeback. They're going to drop a new expansion later this year, but you know, again, all the expansions are going to be available. But again, you get to try it for up to level 70 cap out the gate without having to think about buying anything. Right. So go check it out. Final Fantasy 14 this week, as long as you are new to the Final Fantasy 14 experience. Right. That's the key. You can't have played it elsewhere on PS4 or PS5. New account. Gotta be a new account. So, but go check it out. That is all dropping this week on March 21st. Horizon Forbidden West. This is in my wish list for PC. Drops this week. I will be getting this eventually, March 21st. Can't wait to go experience this game on PC on the big screen. Can't wait to see everything I've seen. Looks gorgeous. Again, I am a Horizon fan. I liked Zero Dawn. So I am in the camp that I am cool with this type of game. I just love the robot dinosaurs. I love the gameplay loop. I love the traps. I love the strategy involved with taking down some of the dinosaurs. So I like all of that. So I will be jumping into Forbidden West at some point, not this week, but at some point. It is in my wish list. Midnight Ghost Hunt coming to PC this week on March the 21st from Vaulted Sky Games, published by Coffee Stain Publishing. Again, I haven't been doing that. I don't know why I've been skipping the development.
It's an action game. Interesting.
It's an action game. But I don't know, man. Ghost Hunt sounds scary. I don't know about that one. But anyways, go check that out. And then let's get into this. Well, I'll read off the other ones and then we'll hop back. So we've got
your favorite game,
Princess Peach Showtime.
It's an action game.
It's an action game. Hey, man, I see people out here talking about it. You know, the Nintendo fans, you got another Switch exclusive coming. Listen, shout out to Nintendo. Princess Peach Showtime this week.
Might like this. I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah, bro. Yeah, they know their market, man. Like Go get it. Go get it. Nintendo fans eating good still to this day. They keep getting new games, first party new games. So another one's dropping this week. Go check that out. Then we've got Madison for PSVR 2 coming March the 23rd. Oh shit, I skipped it because we just talked about it. But anyways, Rise of the Ronin, March 22nd as well. We just talked about this same day as Dragon's Dogma 2, which we're going to get to here in a minute because we're going to kind of give our thoughts on Dragon's Dogma 2 a little bit as we're coming into launch week here. But Rise of the Ronin, again, I have interest in this game. Every time I see them steal, and there's been more clips of this, using the glider and then doing an execution from the glider, dropping down on somebody and sticking them through the neck with the sword or through the back with the sword. Yeah, I'm in. And then I saw you can now use your grapple hook to grab enemies off of ledges and stuff and bring them down to you and take them down. It's got all the mechanics I love to see, right? So again, I love samurai stuff. I love ninja stuff. I love that era. This has a lot of appeal to me. Again, PlayStation 5 only, not picking it up, but when it comes to PC, which we all expect it's going to be coming to PC at some point, I will have this on my wish list for sure. I plan on checking it out, but it's going to be a good game. It's going to be a good game. It's just coming out the same day as Dragon's Dogma 2. I believe it will be overshadowed. So, which is too bad, but Rise of Rome's looking good, man. I can't deny it. It's Team Ninja. It's Koei Tecmo. They do what they do. So yeah, enjoy everybody. I know a lot of people are gonna be jumping into it. Let's see here. I think that's it for this week. Steel. Yes, that is it for this week. So let's get back to Dragon's Dogma 2, of course, March 22nd. Coming out on PlayStation 5, Xbox Series, and PC. No Switch. So no Switch. I think this will come when Switch 2 drops. I think they'll have a version coming down the road. But Dragon's Dogma 2, Steel, you want to talk about this a little bit this morning as we come into launch week. Again, like I said in the intros, if you didn't know, Insider Gaming did put out a post yesterday that somebody did get early copy, streamed it on Twitch. As far as I know of, and I can double check right now, that is still up on his Twitch channel. So I will... let me get over here. I will post the link of the Insider Gaming article if you want to go check out some. I know a lot of you like to avoid this stuff, but if let me see if it's still up on his Twitch channel. Nope, has been removed. I just checked. Okay, all right. And so, anyways, has been removed. I just confirmed it that Capcom did finally take it down. I did watch a large chunk of it yesterday. But yeah, Steel, why don't you go ahead? I'm going to run and grab something to drink because I forgot to grab another bottle of water, which I need. But why don't you, if you're there, why don't you talk about Dragon's Dogma 2, and I'll come back and add in my thoughts here because I do have some thoughts about why, Steel, this potentially could have a similar. I'm not going to say it's going to be the level of Elden Ring, but why I think it could have some really big legs where people are talking about Dragon's Dogma 2 constantly, and why I think potentially it's going to be in Game of the Year conversations for sure. So I'll be right back, sir.
All right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, if you've been sleeping under a rock, there's a little game coming out here this week known as Dragon's Dogma, made by Capcom, and it is an RPG. Well, with that said, I think it's a little bit more than no. I'm saying, look, Dragon's Dogma is an interesting game because from everything that I have witnessed and I've seen, the research that I've done demonstrates to me that the first game was a cult classic, but it was also highly slept on. Now that these games have, especially games that seem to be a little bit more challenging in some ways, and again, that's the only reference to Souls that I really want to make for this game. The challenge is definitely there, right? And nobody else needs to be comparing it to a Souls game outside of that. But there's other games outside of that style that can be challenging, right? There's plenty of action games that are challenging. Diablo could be challenging in some ways sometimes. But Dragon's Dogma, I think, is going to garner the hype of what Elden Ring had, or what a Hogwarts Legacy had, because of the diversity in the gameplay, the open world nature of the game, and because this time around, the first Dragon's Dogma did so many things, especially with the nighttime mechanic. Again, it's not the first game that's ever done it, but it's done so many different mechanics so well, especially with the pawn system, that I think people are really going to fall in love with it, right? I think this is going to be another game that's also going to get the community extremely engaged, because although this game doesn't have multiplayer or co-op, you get the feeling of co-op or multiplayer through the pawn system. These pawns are created by people, right? And the whole idea of the pawn system, because I do want to make sure this is something that does carry over from the first game and will be in the second game, is that the pawn system wants you to not stick with the same pawn your entire playthrough, right? You have you and your main pawn. Those would be the only two that ever stay the same. The other two are supposed to be like every 10 levels or so, you go get a new set of pawns. Or, I mean, if you want, you could choose to continue to level up with that character, or have them be part of your party. But the idea is you get this, and they talked a little bit behind the scenes too as well. Not behind the scenes, but in documents, and docs and videos leading up to this, where there's also going to be a mechanic where the more that your pawn gets used by other people, the stronger that they become. But because of them becoming stronger, there's like this effect or disease, quote unquote, that they get affected with, that again makes them stronger, but also could potentially cause a cataclysmic event to happen, apparently, or something like that. Even that was something that existed in the first game, but even the concept of that is extremely interesting to me, right? And it is apparent that gaming community has been looking for games to inadvertently support each other, right? And I think that Dragon's Dogma is going to be a perfect example of being able to do that. The examples of creativity that we've seen already online, especially on X, Twitter, YouTube, you go through the videos, people have mad different characters that they've ended up creating. Some look like Squidward, some look like Guts from Berserk, some look like the dude from Dune, excuse me, and all the other different characters that people have been able to make. So there's a lot of creativity that goes into this. And then, which also makes the pawn system so unique, is that no two characters in this are essentially made the same. So if, for an example, I'm going to be looking for a mage and a tank, and if I go through the strategy of every 10 levels, I get a new mage and a tank, then they're not going to always be the same across the board. Maybe the next mage and a tank that I get has a different set of abilities. Of course, as long as they got healing, that's all I need. But maybe they have a different set of abilities because the person that created that pawn or traveled with that pawn gave them a different set of abilities, or give a different set of traits, or whatever the case, different set of armor and stuff like that. So there's a lot of intrinsic things that get pulled into Dragon's Dogma. The combat itself is going to be quite a bit more visceral, much more engaging, I think, than the first game was. The biggest downside about Dragon's Dogma for me is hearing that on the consoles, people are having performance issues. And even it was in the gameplay on Twitch that Paul was talking about, where the game was, of course, it's a 30-frame game, but the game was dropping down into the 20s. That can be a very jarring experience for some people. That's one of the reasons why I don't think that the frame rate needs to be uncapped, because what that creates is inconsistencies. It is easier to have an extremely consistent experience if you do lock it. But nonetheless, whether that is the case or not, if it can't maintain 30, then it doesn't matter with you if you lock it or not. That taken into consideration, I do want people to also know, I do think that this is going to be the first game where they say they don't have any load screens, where that actually rings true here. Because from what I've seen from the gameplay, and I think Pong has seen more than I have, but from everything that I have seen, I haven't seen a load screen once. Supposedly there's a load screen to get into the game, but outside of that, once you're in the world, everything is seamless. There is no, you go to a town and no, you go into a building and it's no, none of that. It is literally seamless. Everything is happening at one time. And if that is the case, then I can understand why on consoles it's at the frame rate that it's at. Now, it's not an excuse. It's not acceptable to me as somebody that says all games need to be 60 frames bare minimum, because I care about the feeling of my games. I don't care what people tell you about frame pacing and all that other great stuff. Like, again, yes, you take those things into consideration. That's cool. Sure, it can enhance 30 frames. But you're not going to tell me that frame pacing is you getting better frame pacing at 30 is going to feel the same way that the game does at 60. It's literally double the frames. That makes no sense. Now, I can hear you if you still say it feels good. So for just that concept alone, I have to give you the negatives of it if you are going to play the game on console. I'm going to be playing the game on PC. Again, if you guys want to see gameplay or anything like that, I'll have some available on the channel, 60 frames, directly from me, and y'all can see what that experience, what those differences are, and whether that is something that's to deter you or interest you further into the game. Now, 30 frames or not, this game is very unique. The other way, it's also extremely different from Elden Ring, right? it's just the way that you're going to explore and jump into this experience. It's just going to be completely different from most games that you jump into. And that if the first game taught me anything, is that you definitely need to make sure that you're paying attention, you're taking your time, and hopefully this time around they have some better tutorials for the beginning of the game, because that's where the first game was a bit rough at all as well. As long as they do those things, I think people are going to have a very interesting time. I do think this is going to be one of the more talked about games, because it's going to carry over some what people feel about Skyrim, what some people felt about Baldur's Gate, what some people felt about Elden Ring. It combined those things into one seamless experience. And I think that's what's really going to get the engagement rolling. But Pong, you had some inclinations about it possibly being in the breadth of the conversation like Elden Ring was. Again, when Elden Ring was out, that initial release, it might as well just say the entire year. That's what the industry was focused on, especially the first 6 months. Content was heavy. Creators were out here saying that, look, if you weren't making Elden Ring content, you were not getting traction like that, especially in the gaming side of things. So Pong, how do you feel about Dragon's Dogma 2? What are some of your expectations, and maybe even get into what you're planning to planning to start this game with?
Yeah, so it's interesting. It's interesting because we've had so many moments in 2024 already that kind of have been similar to what Elden Ring did. And when Elden Ring became a phenomenon, it was like, oh my God, we just don't see this come around too often. And obviously there was a lot of things in Elden Ring's favor. Obviously the popularity of Souls games now peaking, seemingly starting to peak and really becoming just a staple, no longer that niche genre anymore.
Right.
Obviously From Software's reputation as the one of the originators, if not the originator of the Souls-like games. And then obviously it going to an open world type of dynamic versus the much tighter knit kind of corridor setting that a lot of the original Souls games were. They had a lot going for it that kind of brought it to that fever pitch, because more people jumped into Elden Ring, even like myself, people who had, tried Souls games and just said they're not for me. But I looked at the open world, saw the exploration. I was like, okay, maybe I can do this. So they just had this magic mix going.
Right.
But now we've seen other things come along, like, Pal World this year, even Helldivers 2 in a lot of ways, that have kind of maybe not reached the level of Elden Ring, because Elden Ring, again, was a game of the year, like, oh my God, from a big developer type experience, but still just kind of that conversation piece that a lot of people are talking. And I should throw in there Baldur's Gate 3. Baldur's Gate 3 was another one of those that reached that level where people could not stop talking about it. Streamers had to be streaming it. Still to this day, people are posting clips about Baldur's Gate 3 and things that they're doing within the game. And now they've got this whole subgenre of turning Baldur's Gate 3 just in only playing it like a dating sim game. Like there's just so many things that happen in today's society and social media that can cause this type of conversation to happen. Dragon's Dogma 2, why I think that it has the potential, some of the mix, and I do want to read some from an article that I found, Steele, that kind of went under the radar. It was actually published March 5th, so about 11 days ago. But not a lot of people had picked up on it. But this gentleman from VG 24/7 had written up an article after he played it again for another 3 hours, Dragon's Dogma 2, and some of his thoughts kind of mirror some of what I was thinking as I was watching videos of the game and kind of seeing the previews. Well, let me put it to you. I'll give my thoughts first. The reason why I think this has that potential is because of the style of game it is. It doesn't necessarily fit one type of mold of game. And that's because, as we said, this is why Dragon's Dogma 1, while it initially came out, had its issues performance-wise. That's why I don't like hearing that there's potentially going to be some performance issues with this game again, especially on the RE engine. I understand why potentially, but I still, again, no excuses in 2024, this type of game. I don't want to hear those types of, again, this should be polished. This should be optimized for console. But at the same time, Dragon's Dogma when 2 came out, had its issues. Again, it was competing against at the time Oblivion, right?
High quality game.
Like these games that blew up, and it didn't fit its mold because it came from Capcom, an Eastern style developer, but it was a Western RPG. So it didn't fit the mold of a JRPG. It didn't fit the mold of a Western RPG because there is really unique elements to Dragon's Dogma that were ahead of its time when it launched. So a lot of people didn't get it. Right? They didn't get what this game was trying to do. So, but then over time, right, it caught on. And especially with Dark Arisen, when they launched Dark Arisen version, right, people jumped back into it. And like Steele said, like the opening parts of it, you might still be like, what is this game trying to be? What are we trying? I get it. Like I get this is an RPG, this is open world. Like, okay, I got my classes, I got my arm, I get my loot, I get all this kind of, but what is it trying to do here? What am I trying to do in battle? No, it doesn't hold your hand. Right. But that then with Dark Arisen, more people tried it. More people got through some of the opening stuff and got into the world and then started seeing the details, started seeing the different mechanics at play, started liking the challenges that this game brought, which were different from other games, not Souls games per se, not necessarily your typical Western RPGs or your JRPGs type challenges, but its own really unique challenges about how strategy challenges with your pawns, strategy challenges about, exploring in the nighttime and making sure that you have your lantern out, or, getting kind of really risky and just, walking around in the dark and seeing what you find and what happens. And then also the bigger monsters, how to take them down, how to find their weak points, how to climb up onto them. Again, using environmental stuff. Oh, I got a cliff over here. Oh, well, in most games, the enemy AI is going to stay away from that cliff. I'm never going to have an opportunity to use that. No. Oh, I can take the Cyclops and kind of position him, move him towards the cliff. He might make one of his moves, like one of his spinning club moves or whatever, and spin himself right off that damn cliff to instant death. Like figuring that stuff out, that this gave you a lot of different ways to play, a lot of different options, and then figuring out like the class system and how you could expand your classes and change your classes as you leveled up, and all of a sudden using that in with your pawns and what pawns you decided to use and how you could strategize out and use different elements and combinations of skills to defeat different enemies. All that became a big thing. And all of a sudden this game became a cult classic. And all of a sudden this thing got a lot more eyes on it. So Dragon's Dogma 2 comes along off the back of all of this hype. A lot of people never expecting a sequel to ever come out. Capcom went through their troubled times. They seemingly forgot a lot about their IPs. Dragon's Dogma, sure, it caught late fire, like years after its initial release, it caught late fire, but not like the biggest seller of all time. I think it's at 8 million copies, right? Which is great. It's fantastic, but that took a long time to happen. So a lot of people didn't even think this was going to exist, but you get the team back together. Capcom is now obviously back on top again. They are feeling their oats. They are doing things that I didn't even think Capcom would go back to. Again, taking risks, trying new IP, and they give the green light to Dragon's Dogma 2, get the original team back together again. Give them the resources to go do what their original vision was. Because if you play Dragon's Dogma 1-2, or if you play Dragon's Dogma 1, you can see where it was a new IP. They didn't know how it was going to turn out. They were trying new things. There was a lot of stuff that you could see they wanted to do, but either cut it because they couldn't fit it into the game, or they couldn't realize all of that vision. There's a lot of that in Dragon's Dogma. This is one thing I always thought about when I was playing Dragon's Dogma, like, oh man, I bet you they kind of wanted to really go in this direction, but you could see they kind of just cut themselves off. There's like dead ends in Dragon's Dogma 1 where you're like, oh, I know there should be more road, but like, oh, we didn't have enough time. We didn't have enough resources. We had to finish it right here. Dragon's Dogma 2 seemingly is that full vision. And with the strategy now, with strategy games, along with Souls games, along with the explosion of Western RPGs, Steel, I think this is a prime moment for Dragon's Dogma 2. People are now excited to get into these games and figure out new ways to play them, right? New ways to explore, defeating some of the bigger bosses. And in Dragon's Dogma 2, we've got, all sizes of bosses up to Colossus type bosses. People love that nowadays, Steel. This is now a norm. It is not a niche anymore.
Right.
So people love testing the limits of the games and strategy. And with the pawns AI now becoming seemingly even better than it was, which at the time was groundbreaking stuff. If you go back and you realize how long ago that Dragon's Dogma 1 was made, and you look at what they were doing with the pawn system, you realize how groundbreaking some of that AI stuff in there was at the time. And now they have a chance to make it even better. And from all the previews, everybody's saying that's exactly what's happened here. Your AI pawns are freaking on another level. So people are going to experiment a ton within this game. They've added so many new classes, Steel, and so many new abilities to this game as well, that you're going to have people, streamers, right? People that get into that stuff, trying to find the meta builds, right? And those meta builds are going to be on different levels because it's going to include what pawns you use and what strategies you use going into each battle. I think that gives this talking point after talking point. People are going to go out in the world and explore this world in different ways, which also they're going to be people going, oh shit, look at what I found over here. Look at this look at how I defeated this monster in this specific area, because we saw in some of the previews and some of the showcases that they've done of this game, how you can create rock slides to bury an enemy, right? How you can use a river, you can break a bridge, right? And make them all fall. People love this stuff nowadays. And the clips that people are going to have out of Dragon's Dogma 2 are going to be incredible. It's going to be one of these games that you think you've seen it all, and then somebody's going to come along and have a certain ability with a certain set of pawns and be able to make a boss be defeated in some way that nobody thought of before. This is what makes content nowadays. This is what gives games legs. That's why I think that this game, being as expansive as it is, with the open world elements to it, with all the different mechanics, nighttime, daytime, differing, all of that stuff wrapped up into it, I think this game has a chance to be that Elden Ring type, Baldur's Gate 3 type phenomenon where people just jump into it. Now, with the performance issues that we kind of are getting hints of on console, if they can't get that stuff patched, if they can't get it fixed, again, they run the risk of a lot of people who are console only players jumping in, but then going, yeah, I'm not doing this because the frame rates are too bad. Back in the day on the 360 generation, when Dragon's Dogma 1 came out, a lot of games had that, and we just played through it. That's why I don't have a problem playing through it. It was kind of the expectation when you got a big open world game like an Oblivion or like a Dragon's Dogma, you're going to have time when frames dip to 20, when frames dip to 15, when there was, extra long loading screen. Like, we just dealt with that shit because that was the norm. But nowadays, we already know it doesn't fly. Now, could Dragon's Dogma 2 be so good? And there's a lot of people claiming this is going to be so good. And again, I'm going to get to this VG247 article here because he's one of the gentlemen who believes it is. Right. Could it be so good, Steel, that this is one of the forgiven titles, right? This is one of the ones that are forgiven for the flaws that are there, right? And that people just go like, Star Wars, right? Is it going to be, people are like, yeah, the flaws are there. Yeah, I had these frame rate dips. Yeah, kind of sucked, kind of stuttered here. I had this here, but I'm having such a great time. I don't give a shit.
Right.
I'm just going to praise the hell out of this game. Right. Could we be in one of those moments again? Yes, we could. Again, I will talk about it. Again, I'm going to be playing it on PC, so I'm not expecting to have those issues. But if people are posting clips about it. We'll talk about it. We'll obviously give it the smoke because, again, RE Engine has already proven itself to be very capable on current gen. Some of the stuff they've been doing over at Capcom with the RE Engine, if it's optimized right, it's been great. Now, again, granted, this is a big open world and that presents its own challenges, but I would, the Elden Ring, if I remember correctly, Steel, Elden Ring had some minor stuff. But overall, it was pretty solid on console.
Yeah, it was.
Right?
There had some frame rate stuff. It wasn't consistent 60 on consoles in the beginning. It also had some graphical errors in the beginning.
It had some minor
little
stuff.
slew of things, but that didn't outweigh how people felt about the game, what they were experiencing, the elements from it, and all that. Yeah.
And that's what I think Dragon's Dogma 2 has a chance to do. And again, whether that's right, wrong, whatever, some games are just good enough to overcome stuff like that at its core. I just hope that the drops aren't so bad that it becomes like, oh my God, this is unplayable. Obviously, if there's any save issues because you only have one save slot, there cannot be any save glitches. Okay. Otherwise, that's going to be a massive problem, but we will wait and see on that. So let me get to this article real quick from VG247. This is by Alex Donaldson, assistant editor over there. Again, published March 5th. I just wanted to kind of read through this because he brings up some of the stuff I was talking about. It's not a very long article either. So let me get into it real quick here. He says, the title of this is After 3 Hours of Dragon's Dogma 2, I am convinced it's not just Game of the Year contender. It may be an all-time great. Could it be an all-timer? Could it be a masterwork for all? Here's hoping Capcom doesn't go wrong in the final hurdle. So he wants to talk about this. I'll skip his opening comments, which don't have much to do with the game. He just talks about basically how he has good gut instincts about this stuff. And obviously that's how he leads into this. So let's see here. He goes, let's talk about Dragon's Dogma 2. I already previewed it, but in one last beat before it releases, I got to play another 3 hours of the game. It's a banger. I can tell that this game is special. Moreover, the last time I felt this way was, and he said in parentheses, whisper it, when I played 6 hours of Elden Ring shortly before that game was released. Dragon's Dogma 2 is giving those vibes. I hate to compare it to Elden Ring because it's comparing everything to From Software's success is played out as hell. But he goes, but here, I can't deny it. It's true. In fact, it's giving those vibes so thoroughly that eagle-eyed readers might notice that the structure of this preview's opening, guts, glory, and all, is borrowed wholesale from the 2022 write-up that he did on Elden Ring. Back then, I was excitedly but tentatively saying Elden Ring evoked a feeling I hadn't felt since previewing Breath of the Wild. Consider that lineage Dragon's Dogma 2 now resides in. With the final hurdle of review yet to come, it stands among giants. Why? I mean, God, how do you even explain it? That's the other thing about games like this. I think they're always difficult to explain. As you heard me and Steel talking, like that's what I was getting at. Dragon's Dogma 1, 2, it doesn't fit a mold. Like it's so many different things in one, right? That it's hard to tell people why it's different or why it's the same as like something they may have played in the RPG genre. It just doesn't quite fit anything. Like it's something you have to experience to understand. Before my preview, I was chatting away with Capcom PR about the difficult task they have of demoing a game like this. The first Dragon's Dogma was a cult hit that slow burned its way from 1 million launch copies up to pushing 8 million today. It's weird, esoteric, highly systems-based, and surprisingly hardcore in its mindset and design. It was, to be honest, ahead of its time. You heard me echoing some of these same sentiments. Again, this is stuff I've said about Dragon's Dogma 1 anytime I talk about it. In 2023, it finally feels like that it really has caught up with the ideas the Dogma development team, led by Capcom visionary Hidetake Itsuno, dreamed up 12 years ago. This is where it differs from those good vibe peers I evoked early, for it isn't a masterful iteration of a subgenre that has been steadily expanding for decades, nor is it a bottom-up reimagining of something beloved. Instead, It is just more. That's what stealing. That's why the question earlier, I forget who questioned whether or not if they like Dragon's Dogma 1, they would like Dragon's Dogma 2, or they didn't like Dragon's Dogma 1 if they potentially could like Dragon's Dogma 2. That's why both Steele and I said probably not, because it's just more of the same. Yeah, exactly. The first Dragon's Dogma gives the feeling of a game that is fit to burst, not with padding and icon vomit open world maps, but just in its concept and its raw design. You could tell that in its development, a lot was cut. Again, he's echoing a lot of what I was saying. Post-release, Itsuno talked at GDC about how at some stages the design for the game was the better part of double the size of what ultimately was shipped. Again, he's talking about Dragon's Dogma 1. It's a miracle in a sense that they didn't ship something compromised. The ideas are there, bubbling beneath the surface, and that's part of the charm of it all. But in Dragon's Dogma 2, the intent is to see all those ideas to their maximum potential. After a few hours, I can see it. Take the pawns, the AI allies that accompany you in your adventure, as well as your protagonist. You'll create one custom pawn of your own, then recruit either preset pawns from Capcom or more likely the pawns of other players, which you get uploaded into an internet depository for all to see. Your pawn too can be hired by other players, giving a community feeling to the strictly single player experience. The pawn concept is easy to love on paper, and it's easier still in practice. Having the creations of other players form your RPG party seems cool to begin with, but then you realize that they bring with them knowledge. If you come across a new enemy that you've never encountered before, listen to this shit, Steele. Again, this is the shit that you don't
little things.
Little thing. If you come across a new enemy that you've never encountered before, but the pawn of a player who slaughtered many of them, the pawn might pipe up with advice on battle strategies or weak points. So this pawn coming from another player's game, if in that player's game, they've fought these enemies a bunch and this pawn has experienced that, it will bring that knowledge to your game.
I like
this is a freaking AI pawn, people. Yeah. Again, these concepts, and again, they had some of this 12 years ago. This was never even imagined and still to this day isn't executed upon to this degree. Again, they are breaking ground with a lot of this stuff here. Let's see, exploring the wilds. They might note that they know of a location of a treasure chest near here. So again, if it's seen the treasure chest in the other player's game, it brings that knowledge and says, hey, you might want to go look over here. I've been here before. Hey, you, I've been here before. Go look over here. This is so damn cool. Yeah. Do you want them to lead you right to it? Again, it feels collaborative in a game that is entirely played alone. What Itsuno admits is that in the first game, the pawns only have vague veneer of life. They're famous for screaming the same catchphrases repeatedly and descending into bizarre AI routines. Right. He was satisfied with the result in 2012, but now believes the technology and power is there to deliver a system where you could really feel like these player-generated characters have the depth and personality of a hand-curated party members in other other RPGs. It's bold, but even after a few hours with Dragon's Dogma 2, I can see the difference. The same is true in world design. Dragon's Dogma released mere months after Skyrim. And its open world was, I didn't remember that it was right after Skyrim. I thought it was before Skyrim, but okay. That would explain a lot. That puts in more perspective of why it didn't hit out the gate too. If you were going up against Skyrim at that time, I thought it was before then. Okay. I was wrong. That makes even more sense. And its open world was quaint by comparison even then. Stepping out of one of the major towns in the wild of the sequel make it clear that this is a different mood. From mountains laced together with wooden rope pulley lifts that you can make your pawns power on your behalf or do so yourself, to oceanside beaches reached via cavernous, dark, dank spaces, it just feels big, ambitious. And of course, all of that vaguely procedurally Dragon Dogma madness. At one point, I decided to take a gigantic rock golem-like enemy for the sake of testing out combat on something bigger. Playing as an archery-led class, I could quite easily target the monster's weak points from a relatively safe distance, and even use a healing arrow to friendly fire my pawns to keep them as a distraction up close. It was a bit intense, but I was having casual fun. Then out of nowhere, A griffin that just happened to be flying by sweeps in, and suddenly it's a three-way fight. Suddenly it's quite deliciously unwinnable. The beauty of the combat design in this game is that it isn't, not really, there's always a weak point to exploit if you are sufficiently skilled. And if you're not, even running away is a thrill. Some enemies will follow with a sort of single-mindedness usually reserved for slasher villains. The scale of the open world means you have more options to approach enemies or make those retreats too, which helps tremendously. You know it's good when even beating a hasty retreat gets the blood pumping. Of course, with a game this large, all this is a big old maybe, a huge asterisk. There's so much still to see, so much that could still go wrong, even if everything I've seen so far is going righteously right. So far, so good. Final code will be the real test. It's worth noting too that I was one of those people converted by the delightful slow burn of the first game, and so I'm predisposed to like the second. But I really do think the market has caught up with the pace, tone, and style of Dragon's Dogma. The world is ready for another one of these games, and it feels like this might be exactly the right game at the right moment. Could it be an all-timer? Could it be a masterwork for all? Here's hoping Capcom doesn't go wrong in the final hurdle. Again, echoing. Like I had read through this article a couple days ago, but again, it was just similar to my thoughts. I wasn't just copying his article. It was just similar to what I had in mind. And again, just reading back through it now, I realized how much of that was like really similar. But again, these are the types of thoughts I've heard from multiple people now, Steel, that this is just a game. Again, it was ahead of its time back then. Now, again, I realize just reading that again, that it was competing 1-for-1 with Skyrim. Obviously, that wasn't going to go well. But now we've evolved as gamers. The gaming industry has evolved. That it could be, like he says, the perfect moment for Dragon's Dogma 2, where people now know about it. They jump into it, and it's exactly the type of game that people love these days. Different. It's not a Souls game, right? It's not your classic Bethesda style Western RPG. It has a mix of that difficulty, like Baldur's Gate 3 with the strategy, but it's action-based. It's completely random. It's got that Bethesda randomness and the exploration to it, like we saw that From kind of got in Elden Ring as well. Right. It's like that perfect moment, man. And I think that this is going to be up that Game of the Year contender quality, if not just running away with Game of the Year when it's all said and done.
Yeah, as long as the story is A1 as well. I mean, again, just the sense of exploration, going to a corner of a map, finding things, I think is going to be the most unique part of this. Going through the game possibly and finding things, or not running into things, I should say, that maybe other people have run into, because that is something that people have also talked about. One of the things in the first game is that some people were hoping weren't going to return to the second game, was there were some time-gated things as well in the first game, to where if you didn't do things within a certain amount of time, you were never going to experience certain missions or whatever the case. Now, for me, I think that's kind of a turn off, because it's just like you're forcing me to play a certain way, but it's an option. The dev threw it in there. Maybe it's something you find out by the end of your game and you do a second playthrough. Now, for me, as somebody that's probably going to spend the time just in my entire first playthrough, because I don't see the point of doing that, where I'm just going to be exploring and just enjoying myself, seeing what the journey brings to me, trying to find the best cosmetics in the game, because of course that's going to matter more than anything else. Whether those are the things that I'm doing, there's just so much fun to be had here. Such an engaging time, and I can't wait to get into further conversations about it too. That's the most
that pawn AI too, bro. Jesus.
The pawn AI in itself, I do think that Dragon's Dogma has some, even the first game has some of the better AI that I've experienced for sure. And hearing how engaging the AI is going to be in here, I can't wait, man. I can't wait to see the different engagements that we get into, the different stories that I'm going to be able to tell, just the overall experience that's going to be giving me. And then I'm also a thief. I'm probably going to be one of the biggest thieves out here, right? Because I made my guy kind of tall, but I'm going to be hella mobile, guys. I'm going to be out here rolling and rocking. So Yeah, man. Super excited about Dragon's Dogma. Definitely going to be playing that this week. And that what was the release day on that, Pawn? That was
the
22nd,
March 22nd, Thursday, right?
Thursday,
Wednesday. Oh, and I saw the question. Is it Friday? 22nd is Friday.
Mm-hmm.
Is it? Is it really? Oh, okay. But I saw the question pop up in the chat. I forgot who asked it about New Zealand. I looked it up, and again, sometimes this is wrong. But supposedly Dragon's Dogma 2 does release at midnight local time, wherever you're at, which means New Zealand will be Thursday. Okay. You will be able to take a trip to New Zealand. For all of you that know how to do that, you take a trip to New Zealand. You'll be able to play Dragon's Dogma 2 early by what I think New Zealand's 13 hours ahead of us. So yes, that will be available according to a couple of sites that I checked out. That is the schedule. Okay. So it will be midnight local time. So even if you wait for like the US, East Coast will be playing before Central Time, before Mountain Time, before Pacific Time. Right. So it'll be midnight local time regionally. But again, if you know how to take a plane trip, you know how to get those cheap tickets to New Zealand or wherever else is ahead of us, you'll be able to play early. So yes, those planes are going to be booked.
In the US, it'll be if you're playing on PCs, it'll be midnight, Thursday night, midnight going into Friday. I don't know. Yeah. I'll see what I can do. I might just end up I'm gonna have to make that just an earlier day.
It'll be because if that works, it'll be early Thursday for us. I mean, you'll be able to hop in early Thursday.
So, yeah. All right. Well, that is Dragon's Dogma, ladies and gentlemen. What an exciting game to get into, and I can't wait for it.
Yes.
Well, Pong, where do we go from here? Do we get into something that was? I know this game, this particular topic, leak. Conversation, whatever you want to call it, has happened previously.
Oh yeah.
And I know some people are bringing that up. Oh, why are you talking about this like it's brand new? We already knew about the cancellation of this. And if you didn't know what I'm talking about Spider-Man and the Great Web. One of the biggest reasons why I want to bring this here again, because I'm continuously seeing things that show me reasons why I should not have faith in this initiative that Sony is showing me for getting people into their ecosystem, right? It shows the lack of vision, creativity, and maybe they're doing this on purpose because the trailers have not been taken down from what I know, right? There's this channel right now that I'm going to end up playing the gameplay from that has 150K views, uploaded 3 days ago, and it's still uploaded. So there is a thought process that possibly they did this on purpose to gauge interest, right? Now, first thought, I don't know if they're that smart to do that. Second thought, if they did end up doing that, that is the smartest yet dumbest marketing strategy that I have ever seen.
Yeah.
But I don't know. It's hard for me to believe in current day that they released the gameplay for something that they should have known was going to work. At least in my eyes. Maybe they got their questions. Again, modern day of gaming, you never know. Way people are feeling about Spider-Man 2 wasn't the highest coming off of 2018. So maybe that has something to play with it. Maybe it's Disney raising prices and on them on the licensing side and saying, we don't know. Maybe we need to say this is a quote unquote leak, because this time what makes this leak different is I feel like we've gotten more gameplay and more of a trailer from it this time than we did previously from it. And this trailer does seem to be a little bit more put together, of better quality for sure. But the other thing as well that I'll add in, because I did notice that, it did seem quite shallow. So this could have been early on in development. It could have been midway, because again, they're using the same assets. You can tell it's the same city, the same models, same characters, same enemies, same swing styles. Now, the individual spider people did have their unique styles as far as their gameplay was going. So maybe just for what they had there, They only worked on these characters, but it at least demonstrated to me the potentiality, whether that be through unlocks, whether that be through a battle pass, whether that be through however, right? That this game could have had some high potential. And it is an extremely unfortunate thing to me that I have to continuously see PlayStation cancel multiplayer games and then follow up again off of factions and now seeing Spider-Man. It's hard for me to continuously watch that and then hear people that are on that side of the fence say, oh, well, we didn't need that anyway. Oh, well, it wasn't what it needed to be, so that's why they canceled it. What the hell do you mean it wasn't what it needed to be? I thought this was supposed to be your top tier talent, with some of your top tier talent. It's the same thing that I say with Rockstar about GTA. If GTA 6 doesn't come to PC day and date, so you can just spend billions of dollars making a game, but you just keep it on console. I just don't see that. Especially considering that GTA 5 came out on a 360, which is, again, completely different generations, but whichever the case. Anyway, that's besides the point in a different conversation. But when we get to things like this, Insomniac, Naughty Dog, these are people that have done multiplayer previously or some co-op functionality previously. And now you're telling me that they can't do it now? In the games there, it seems like to be it the most obvious? Spider-Man 2, and again, I've seen some back and forth about this as well. There were one of the things about Spider-Man 2 that they were teasing was that you'll see Peter or Miles swinging through the city randomly. Apparently, people say that doesn't happen as often as you would like to think. It's actually very rare that you see that. It's like, okay, well, that's not what I was expecting to see. I thought it was going to be a little bit more engaging than that. I mean, I guess I could feel that. They're both going through two different things, two different times, whatever. Cool. But just you saying that kind of hinted to me that maybe there was some form of co-op component here that you had and you didn't have enough time to implement it, or it wasn't fully thought out, or you didn't have enough of a baseline for it, so you didn't put it in here. But we do know from the rumors that there is supposedly a planned multiplayer Spider-Man game in development. Whether it is this, whether they slice this and now are attaching it to Spider-Man 3, that could be a possibility. Maybe it's not fully canceled, but it's going to be in the next game. That could be a possibility. Man, I would love to see another publisher or another hardware manufacturer, another person that makes games outside of Nintendo, who that's very rare to see also because they got Splatoon, but I would love to see somebody else release a game that has good single player and also good co-op multiplayer functionality that can bring a community together. Man, the concept of that is so ingenious. I wonder who's done that before. I wonder who else we could think of in the gaming industry that has been able to do both, have done it so well to a point where it's just expected. And if it isn't done at 100% on all facets and forms, then it's a problem and we should question the entire brand, the entire identity, and throw our arms up and yell to the top of our lungs and just go crazy. Man, is that a Marvel concept, Pawn? What do you think?
It's fantastic, Steel, but I don't know if you heard, they don't want this anyway. We never asked for this. We don't want this. Wasn't going to be Sony quality anyways. So just stick to what you do good. We don't need games right now. We got plenty of games to play. So just rather Sony just focus on quality over quantity every day, all day. And this would have just been a throwaway anyways. So, good. Glad they canceled it. And all you frauds claiming that you would play this, you wouldn't play it anyways. You've heard that, Steel? You heard that?
I haven't heard that myself, but I've heard some offhanded things. I heard that when they were talking about The Last of Us. And the multiplayer for that, I definitely heard those conversations then.
It's back. It's back, man. It's back. Listen, we've talked about this so much that where Sony's at with this stuff. Again, whether or not this is just I don't believe that this was put out there to gauge interest. Again, if you don't know your own fan base, so you got bigger issues at large. If you don't know that people have been asking for a co-op, version of Spider-Man for a long time, I don't know what to tell you. If you're going to put this much quality work into it, like Mav brought up multiple times, these trailers are like, this is like, looks like the game's like ready. Like this is like full production trailers, like ready to launch the game. Maybe this was the game that was due this year. Again, this probably goes back to Jim Ryan's original statements about how they were going to have 10 to 12 games as service games, right? We know this. This is one of those games that probably has been in production for longer than we know of.
It seems to be the fucking flow, man.
It does. It seems to be the flow. Now, is this Hiroki Totoki coming in and saying, yeah, nah, we ain't doing this. We ain't spending the money on these games as a service games, because it does take talent and resources to keep these games going. We're just not going to do that. I don't care what the IP is. We're just not going to invest in this many games. And we'd rather Insomniac, put all that time and money into Wolverine and into Spider-Man 3 and X-Men, which we now know the roadmap. And we're not going to have anybody, working on this game to keep this game alive. So why put it out there? That certainly could be the case. And like I said, a lot of people are saying this is a giant L for Sony. If they were never intending upon taking the time and effort necessary to keep a games as a service game going in this mold, in a 5-player co-op type game, and producing content for it, well, then it's not an L, because if internally you're not going to support it, there's no reason to put the damn game out there. It's an L because they wasted their time to to obviously produce the game, start making the game. And obviously there's a lot of talent and time wasted there. But overall, if you aren't going to support it, you can't put this game out there. You can't. That would be a bigger problem at the end of the day than not releasing it at all. So it's fine that this was canceled if that is the mentality internally. But this goes back to Sony, and this goes back to what Steele was mentioning here, and what we've talked about plenty of times. Do they have the balls to jump into this space as a first party studio? Or are they going to do what they've always done and go back to relying on third parties to cover this part of the genre that they can't do? They said they needed these streams of revenue, and you get the biggest stream of revenue from your first party. Are they going to let teams like Haven, those are first party now, right? They acquired them, but they're new teams, right? New IP. Are they going to let those teams experiment and kind of fool around with this stuff? A team like Arrowhead and Helldivers 2 obviously shows they can be successful, right? Not first party, second party.
Yep.
But again, are they going to let that happen? But they're big teams. They're Naughty Dogs. They're Insomniacs. People consider these some of the best devs in the world. Are they telling us that we don't care how big the IP is, we don't care if it has advantages, we're not having those teams, those very, very expensive, talented teams, do this, do games as a service, do multiplayer, do we're just not going to have them do these types of games. We think they're better spent on the things that we know or have the greatest chance of success for us as PlayStation, which is our third person narrative driven type experiences, cinematic experiences. Are we going to just have them solely focus on that now? Even if Jim had thought maybe they could find success elsewhere. I think they don't have the balls to put their biggest teams on these types of games. I don't think that they want to jump in that realm like that, Steel. I don't think that they're willing to take that risk, even though, as we've all pointed out, and I especially made apparent on Thursday night with PM to PM, in this high risk industry, right? We all know that no matter what type of game you're making, it's high risk. We know that games as a service in 2024 is even more high risk due to the competition that is already well established in our black holes for a lot of that player base, right? The Fortnites, right? The Call of Duty war zones.
Yep.
Those are established franchises with millions upon millions of monthly gamers that will not deviate from that habitual playing that they have with those games. So when you jump into this space to become a Pal World or a Helldivers 2 is very rare and is highly risky no matter who you are. But when you have an IP like Spider-Man or you have an IP like The Last of Us, that gives you built-in advantages with a massive fan base already clamoring to go experience those types of IPs in different ways. You already have a built-in advantage being PlayStation and having won the popularity contest where people will gobble up whatever your first party puts out to a certain degree. Maybe not to the degree Nintendo first party gets it, but you still have a built-in ready-made player base that will jump in. And to me, it's crazy still. It's crazy that they don't have the courage to do this. Again, if internally you're saying we're just not going to spend the money on these types of games because we don't think we're going to get the ROI. Okay, well then from a business standpoint, yeah, cancel the damn game because it's not going to be successful, even if it is Spider-Man, if you're not going to support it. This formula has already been made. It's not a new formula. The successes and the failures are many on both sides.
Right.
They've shown you the path. So if you're not willing to go down that path to success, then so be it, cancel it. But my God, Steele, if you are looking for a revenue stream,
right,
there is no better chance than either with Factions 2 or with this Spider-Man game. If you did it right, if you supported it, if you brought in the talent to keep it going, if you were willing to divide your team up off of their other projects and say, nope, you guys are dedicated to making this as good as a damn well can be, you are set up for the greatest chance of success. Now, it's not 100% guaranteed.
Right.
But my God, had they dropped what I saw, again, I wouldn't have been one of the people that drop into it, okay? I'm not speaking from that point of view. Again, I understand why Spider-Man is so big, just not a fan of the games, not, Spider-Man as a character, it just isn't as interesting to me as other comic book characters. So whatever, this isn't about me, but God damn it. If I can see from the outside looking in, had they gone through with this, dropped this into PlayStation 5, and more importantly, dropped it on the PC and supported the hell out of this game, having a 5-player co-op game like this, even if, Steele, it wasn't the deepest mechanics, Helldivers 2 isn't the deepest mechanics. Yes, there's strategy involved. Yes, but if you made that co-op fun as hell, and from the looks of it, it was going around doing missions, beating up bad guys all together, swinging through the city together, all unique abilities amongst the different kind of spider characters there were. You had it set up, Steele. Customization would have been a monetization easy win where people bought the different outfits and all that kind of stuff. There's so many different things they could have done with this IP. To me, it is crazy that they abandoned it. But that's just me. Again, I don't run billion-dollar companies, right? But to me, this is crazy. This is one of the easiest slam dunks you will see in this type of game. And they just said, nope, not going to do it.
Yeah, that's wild. That's wild as hell to me. Slow-mo, you wild for that. You say you tearing that penis up. Pause. Because there's a tentacle monster on screen in Blades of Time, man.
Oh,
and, not gonna lie to you, Slow-mo. I thought about that at the same time. I was like, what is this supposed to be? Really? This is what they did. But nonetheless, hey, we beat the octopus, the plant monster thing.
Yeah. Tentacle porn.
I can say the same thing about Batman and Poison Ivy, the way she used her tentacles in there, her vines, quote unquote, in there. Left some very questionable moments to be had. But nonetheless.
I don't know, Steele. I don't know. Sony's lost in a lot of ways, or at least very confused about what they want to do. And I think that's been ongoing. And again, just because other people don't ever want to talk about it, nobody wants to whisper the word mismanagement. When it comes to Sony, there is obviously a lot of that going on within Sony Studios. And again, that's not anything new to this industry. That's not anything that we haven't discussed here about what they did to themselves, painting themselves into a corner for a whole generation, relying on third party for a whole generation. We've been talking about this shit for years and that it was going to come back to bite them in the ass. They forgot how to make other games. They have forgotten how to make other, as crazy as that is. Again, go back to the PS2 generation. Yes, they still did a lot of third-party deals, but my God, their first party were putting out diverse lineups of games, different styles of games, trying new things. They completely, even in the PS3 generation, when they came back and did start focusing, they still had diverse lineup, but even when they started focusing on those narrative-driven games, they changed a lot of stuff up to create an Uncharted, to create a Last of Us. Those were games that we hadn't necessarily seen to that level prior to them coming out. That's why they did have so much success, was because they were trying to push the envelope, but they still had things like MotorStorm, right? They still tried things like Killzone. Even if it was misguided to say it was going to be a Halo killer. They tried things like Resistance. They tried things. Steel, Twisted Metal was still alive. They tried all of these different things. They had diverse lineups. And then in one generation, the PS4 generation, they decided that they were going to do one thing. And yes, they were damn good at that one thing. And yes, they obviously had a stellar generation, due to the competition falling off the face of the planet in a lot of ways and killing themselves like Xbox did. But frick, man, how in one generation do you forget how to make other games? You guys used to make SOCOM. You used to make Killzone. You used to make multiplayer games. You know how to do it. Sure, not all those were Halo level success or Call of Duty level success, but they have a damn good, strong fan base. And all of a sudden you're telling me you don't know how to do this anymore, or you're not sure you really want to do this anymore, but we really need this. But so we're going to start doing this. We're going to start putting some of our best teams on it. We're going to do 6 years of development on Factions 2 and then just pull the plug because you just are scared. You're just not confident that you can jump into that space. You're just not willing to put the time and resources to support that type of game, even though you know it's going to be a money revenue making machine for you potentially that you claim you need in 2023, 2024. This is a lot of back and forth, wishy-washy, dip our toes in. Oh, it's too cold. I want to jump in. It looks deep. It doesn't look right. It doesn't feel right. No. Again, this is not the Sony of old. This is not the PlayStation of old. This is not the PlayStation that I played for decades. This is not that we're going to come in and crush the industry type PlayStation. This is a very timid PlayStation. And again, I say this with passion because I loved what PlayStation once was. I really did. Again, they don't make the games that I necessarily... They make some. They don't make a lot of games that I like to play. Back in the day, PlayStation was making a ton of games I wanted to play. That's why I owned every single PlayStation up to this point. Now, this feels awkward, Steel. Again, I can't believe they've gone so far one way that they can't come back to making these style of games. But man, you got to jump in. You got to jump in at some point. Right? You got to go for it at some point. If you're going to do this, do it.
This was the easiest springboard that you could have asked for. And again, it's one of those things to where you say, oh, well, it's the money, or like Gene was mentioning in the chat, he was like, oh, well, it's quality control. Yo, if you need quality control on a co-op Spider-Man experience, and you guys
look at these fucking trailers, they're beautiful.
You guys didn't know how to get the game together? Really? Spider-Man has all of these characters, has this huge villain gallery that you could use. You have all these other systems that take place out here. Maybe you go to WB and you cut a licensing deal for the Nemesis system or something. You know how dope that would have been in this fucking game? You don't even need to do that. You don't have to, but there's just little things that you could have did to make it just an engaging experience. It didn't need to be the most storytelling experience you've ever played. And no, it just needed to be a Spider-Man game that made sense. You have the multiverse script already out there. The movies already exist. This is the reasoning why we here. You don't need this large expose or why we need to be here. We know.
People want to jump in with their friends, be Peter, be Miles, be Spider-Gwen, hop around the city, fucking beat up bad guys, and have a good time. Again, why do we overthink this shit? It doesn't have. Why is Helldivers so goddamn? It's not complex. We go in, we blow the fuck out of shit up, and then we get out. That's what we do. And it's fun as hell. Spider-Man is set up for that exact same experience. Sony overthinks it. How many times I'm sorry, Steve, I'm stealing again.
No, you're good.
How many times have we talked about it though, Steve? Why is this concept so difficult for Sony to understand? Let's say you internally don't want to spend all of this resources and talent on this experience. Then why the hell are you trying to make these experiences so big out of the box? Why not start small and build it out? Why didn't you give Insomniac the green light to go ahead and make Spider-Man 2 a co-op experience and see how people interacted with it?
It would have been an option. You didn't have to.
Why not take a little portion of what you were building here? Put it out in the wild into early access. Well, Sony doesn't do early access. They don't do. So change. Give people early access just like Xbox did with Grounded and see what happens. Let the community help build into the game what they want and make it grow. You have an IP that is an instantaneous win with a huge amount of people. Why not give them a small experience and say, hey, try this out. Tell us what you think. Tell us what we could do to make your experience fun and build it out with the community. And as that experience gets bigger, slowly build up that team that supports it. So you're not infusing it with $100 million out the gate. So you don't feel like you're taking a big risk. Why is Sony so scared of starting small? Why not put out what you had for Factions 2 that you've been working on for 6 years? You obviously had playable versions of Factions 2 in-house. Why not put some of your couple of your best maps out there, call it Factions 2 early access, and see what the community says. And if all of a sudden you got hundreds of thousands of people jumping in to play a couple of those maps, you got a winner. You got the feedback coming in. People are like, this is great. This isn't so great. Change this, change this. You got a small team working on those couple maps and you are adjusting things. And all of a sudden people are like universally going, okay, this is polished. This is good. This is great. Do more of this. Then all of a sudden you start bringing in some of the other stuff you worked on and you're finishing them up, but it's all early access. People's expectations are set in 2024. When you say beta or early access, sure, there's a lot of people who say, I'm not going to be a beta tester out here, right? I'm not going to do that. Tell me when the full game launches. But you have millions of people who do this constantly on PC. They are willing to jump in and help you build out your game. Baldur's Gate 3, for God's sake, is the success it is because they were in early access for what? 3 years? They built up a community. Sony could do the same damn thing. They have the ability to do this stuff. I just don't know why everything's got to be. Nope, it's got to come out the premium experience. It's got to be this massive, fully complete, all together experience for everybody. Otherwise, it's just not going to live up to our name. Get the hell out of here with that. Stop with the ego shit. Put out a game and say, come help us build it. We want to know what it's going to take to make our Spider-Man games as a service live up to your expectations. Come help us build this game. Players are willing to do that nowadays. Again, this is nothing new. It's been done.
You still want a good base, of course.
Yes,
right?
of course. But they obviously had that. I mean, look at the quality steal. Yeah. You got to believe they had a core base there that was Sony's premium type quality. It just might not have been all there, right? But that's what you build out. Sorry. I'm done now.
No, you're good. I mean, you're 1,000% right, because it's the same thing that frustrates me. I mean, I want to be able to get people more engaged with these games. You're trying to figure out ways to cause longevity in here, and it's not just about the multiplayer component. I mean, like literally, when you look at Spider-Man, you see that it's even lacking things that the Arkham trilogy had in its gameplay loop, whether it been horde mode, survival, whatever the case, but it just gives you additional reasons to stay locked in into that game, or be a part of the conversation. And it's just crazy for me to see that nobody has the idea, the strategy, a way to make a co-op component, an online component for an IP that is is recognized worldwide. You want to see how you sell additional copies of Spider-Man? This is how you do it. In my personal opinion. Now, again, if you feel like this is quality control, I see Nick, Gene mentioning that in chat. If you feel like this is quality control, whatever the case, I just don't think that that's a valid enough of an excuse. Because we look at other people and they say, oh, well, they can do it. Well, they do it. They've done it every time. And again, Halo and Gears are always going to be the perfect example. It was one or the other. If the story isn't good, then it's a problem. If the multiplayer isn't good, it's a problem. If one is good and the other isn't good, is a problem. So it's like, but they've done both consistently have also taken in opinions from the community. Matter of fact, the problem with both Halo and Gears is that they took too much input from the community instead of making their own game, right? So there is an ebb and flow there, right? There's going to be very rare where you get games like Baldur's Gate 3, where I think the biggest reason why Baldur's Gate was able to be as successful as it was because they still knew the type of game that they were trying to make, right? You can take all the input that you can take, right? You want people to be involved. And it's a community-driven game. It's D&D focused. From everything that people have told me about D&D, it needs to be driven by the community. So I get that. But they still had the design of the game locked in. And the one thing that I'll say about what we saw from that trailer for Spider-Man is that it doesn't look like everything was locked in. It just looked like they did throw some assets together and said, "Damn, doesn't this look? It looks like it was conceptual, but it was conceptual in an engine that already existed because the gameplay already existed."
Mm-hmm.
So it was like a group. It's like a small team got together in a corner in this small office space and said, "Hey, see if this online co-op component can work while we finish building out Spider-Man 2." That's what it feels like. And they put together a solid trailer. The trailer gave me Into the Spider-Verse feels. And if you already have a movie, too, that are doing well off of that concept, you don't have to even focus it on Miles, but off the heels of Miles Morales, the game, you could have introduced it. And that could have been very baseline, could have been Dr. Octopus, Scorpion, and Rhino, the first three villains that you get to fight, and they're going to be first 3 months of the game. That's kind of what we got right now. We want to get engagement, see how people feel about it, and then go from there. It could have been a DLC. Again, you're not going to tell me it's a waste of time and resources when games like Blades of Time, why did this game have a multiplayer component? Why? The game that's on screen, why did it have a multiplayer? They didn't have to do that. They could have just left it a single player story game. None of the God of War games back in the day had a multiplayer component. So why did this one have one? They had an idea, they put it to use, and they put it together and put it in the game. Now, did people play it? Obviously not. Never heard people talk about it. It's an interesting concept, though, and they were able to do it. So if these devs were able to do it in 2012, well, again, development started before that, but if they were able to do it back then why can't you do it now? That's my problem. Saying that it's a quality control thing, I feel like instead of quality control, you're telling me that they have no experience making those style of games or making that component of the game. That's all that you're telling me. They do not have the infrastructure to support those style of games, but you want me to believe in their ecosystem. That's the problem that I have, because it gets deeper than that. And when are you going to have the team for that? The reason that PC games don't come day and date to PC right now is because they do not have the infrastructure for it. They have one main team that handles that, and that's Nixies. They can only work but so fast.
Did you say Nixies?
Yeah, Nixes.
Yeah, they're trying Nixie in the chat.
No, Nixes. They only have one main focus for their PC proponent for things or for PC development, and that's Nixes.
Yeah.
So unless they're going to expand that team out by 100 to 200 people, it's going to take time. But that doesn't excuse anything. Insomniac made multiplayer. Again, I looked it up to make sure, because some people in the chat were saying, well, I don't think Sunset Overdrive. They did. It was called Chaos Mode or something.
Mm.
In Sunset Overdrive.
There was, yeah.
You can't say Naughty Dog did multiplayer as well. So you can't, so to tell me I can't do it, or, oh, it needed to be this big thing, who is smoking crack over there? Please let me know. Because it sounds like your time is fucked up. It sounds like your idea, your methodology of how you want to approach things is messed up. It doesn't have to be Fortnite. You don't have to, it doesn't have to be some great, grand live service game. It doesn't have to be. It could have just been the experience that you have to get, so you can garner interest to see if this is something that you build out. That's why I was excited about the first factions, because it was something that could have been built out. It didn't need to be everything day one. Give me a good handful of maps. Give me maybe 10 at least that I can sit with for some time. Give me some good game modes. Give me some good guns, some good gameplay. That's all I need. And you will have the community tell you everything else that you need. That's how these games become great today. But if you don't have the teams, the infrastructure, or the want to grow those teams, and the team that you thought that you were going to have to help you do this is also struggling, shout out to Bungie. Where does that put the strategy in, for me at least? To me, it comes across kind of clueless. It comes across weird. It comes across like, again, like to your point that you made earlier, Paul, it doesn't seem like the Sony of old, and it makes me question more. Again, people have every right to question Xbox, Nintendo, whoever else that they want to question. But every time I'm going to come here and say, out of the big two, that's all that people consider. Out of the big two, between Sony and PlayStation, I just want
Sony and PlayStation.
I mean, Sony and Microsoft. Sorry, between PlayStation and Xbox. Between the two, I just want to see more competition outside of, we need movie style quality games because that's what's quality to me, and Xbox never puts out those style of games. That's why people don't play over there, and that's not what we're looking for. I'm damn sure I ain't playing Foam Stars. Who's talking about? I tried to look up numbers for that game, Paul. I can't find a single stat. I can't find nothing. I can't find player count.
It's dead.
I can't find nothing.
Bro, it's dead. It's dead. Again, it's just funny because if Xbox put out that game, or pumped up that game, I should say, since it was, third party, obviously it was Square, but if they had made a deal for Foam Stars, we would have heard nothing about everything about the failure that it was. But obviously this just gets memory hold.
Did I say that the game didn't have to be good, just pump it out? Did I say that? Sorry.
No.
If I said it doesn't have to be good, just pump it out. If I said that, Gene,
I didn't hear you. I didn't hear you say that. I guess I think it was during your rant when you were just saying it doesn't have to be like big. It doesn't have to be this.
It doesn't have to be perfect.
It doesn't have to be
game
perfect.
is perfect.
Helldivers 2 wasn't perfect. They still let that launch. Right? So quality control only goes so far in certain cases, in certain instances. Again, that's fine. If we just want to, if we just want to say, again, Steele and I just come here and talk about this stuff. Nick's, again, that we acknowledge the fact that obviously, again, we don't run billion-dollar companies, and Sony is going to do what they do, and they don't tell people anything, and they work their own way, and they've been highly successful. So, for those of you that just say, hey, Sony, keep doing your thing, that is fine. If that's all you want from Sony and PlayStation, you have zero expectations as a gamer. You are more than happy with what Sony's doing. I'm not here to argue with you. Again, that's a stupid argument. That's opinion. If you are more than happy, those of us though that necessarily want, that don't necessarily want the same thing from Sony because it isn't necessarily what we enjoy, that would love to see PlayStation get back to doing what they used to do, which was diverse first-party lineups, trying new things, bringing back some of their old IP, getting into the multiplayer space. I'm just going to talk about it. And again, I don't have the answers. I don't know what these decisions come down to. The fact that Guerrilla's Horizon Battle Royale game that's not Horizon because it's a cartoonish Fortnite version of Horizon is supposedly still in the works. We're going to see how that turns out. But if you gave me Factions 2, you gave me the Spider-Man game, and then you gave me that Horizon Battle Royale Fortnite copycat, game or whatever it's going to turn out to be. Maybe they got something new and interesting in there, but we'll just call it what it is, a battle royale. If you gave me those 3 games in a lineup and you asked me which one was going to be successful out of those 3, that Horizon game is the furthest one. And now I could be completely wrong. But if you're going to give me Factions 2 and a Spider-Man games as a service multiplayer game, I will take those 2 100 times out of 100 times over any Guerrilla Battle Royale Horizon cartoon-based game. But that one's still supposedly in development. Schreier came out and said that one has not been canceled. Now, is it potentially going to be canceled? Sure. But I just can't believe that they didn't have any faith in these 2, Factions 2 and Spider-Man, but they're going to keep faith in that game. That just, again, these are head scratchers. These are the things that, again, unless you're in the boardroom, unless you're hearing the money men talk, unless you're hearing the devs talk, you don't know for sure what's going on behind the scenes. But I'm just saying, from the outside looking in, you got to jump in. You cannot dip your toes around and keep telling yourself it's too cold, or the wind's not blowing in the right direction, or the sun's out of alignment. It's just not perfect. It's not good enough. It's not the premium experience. We can't put this out. And you can't keep talking yourself out of taking a chance on at least 1 or 2 of these types of games. That's why Jim was trying to pump out 10 to 12, because he said it in interviews. We know there's only going to be probably 2 successful games out of this batch of 10 to 12. From what he was saying, he was telling me at least he was willing to take the risk. But now with Deviation Games, obviously the cancellation, now the closure of that studio, they're doing it to even second-party studios. I'm just saying you got to jump in. You don't have to put every single one out, but your biggest IP, give them a chance, man. See what happens. And again, if it has to be a smaller experience to start there. That's not new in 2024. That's all I'm saying. I just want to see them try. I want to see them try. That's all.
Yeah, I definitely do agree. For me, and I see Nick's getting into it a little bit. He's getting into a little bit deeper. He's like, his first thing was, what did I see first? It was about upon what we want as old heads are not going to move the needle with a younger gen 100%. Let me tell you something, Nick, real quick. And this is to anybody. Honestly, not just Nick, but it's a conversation point. Why do y'all think that the single player games are going to do it for them, when it's been proven that they don't? Final Fantasy VII Rebirth is the lowest it's ever been in Japan. Even in its own home country, where the IP has been popular previously, and again, you can say gameplay and everything has changed that, it's not getting the attention. Single player game, even in the West, it's not getting that attention, even as much as a multiplayer game would, or the engagement. It's definitely not going to be getting that engagement for an extended amount of time. So when I ask for experiences that help enhance the games that I play, I would have loved to have an experience on Spider-Man 2018 that enhanced my gameplay outside of New Game Plus. Give me additional things. Give me survival, give me a horde, give me additional things to keep me invested in this for a little bit longer than I typically would, because that's what keeps the idea of these games fresh in people's minds. Batman Arkham, one of the things that I think is extremely favorable for that game, it offers you more than just the straight up combat. You dropping down on enemies and stuff, and sure, that stuff is fun, but you can break up the monotony with racing the Batmobile, with doing those tracks, doing the Riddler stuff, doing the combat trials, doing the survival modes, fighting as many enemies as you can, see how high you can get your combo up, just freestyling, kind of doing some things, just expanding it out a bit, and even smaller, and even other games that of that ilk. It's just, for certain IP, certain things don't make sense for why you would not invest or see value in that. And just saying, oh, well, it's because of quality control, I feel is slightly misguided. I feel personally that it demonstrates that maybe these dev teams are not as great as people say that they are. Because if they are that great, then we should give 343, the Coalition, and all these other studios who have been doing these things consistently for years slack. But if we're not going to give them slack, then it needs to be consistent across the board. You spend 3 to 5 years developing a side project for your game instead of making your new game while telling me that gaming is expensive, while telling me that it's costing more to make these games, while telling me that you want to approach things more you want to approach more of the live service elements of games. I'm only going based off of what they've told me. This isn't it's just what Steel wants. No, this is what they've told us. Xbox, PlayStation, they haven't admitted it, but they support Splatoon. They support
Mario
Super
Kart
Smash
8?
Brothers, Mario Kart. They have their own options.
Bro, they have better games as a service right now than Sony does.
That's all that I'm speaking. That's all. This is not just because of my personal. This is not just because Nick's. And again, I'm gonna leave it at this, and I'm gonna stop approaching you because again, you're always gonna find something to say against what I got to say. And if you're not gonna, if 343 is not consistent, then no other studio is consistent. Naughty Dog damn sure ain't consistent. Story ain't consistent. Multiplayer ain't consistent. They can't develop games consistently. Why are the newer studios for Sony more consistent? Why is Ghost of Tsushima why did that multiplayer work? They released that. It didn't need to be the biggest thing ever, but they did it. Well, I mean, so what's the excuse for that? So should we just take the multiplayer out of that game as well? It's not the most talked about thing. I bet when it comes to PC, though, there's going to be more people playing it than there ever was previously. So you can feel however you want to feel. Are we really saying single player is no longer it? I'm generally trying to understand. I didn't say that either. So now we're coming down to, if that's what you're getting out of the conversation, I'm not here to distract you, to deter you from that. And if you don't see that Naughty Dog missed with not releasing their second version of their multiplayer, then it is what it is. And I'm not saying that you got an intent of it or any of that. I don't want y'all to feel like that. Don't take it so personally. But if you bring up a point in chat, I'm going to address your point because you're trying to go against my point. So of course I'm going to further clarify what I'm talking about because we're on a podcast, right? For me, Last of Us 2 would be an interesting game to play if it had multiplayer. Because again, as y'all know here, I have stated previously, what got me into the first game was the multiplayer. And it's not about accusal or anything else like that. And that's why I answered it like the question. And again, if we want to see it as quality control, anybody can write it off as that. If that's the way that you choose to view it, that's perfectly fine. That's your vision of it. I'm not going to deter you from that. I am going to tell you that I don't believe in that. I don't understand that. And you're not going to tell me all these other things behind the scenes and then expect me to just be satisfied with the answer that you give me. Oh, things are more expensive than ever. But with our top IP, we're not going to use them to their full potential. We're just not. We're going to develop something for 3 to 5 years and then say, oh, quality control. But then you release games on PC, for an example, like the first Last of Us. Where's the quality control in that? There's been so many quality control misses. Spider-Man 2 release, where was the quality control in that? People were losing saves, when people were having performance issues, when people were like, so where's the quality control there? They didn't delay the game. Why did they not test the update before they updated the game? It's a single player game. Why does it have those issues? Again, and it's fine. We can always agree to disagree, and that's what it's about. And if you've been here for a minute, you've heard me say, if you want single player games to continue to exist the way that you as you know them, you have to be able to come up with other ways to help sustain that, because things are not going to continuously get more expensive and you just continue to get what you think that you deserve. Battlefield is taking out their single player after they told us that the next game was going to have a single player, which is fine for me because Battlefield was never focused on single player outside of Bad Company. Now, if Bad Company 3 came out and it didn't have a single player, I'd be like, all right, well, that's kind of weird. Like, why? That's something if you've done since the first game. Regular Battlefield has always been a multiplayer experience, whether you're facing bots or not. Traditionally. Now, could they do both? For sure. They've proven to be able to do both. Do I have different expectations? That's a good example of I have a different expectation there. Different style of games, what I've experienced. Single player games like Baldur's Gate 3 and Hogwarts Legacy, we have certain ones that do well now, while others, single player game wise, tend to struggle. And if things are going to get more expensive, then you need something that's going to be able to fill in that median. And that's my main point with any of that. And if Spider-Man multiplayer component to that could have been that median for you, a Last of Us Factions could have been that median for you. Again, we're in a different time period. Just because it didn't work back then in 2013, 2014, doesn't mean that it wouldn't work today. Necessarily, especially being able to see the effort, the gameplay, the design elements that were put into these games. That's all that I'm saying. You want to label me a bot for that? You could do that. You want to label me a PC enthusiast for that? You could do that. You want to label me as I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about? You can do that. I've seen people say they don't fuck with my opinions like that, and then they think I'm crazy, and I give a lot of hot takes. If that's the way you feel, great, man. Guess what? I know who I am as a gamer, and I know who I am as a person, and I'm giving you my takes because this is how I feel about it. And I've always prefaced that with, I'm a multiplayer focused gamer. You go to my profile, the first thing you're going to see is PvP main. That's the thing I will care about over anything else. And in comparison, when we get to the crux of it, certain IPs have a certain level of expectation that others don't, even if they started with something. The biggest reason I will always give factions the smoke that it deserves is because they did it already the first time. If it wasn't going to work the second time, then it just wasn't going to work. But you could have released a better version of that, see if it caught traction, and just left it alone at there. And if you decide the servers go down or whatever, we don't get enough, boom, it is what it is. At least you tried and put your effort in, and boom, because you carried over something. It's not a missing component from your second game that you promised the people, but said, oh no, we're going to have it a year before the game releases. No, I'm not rolling with the excuses for that. I'm not going to roll with the excuses for Spider-Man either. There's nothing new in Spider-Man that can be done outside of it just looking graphically impressive. Take those stories to the next level. Take the gameplay to the next level. That's what I expect. I thought that's what we expected out of PlayStation at the end of the day. Or am I tripping in that? Isn't that the quality? Because they set the bar here, because they innovate and they make people play their game. I thought that's why we love Sony. I'm not personally seeing that. So that's why I feel the way that I do about and next, I'm not saying, and again, I'm not saying that anybody here is saying that in our chat. I've went to other chats and I've had conversations with other people where they have said these things. So I'm going to make my voice heard and my issues known and how I feel about them known, because I have a podcast and I like talking. There's no smoke that anybody can give me. Even you could come to Tekken 8, beat my ass and just talk mad shit. It's not going to bother me, dog. So what? You better than me in a Tekken. As an example. I could beat your ass. I'm not going to talk shit to you. That's just the type of person that I am. But we can go back and forth. I'm not going to feel any way about it after that. That's all I'm saying. So, Pong, you got anything against that? At least on where I'm coming from that, how I'm feeling about it, the misses, anything additionally that you want to throw in there as far as your level of expectation, why this is a downplay for you. And again, I know I think you put a good bow on it. But anything additionally after hearing my spiel?
You're a fraud.
I am.
You're just a stupid contrarian. You just say things to say things to be against the grain, bro.
That's the only reason.
That's all it is, man. You don't believe anything you're saying.
I don't. I just
listen.
Just saying it.
Listen. Again, this is what we've done since we started. This is what all of our shows, pretty much in the Fun Speculation family, is for sure, and our show here are about, is just voicing opinions as gamers. Again, none of this. We don't ever claim to be experts or factual or know things or be insiders or any of that shit. This is just all opinions from the outside, from dudes who played a lot of games throughout their lives, and it's just all opinion based. And again, if you're happy with what Sony's doing, you're happy with what Sony's doing. Millions of people are happy with what Sony's doing. Millions of people are just, that's fine. I just want the Sony of old. I want them to try things differently, try new things, break outside of this corner that they've painted themselves into. From my perspective, they painted themselves into a corner, and I just want to see the old Sony try things, man. That's all I want from them. I want these things to exist. Again, I'm calling for games to exist that I wouldn't even necessarily play, because I want them to try to expand out and do the things of old, the way that they used to. And maybe, like Dixie said, that's my old head talking. Maybe I'm outdated in 2024, but I see other places doing this. Again, I see old head type games being popular these days. It's not all about the younger generations. Yes, they have to take the younger generations into consideration. Right. We see them doing that. That's why things like battle royales exist. That's why things like Fortnite have taken off. Sure, there's older gamers playing them. Shout out to King David. There's old heads who enjoy the hell out of those games, right? But those aren't the games I grew up with. Right. But we see the older games coming back. Helldivers 2 is an old game. At its core, it's an old game. But it's having massive success. It's not a battle royale. It's not one of the newer styles games. It's just 360 like co-op fun. And at the end of the day, that's the thing that goes through all generations, and everybody's going to have a different definition of what games are fun to them. But at its core, if a game is fun, that's what matters. And what I saw out of the Spider-Man trailer, I thought could be fun. Even if it's not for me, I could just imagine all the Spider-Man fans getting together with 4 of their other friends and just having a rip-roaring time, swinging around the city, doing crazy shit, battling mobs of different enemies and fighting bosses at the end, having some raid style things going on, some missions, and just having a great time slinging webs and using the different mechanics from all the different spider characters. And I just thought, I just saw pure fun, right? Yeah. So for me, that's what I just want to see Sony try. But again, they don't want to, for their reasons. Hey, that's their $1 billion business. They don't have to. But when you're telling me you want something and I'm seeing what I'm going, Jesus, again, I've given Ubisoft the same flack for years. Yves and his group have been telling us they want this certain game. They've been chasing the golden pot, right? They've been chasing that golden goose forever. They want this game that they could have that would be, a games as a service with monetization, all this shit. They had that game the entire fucking time in Division 2 and they screwed it all up. I've given them the smoke for that. So I'm just going to call it like I see it. And I think Sony had something here. I think they had something with Factions 2. I think they had something with Spider-Man. I just want to see them jump in and give it a go. That's all. That at the end of the day, that's all this was really about. No, man. No, it is what it is. But appreciate everybody's opinions. Again, your perspective is your perspective. PlayStation's going to keep doing what they're going to do. Guess what? You're going to get a PS5 Pro to do it on too. So, again.
Speaking of which, I think this is probably the direction we're going to go ahead and start winding down the show after this. Might be some small hitter topics we get into after this, but that was a perfect segue because we've been live for quite some time here, going into our 4-hour mark here. Which is probably, I'd take 30 minutes away. So we're probably about almost right at 3 hours. So give or take. Try not to have every episode be 5 hours long because we still like to get some things done during the day. But these things do happen. So we'll get into this. We'll see how we're feeling after this because I do feel like this is an extremely part of coming off of the innovative topic and multiplayer and all of that, seeing their next direction with the PlayStation 5 Pro specs leaking and supposedly being real. And also releasing apparently holiday of 2024. This is coming from Tom Henderson of Insider Gaming. Oh, give me a second. We'll load up a few times here. That's not where I'm at. You can see Living Split Screen is live right there. There we go. All right. So Tom Henderson wrote this on the yesterday. That would be the 15th of March, 2024. And again, the PS5 Pro specs leaks are real and releasing holiday 2024. Insider Gaming can confirm that the leaked PS5 Pro leaks earlier today are the real. PlayStation 5 is still tentatively targeting a 2024 holiday release. Speaking with sources who wish to remain anonymous because they were not authorized to talk about company plans, we can confirm that the leaked documentation from the YouTube channel Moore's Law is Dead is real. Now, feel how you want to feel about his channel. Again, all information could be good information. Take it for what it is. Despite the criticism of the leaker in the leaked specs, Insider Gaming can confirm that the documentation leaked is from a PlayStation developer portal, which was sent out this week to a wider band of third-party developers. In 2023, I reported to Key to Gaming that the PlayStation 5 Pro is under the codename Trinity and will be targeted improved and consistent frames per second and 4K resolution, a new performance mode for 8K resolution, and accelerated ray tracing. In addition, it was reported that Trinity will have a 30 watts and 1800 MTS memory. In today's leaked document also confirmed 45% faster rendering than PlayStation 5 currently, 2 to 3 times ray tracing performance, 33 terafloppies, and PSSR for the PlayStation Spectral Super Resolution upscaling anti-aliasing solution. So all those jaggies and stuff that you see is supposedly maybe this may be their own form of super resolution as well. It's probably just going to be a form of AMD's, but nonetheless, it helps get rid of those jaggities, make those lines crisper and things of that nature. We'll see how that performs. Support for resolutions up to 8K is planned for future SDK version. All this conversation about 8K in this, I would completely ignore. These companies like to do this for marketing. Again, 8K TVs may be of something of value in 10 years from now. But for the next 10 years, I don't see them being of value unless you're at a movie theater, unless you just need a huge screen for any reason. I think once you get around 72 inches or so, around 70 inches or so, I would say baby 8K could be taken into consideration. 100 inches for the screen plus. You definitely want to take 8K in consideration possibly because it gives you more pixels, makes the image look a bit more clearer. But I still think that 4K is going to work quite well as we're not getting native 4K gaming to date. It is still sub 1440 or a little bit higher, 1660 sometimes, or around that 16 to 1800 range until we get the standard 4K resolution at 3840 by 2160. I don't want to hear nothing about 8K. They're also going to have custom machine learning architecture, which we're going to see more, not only in this box, but also in from Xbox, also from Nintendo. They're all going to have some form of that. It's just AI helping learn certain aspects of the game, maybe filling in some space, helping the devs on the back end more so, not something that we necessarily have to worry about. AI accelerating, supporting 300 TOPS of 8-bit computation, 67 T-flops of 6-bit floating point. Now, again, I'm familiar with hardware and tech. I'm not as versed into this stuff to be like, oh, this is exactly what this means, to give you an idea of how it's going to be portrayed in this console. So I'm going to kind of leave it at that. Insider Gaming, who has also shared documentation from the developer portal under the condition that is not shared publicly or privately, can also confirm that dev kits have been available to first-party studios since September of 2023, third-party since 2024 of January, and from spring 2024, test kits will also be available, which will be identical to the final product. Insider Gaming understands the PS5 Pro is currently aiming for a tentative 2024 release, but the date could be changed due to the lack of first-party games released on PlayStation 5 this year. Man, pump. How do you feel about the PlayStation 5 Pro? Is this something that you are looking to get? If the current PlayStation wasn't convincing enough, maybe a box that could potentially be, because I'll give you a little bit of my back end. I think this box is going to be $699 out of the door easily. And at that price, I see some of these performance metrics are making sense. I still do not believe it's going to be 3 times the performance of your current Series X or the current PlayStation 5. The biggest reason for that is you're talking about something that you're going to take a major loss on. And I don't know how much of a major loss Sony is willing to take on a console that is not going to sell the same way that your current PlayStation 5 is going to sell. So with that put out there, how do you feel about the PlayStation 5 leaks? Do you feel that there is some legitimacy to them? I heard some of your input last night that you do feel that there is some legitimacy to them. Again, coming from Tom Henderson, he does good work out in the community, and regardless of how people feel about leaks, we will still bring them here because it is, all puns intended, fun to speculate about these topics. So, shout to fun speculation, Mav. How do you feel about this, man? What do you think? Yeah. Are you going to buy this console with no first-party games releasing?
No. This doesn't do anything for me, per se. This isn't new. Again, that's why I think there is validity to this, because Tom Henderson brought these out last year. He was the first one to talk about the PS5 Pro, and to say that dev kits were going to be going out. Again, think what you want to about some of the journalists and the leakers and all that, and insiders, all that shit. Again, that's been back and forth for a while now. So feel how you want to feel. I personally have some go-to guys that I when they say something, I'm like, okay, I'll take it at face value. And definitely, came out from Moore's Law. Originally Moore's Law has been certainly hit or miss, and he's definitely got agendas that he runs with. But when Tom Henderson says, no, I checked for my sources and this is legit, this is from the, dev kits that have gone out, which Tom said had already been out, and that Sony, Tom had said before that Sony was afraid that this stuff was going to get leaked eventually because the dev kits were going out. There's nothing they can do about it, right? So I think this is legitimate. Now, as Fuzzy and Psycho and others have pointed out,
Caper Grant just sent the super chat as well that I think attacks what you're about to get into.
Yeah. That the dev kits, let's read. Caper Grant, $5. What's up? 5 bomb from Caper Grant. Thank you so much. YouTube motherfucker says, aren't dev kits more powerful than consumer boxes, or did I just make that up? No. Psycho and Fuzzy and others have brought this up, that if this is straight from the dev kits, potentially, this is just the dev kit specs, not the actual what we're going to see in the consumer's hands, and that's going to be obviously downgraded once it gets to the consumer hands. Fuzzy was guessing somewhere around 20% or so last night.
I would say the same.
Somewhere in that neighborhood. So so take that portion of it. Again, I'm not the tech guy. I've always told you guys I'm not. I understand basics, but I'm not the tech guy, so I'm not going to get into any of that stuff. So I take these as legitimate. I think this is a move that obviously Sony had planned from the beginning. You start your R&D. I know that much really early on, especially when you're planning on upgrading a system this much, right? Because this would, even if you say that the stats themselves will be downgraded when it gets to consumers' hands, it's still a significant upgrade over what the current PS5
almost
is.
3 times the performance.
Right. And if you downgrade a little bit, whatever, just say 2 times. It was just say 2 times. This is R&D. This is a lot of
I need to see those RAM numbers, man. I need to see those
Right.
RAM numbers because there's also a rumor going currently that it doesn't have any more RAM than the current PlayStation does. Which, if that's the case, that is dumb as hell.
That would be dumb as hell. And obviously, yeah,
Might as well up that. If you're gonna do that, you might as well up that as well. Like get the 24 or something like 24 gigs, something like that, to give you that additional headroom. Again, if you really wanted to run that narrative, I don't know. We'll see. My fault.
No, that's fine. So yeah, I mean, we'll have to wait and see on the final specs and all that kind of stuff. But for me, I think this is something that they planned from the beginning. They are, as we've known, Sony, to start at this they were more traditional console maker. They're the traditional, business model, right? They're still running that. They're starting to change, and we know this, right? They're expanding and they're doing different things. PC is becoming bigger part of it. That we know they have a mobile division. But they're still not there yet. They're not in full evolution mode like Xbox seemingly is right now, where they're changing all their business models and doing something completely different. Sony's been more traditional. So yeah, a mid-gen refresh coming off the PS4 Pro makes sense why they would have had planned this out. So I take this as real. It's not going to make me buy it. To your point about the price point, if these specs are real, I know enough I said it in the DMs. You say $699. You say $699 minimum. That's where I was. Yeah, I'm leaning $799. I'm leaning $799. And before people go, shit, nobody's going to buy that. This is not a mass. This is not a mass market product.
Nope.
Okay. This is for the enthusiasts. This is for the Sony only fans who want the best of the best. This falls right in line with their Apple-like premium experience that they want to go with. Yeah. This slots right in there. They are going to get their enthusiasts who all went out and bought PS portals, right? Spent that money. All the people that went out and bought PSVR 2, right? All those people are going to come back and buy this because those are your enthusiasts. This is why Steele and I are on the side. We believe Xbox's next console, now that they aren't in the console war anymore per se, they are going to go the enthusiast route with their next gen console. This makes sense. So get ready, folks. Buckle up. Right, your PS5 is still going to work. So if you're one of those people that say, "It ain't hell no way I'm spending $800 on no console," that's fine. Sony's cool with you. We'll buy a regular. We got a console for you, as Donnie D said. We got a console for you. Go buy the regular PlayStation 5, the new updated digital model. Go buy that. That's cool. We're good with you. But for the enthusiasts who want to brag, who want to say I'm playing on the best of the best, who want to say, well, when Grand Theft Auto 6 comes out, and again, Steele just goes in line. I know you believe it'd be crazy if they don't come out with a PC.
It just doesn't make any sense. Rockstar is not that great if they can't do it.
I'm just telling you, they're not. I'm just telling you, it's not. I'm not going to hold my breath. If it happens, I will be a happy camper. I'm just saying, it's their history. They're not going to do it. But
again, their history is also set in a different time. So
I know. I'm just saying, but for the fans who want to say, I'm going to be playing the best version of GTA 6 when it comes out, that's what the system's going to be for. It's not going to be for the masses. It's not going to be marketed to the masses. They're not going to stop making the original PS5. They're not going to do any of that stuff. This is going to be for your hardcore enthusiast base that wants to play the best of the best on their console, right? That don't necessarily own a PC, right? They're console only players, and they're going to sell and be happy, but they're not going to lose money on this system is what I'm saying. They're not going to do the traditional, high-end console model where they take a loss up front on the console because they're not planning on selling that many. So what they're going to do is they're going to price this accordingly. If it comes out above $799, I still would not be shocked depending on what's on the inside. So, but my inkling right now is $799. That's where I think it's going to be priced at. So they are going to have a hopes and dreams. And I've talked about this previously. Again, this is not new information. The tech specs being confirmed, quote unquote, by Tom Henderson and by Moore's Law, the leaks are the new part of this. But when Tom had put out his article last year about PS5 Pro coming, we had this conversation. And I said to you all that the reason why
they've been so quiet, the reason why we haven't seen any of the first party stuff, the reason why they haven't had a big showcase like we usually expect from them during a generation is because they're waiting for this moment. What they are going to do is, again, promote that premium experience. They are going to take back the power narrative, which hasn't meant anything. Let's be real, this generation.
Right.
You know, we talked about this last night, how Phil talked about, never losing the power narrative again and all that kind of stuff. Well, okay, that was said prior to a lot of stuff happening this generation. This generation has thrown a lot of wrenches into people's plans, right? Things have changed dramatically, especially the ABK acquisition when it comes from Xbox's side. Phil said that when he was still thinking of a traditional model. That's thrown out the window, in my opinion. We'll see, but in my opinion, they are looking in a completely new direction, okay? That's not going to matter to Xbox anymore. But to Sony, they are going to take back the power narrative, and they're going to promote the hell out of it like they always have. So they're going to have a hopes and dreams showcase, I believe, surrounding the PS5 Pro launch. They're not going to have day one games there, folks. They're not going to magically snap their fingers and have a bunch of first-party games show up. As we now know, some of the first-party teams were working on games as a service that potentially could have been launching this year, but they canceled those games. That's wasted time. That's thrown out the window. But the games like Wolverine, the games like Ghost of Tsushima 2, which we know, I don't care what anybody wants, it's being made and it's been in production, okay? You don't have the success of Ghost of Tsushima, have a PC launch coming this year and tell me that they're not working on Ghost of Tsushima 2. Of course they are. Wolverine, Ghost of Tsushima 2. Cory Barlog's new IP with the team that he's been working on for 3-4 years now. Okay, that game, potentially Naughty Dog's new IP that I know for a fact, that's a big team. Naughty Dog's a huge team. They've been working on that. They'll have a teaser. They'll have their first party there. They might even have a couple projects we weren't aware of. Because again, I've always said, people who think that these Sony teams haven't been growing, they've been growing. Yes, they just had some layoffs, but they've been growing all these years. You don't think some of these teams, we already know what Insomniac's doing. We got the leaks. But if you don't think that Naughty Dogs, your Gorillas, all these teams haven't been expanding out and growing and aren't working on multiple projects, you're kidding themselves. You had to, if you were Sony, look over at what Xbox was acquiring and go, okay, we're not going to be able to match one for one, but we got to get our teams up and running to a point where we got multiple projects in the work, because we're going to need some more first party than what we used to need. So I believe that all these teams have been working on multiple projects. They're going to have these games in this Hopes and Dreams showcase built around the PS5 Pro holiday launch. They're going to sell you the future. They're going to show off Wolverine, even though it's going to still play on the PS5 base model. They're going to show you running it, what it's going to look like on a PS5 Pro. And then next year, Grand Theft Auto 6 launches next year. They will have a deal in place. I don't know if it'll be full marketing rights, but they will have a deal in place. They will have a PS5 Pro version from Rockstar ready. Okay. They will have worked that out with 2K. They will have that version ready, and they will showcase that sucker next year. That's when it'll hit the masses that there's this $800 machine that Grand Theft Auto 6 is going to play the best on. They're going to sell the shit out of that. And yes, Xbox is going to, if they don't already have the PS5 Pro dev kits in-house, because now they own Activision. If you don't believe that they're not going to make a Call of Duty that takes advantage of the PS5 Pro, you're nuts. Is it weird? Yeah, it's going to be weird that a first-party Microsoft title now comes out and plays better because there's a more powerful system on the PS5 Pro than the Series X. Yes, that's going to happen. But this is going to be the case. And again, I'm happy for those console-only players that are the enthusiasts that have an opportunity to go spend their hard-earned money in any way they see fit and play the best of the best PlayStation, right? This is fine for me. Again, I've never been the mid-gen refresh guy. I didn't do it last gen, but do I understand the concept? Yes. Do I also think that this could be kind of the last dying moments of what we think of traditional console generations? If you don't already have that in your head that we're kind of out of traditional generations, I think this is kind of the dying moment, because what's Sony going to do here, Steele? if they're following the other model that they always have, well, they've got to have a PS6 ready in what, 3 years max after this launch?
Yeah, if they decided to go that direction, yeah.
Right. If they decide to go in that'd be 2027. Okay. Let's say it's 2028. Let's say they push it another year. You just leapfrogged your PS. If these stats are real, you just did like basically a full, this isn't a mid-gen, this is almost a full generation leap if these stats are close to being real. Right? If they're going to bring in the AI, if they've got this proprietary DLSS that is supposedly going to be even better and be able to take 1080p and bump it up to 4K, and we're not going to see much of a difference. If it's going to be able to run close to path ray tracing, which we see, and again, this is all hypothetical. This is just stats. But I'm just saying, if they are putting this kind of tech, if this is already an A3, 3.54, whatever you want to call it in this box, this is technically like a generational leap, what we would consider in a PC. From my mindset, this is like going from a 30 series to a 40 series, right, Steele? And again, I'm saying I'm not using those as comparisons to what the PS5 is. What I'm saying is just terms of just looking at their base PS5 to what this would be. It would be like going like NVIDIA announcing like the 30 series and then announcing a 40 series.
Yeah.
That's kind of what we're doing here. So we are getting closer and closer to that. Again, I'm not making those comparisons. I'm not saying the PS5 is a 30 series. Okay. I was using it as an example in PC terms of a generational leap of how we feel when PC, when GPU makers announce their next cards, right? That's kind of what this is. So you're telling me then in 3-4 years, they're going to come out with a PS6 that's going to be another leap. Well, now we're getting out of generations. Now we're just going into that cell phone PC territory where there is continuous type upgrades every 2, 3, 4 years, right?
Right.
Because generations of consoles back in the day used to be right around 7, 8 years long, right? 6, 7, 8 years long. Used to be a generation, sometimes 10. Now we're getting into that mode that we talked about, that we thought this could be going because of the architecture, because of how these things are made now. So now this might become the norm, right? So
that's a good point too, Raymond. I like that comparison more than from 3,000 to 4,000. I like the more of the comparison from 2,000 to 3,000.
That's fine.
Because 2000 when they started testing the ray tracing features and all that good stuff, and in the 3,000 series, it's when it's been more hammered out, it's more streamlined. It feels like it works pretty consistently, and then 4,000 just kind of ended up giving a little bit more of that performance boost. Definitely more 2 to 3, but nonetheless, regardless.
My core point was just that's how we think of generations in PC terms. That seems like what they're doing here with this PS5 Pro, right? So it's cool. Again, it's not going to make me go buy a PS5, right? It's not. Even if GTA 6 doesn't come to PC day one like Steele wants it to and believes it should, if Rockstar continues and GTA 6 comes out and it plays the best on PS5, I'm not going to go buy it. Again, I'm not the GTA guy like that. It's not going to force me to go buy it. I don't even know if I buy it day one on Xbox Series X. We'll have to see. I'll probably wind up doing it just because it's GTA and I do still have a little bit of that in me, but it's not going to make me go buy it. But for the people who are in the position to play the best of the best, like Mav said last night, he potentially would go do it, right? And if Xbox's next gen does come early and they bring it out, he will have that system for sure. He's all about the mid-gen refreshes or the updates. He wants to play on the best of the best when he has the ability to. This is the option. I just think the days of cheap consoles, the days of what we expected, again, we've seen the price increases. Now $500 is the norm, when back in the day that was like outrageous. I just think where tech's going with how it's working, we should expect these consoles now to become a premium experience where you are going to pay. If you want to play on a box on your TV, you are going to have to judge for yourself. Do I save up some more and go invest in a PC, or do I stick to the console only? But I'm going to pay for that. I'm going to pay for the convenience. I'm going to pay for the box. It's going to definitely be better than what I used to expect out of consoles, but the tech is going to be so similar to PC that I am going to pay for it. It's not going to do everything a PC does, so I get a little discount, but we're inching closer still to that mark where it's like, okay, do I do this or don't I do this? I think that's where we're headed. Of course, there'll be things like the Switch 2 and stuff out there where you can go play for cheaper and that kind of stuff. And handhelds are going to come into play. There's smoke that PlayStation is actually going to do an actual dedicated handheld again, right? Just like we've heard Xbox is doing. If that's the case, that could be a part of the equation because handhelds now are dockable. So maybe the handhelds are more, like you said, still, maybe sometimes you think the handheld might be even more expensive and the box might be the less expensive. It might be flip-flop for a while where the handheld still is the cheaper option, but you can dock it to your TV. It's not going to be the same performance as the box, but you're going to get a good enough experience that you weigh those kind of give and takes. I just think it's cool. I love to see new tech, no matter what it is, no matter where it comes from. I love to see new tech. I like the idea that this isn't going to be just a minimal upgrade, that they are going for a pretty significant upgrade. Now, in terms of what that does for the games, does that mean all these games go back and run 60 frames? Well, that's the question, right?
Yeah.
A lot of these games are they going to go back and patch them still? Or are we going to get PS5 Pro remastered versions of their first party games? Are they going to go back and give them the next gen patch and just open them up and let the game play at 60 frames plus on this new console? Like, how is that all going to work out? Sony's history is they're going to want to ding you a little bit, charge you a little bit extra for the PS5 Pro version, but maybe this time around they don't do that. Maybe they open up their games. Are the third parties going to go back and patch their games to run better on the PS5 Pro, right? Is it a big enough seller for third parties to take advantage of all this new tech? Or is this simply going to be, well, if we can, if we can strong arm it with this new higher powered PS5 Pro, great. But if we can't, we're just going to basically ship the PS5 version on everything. And the Pro is not really going to have that big of advantage because there's not a huge install base for the PS5 Pro. Scalpers are going to have a field day. I can't wait to see that shit. People are going to be paying $1,500. And why are you paying $1,500 for console when you can go get a PC roughly around the same part? Like, again, this is cool to me. We are lined up for the PS5 Pro to launch this holiday, Switch 2 to be announced and potentially launched next spring.
Yep.
And then if rumors hold true, if some of our speculation holds true, Xbox potentially could have their next gen console. If, again, I'm just using next gen for the time being because that's kind of the way we look at things as gamers. But next gen console in 2026, holiday 2026, right? We could have 3 straight years of new hardware, not including, like we were talking about last night, right? Like Steam Deck 2 showing up, right? And then we could have another year. We could have 4 years in a row where PlayStation comes out with their PS6. Like, I love talking about this stuff. I love seeing new hardware. So this is all cool to me. It's just going to be the reception, how they promote it, how they market this, what people think when they see the price point. If the price point is high, like we think it's going to be, how that's going to be received is also really cool to me because this generation is changing everything, man. This generation is throwing a wrench in everybody's plans. Our speculation from the beginning of the generation to now still is totally different from where we thought things would be at this point. Like some things are coming true faster than we thought, but other things have happened that we never thought. And if Xbox comes and flips the whole table again and creates some hybrid system that brings us even closer to PC and console together and allows us to do things are going to get really wild out here because I don't know if Sony's planning for that. And Microsoft has more AI tech than Sony does. They're more heavily invested in AI. Sony's putting more AI into this supposedly PS5 Pro. What does that mean? Does that mean what my intuition was that Xbox is going to be the console that comes out with a full-fledged AI chip in it? And again, not machine learning, but full-fledged AI that can adapt as the years go by. They can add and expand to it. And all of a sudden it does things internally that we didn't think was going to be possible for a while. Like they could flip the whole table. This is cool, man. I can't wait to talk about it. I can't wait to see their hopes and dreams showcase that I believe they're going to do around this. This is going to be a fun time, man. Even if I'm not picking it up, I still love to watch this stuff. You guys all know that. Even if the games aren't for me per se, I'm still going to love to see what they look like on this console and how big a leap it is. And if they come out with ray tracing that's like path tracing, it doesn't affect the performance because they got all this AI upscaling in it and all that kind of stuff. It's all well, right. I understand, Steel, but I'm just saying on a surface level, just from looking at what they're promoting here, I just want to see how it all comes together. That still intrigues the hell out of me. So I can't wait to see what's going on, man.
Yeah, I mean, I'm of the same mind. I do think what this will end up doing is because people said, well, all that stuff, all those tools and stuff that Xbox is using, nobody's ever going to use those things. Maybe when this new console releases, they'll finally use all those things. You know what that means? Man, maybe we'll see the true power of the Series X finally. Isn't that an interesting concept to see? What if that happens and there's still not that big of a difference?
Right.
Or just enough of a difference to justify the price difference.
Yeah.
I think that's going to be able to speak leaps and bounds for itself as well. Again, I do think that we're going to end up getting better performance, better options, better capabilities. There was a reason why Xbox waited for the series consoles the way that they did. And it is very lit. I mean, the main crux of the conversation for over the last 3 years has been how the tools have not been used and how people keep excusing and going back to the tools and saying, oh, tools, but PlayStation is the most used console, the most wanted to develop for a console. And so they're not going to use all those tools, even with them having that. So now, again, I don't think we can leave out that part of the conversation because people say this and they're like, oh man, now they're going to blow Xbox out of the water. What if that's not the case? What if what we were seeing early on from PlayStation is what we start seeing from Xbox now? Because they can't use all the tools necessary on the new hardware. And by the time that they are 2 years later, now your competitor has their updated platform out and their form of AI is able to do something completely different.
Right.
So now you're on your back foot. And then PS6 does it release 4 years, 3 years later after that? Like, how does that start working? It just leaves a lot of things to be determined.
A lot of questions.
A lot of questions.
It's fun. It's fun though still. And like 3-Bit brought up in our chat last night too. And 3-Bit's been saying this for a while. If this was real, right? Maybe the PS5 Pro, in fact, in some ways benefits the Series X. Because as developers take more power from the PS5 Pro, maybe the Series X versions of those games from a third party are just better optimized and use more of the Xbox Series X capability as well. And we could see performance improvements on the Xbox side because there's a more powerful PS version out. And we know usually third party wise prioritize the PlayStation over the Xbox. The Xbox is the last, but if they do all this work for the PlayStation version, maybe that automatically translates somewhat to the Series X version. And all of a sudden our games start working better on Xbox as well. Again, these chess moves. And now that we got everybody seemingly playing a different type of game now, Steel, pun intended, right? We got all the three major players, Nintendo, Xbox, and PlayStation, all playing different types of games now. And I mean that not from the games that we play standpoint, but just from the business side of things. It's going to get interesting how all this kind of mixes together. And if Xbox and PlayStation jump into the handheld side of things, right, along with the Switch 2, and then of course, obviously the PC handheld market now, how is that all going to interplay? Like, what is that going to look like? What are they going to do to differentiate themselves? What is going to be the defining for each one of those platforms? That's the curiosity that I have. I love this stuff, man. This is going to be fun.
Yeah, it's definitely one of the most exciting times in gaming. In quite a while. Again, I feel like it's a carryover from 2023, where it continues to be unpredictable, and there's no telling what else we're going to get going into the rest of the year, especially with as strong as 2024 has been. And I'm revisiting games. Well, not revisiting because I've never visited them previously, but I'm going back to some games, and my palette's been opened up a little bit more. And it's just the variety of things that we're getting, especially modern day is extremely, it's a really good time to be a gamer for sure. Well, Pong, is there any quick hitter topics that you want to get into? as we wind it down, my good friend?
There was just a bunch of little stuff. If you guys didn't see the screenshots from Ninja Theory yesterday and Hellblade 2 coming out of the photo mode from Xbox Series X, they confirmed that these were Series X photo mode. Again, you guys know how much I love photo mode, right? Hellblade 2 is going to be on Game Pass. You know I'm downloading it. You know I'm playing it. This photo mode looks freaking incredible, and the graphics are freaking unbelievable. I mean, again, we are in that close to photorealistic kind of area, and if the entire game is like this is going to be the showpiece. Now, again, it's going to be a shorter experience. We know that. It's not a full-priced experience, but Ninja Theory is flexing their muscles here. All that tech that they've been using, all the tech that Microsoft invested in that studio, you can see it in these photo mode. Like, this is early. And the fact that they're including a photo mode, extra hats off to you, Ninja Theory. I've said for a long time that every game should have a photo mode now in 2024, outside of the obvious ones that don't matter. But I'm saying, if you're making any type of game that has any beautiful moments, I don't know why you don't have a photo mode. Again, that bothers the shit out of me. It's free advertising and marketing for your game as people post those. It's just, it's awesome for the community. It's awesome for you as a developer. I know it takes time, but it is important. But yeah, I thought that was really cool. Still, you saw those screenshots, right?
Yeah, I'm actually showing them right now as well.
Yeah.
And yeah, I mean, Hellblade is looking like it's going to be exactly what I was looking for from the carryover from the first game. It continues to be more and more gorgeous every time that I see it. But again, that's not everything. I want to see how this is going to be from moment to moment. That's how the first one got me. That moment to moment gameplay kept me locked in. I literally felt like I was in a movie the entire time that I was playing it. And maybe that's what people feel from those movie style of games that other people like, for sure. But this one just hits so much differently. Headphones on, locked in. I just can't wait to get lost in this story like I did in the first one. So
yeah, absolutely agree. And again, I'll probably spend more time in the freaking photo mode than the actual game itself, just because it looks freaking awesome. Anyways, we'll see. I can't wait though. I can't wait to play Hellblade 2. I can't wait to try it out. Personal favorite, gotta give a shout out real quick to all you fellow insect lovers, to all you fellow RTS fans. Listen, there's a game coming, bro. There's a game. I talked about this when we saw it last year. Just got an updated trailer for it. It's coming out this year. We still don't have a release date, but it's coming to Xbox. It's coming to PC. Empire of the Ants. Listen, y'all, if you are an insect lover, right? If you played with insects as a kid like I did, right? I tortured insects. I also helped insects. Like, there's certain insects I don't do. I don't like certain creepy crawlies, but ants have always been one of my favorite, if not the favorite species of insects. They're incredible. They're fascinating. They're just amazing creatures. Okay. Empire of the Ants. Shout out to Jez over at Windows Central. Jez Gordon, Windows Central, did a nice article yesterday on the latest trailer. This game is one to watch. Unreal Engine 5. And no joke, there are moments, because he described it as Age of Empires meets BBC's Planet Earth. There are moments from this trailer where I was like, yo, that looks like a camera when they do like their actual, documentaries on bugs. Like, that looks like a shot from there. The concept is that your ant number 168,423 or something crazy, whatever. They picked a random number in a colony, and you kind of dictate the colony, and you have to help the colony survive. And that includes going and finding food sources. That includes moving your colony to a new, better, more fertile area. You have to battle other bugs like spiders and stink bugs and all sorts of stuff. And when you're battling, that's when the RTS comes in. You got to control, you got different troops. You got different classes of troops of ants. Like, they showed off some ants that shoot liquid. Right? That shoot liquid, kind of like your catapults or whatever the case may be. You got obviously your army ants, right? That attack your foot soldiers. Like, you get to control all of that in this game. So I implore you, if you have any interest in insects and you like RTS strategy type games, go check out Empire of the Ants, man. This new trailer just blew me away. I am sold day one. I just need a release date. I'm getting this game. I freaking flat out am getting this game. The fact that it's coming to console on top of PC, this is one of those games that used to be only on PC that they would never put this on console. But the fact that it's coming to console too is so damn cool. So go check out Empire of the Ants. Steel, I don't think you have anything to say about, but man, it looks so damn.
No,
cool.
I don't have anything to say. I was playing some the trailer back in the background.
Yeah.
I mean, it's definitely detailed. It's hyper realistic. I think the game would give me anxiety out the fuck, but yeah, I get it. That's what's up, man. It's definitely
so
super
cool.
Dope. The concept of it is super dope.
Yeah, it's gonna be so damn cool. That's a personal favorite I had to throw out there this week too. A couple of other quick hitters here. Persona 6 development. I've known forever since Atlas and became an Xbox staple now, and they're putting all their Persona games. I don't know why this is still a thing. I guess because Nate the Hate put it out there that he thought Persona 6 was still going to be exclusive to Sony, that it wasn't going to come to Xbox right away. Ever since this whole flip-flop, obviously the partnership with Sega growing even stronger, eventually opening up the door to Atlas, I was like, with all the success they found with Persona on Xbox's side of things, why would they ever exclude it? But Persona 6, now Nate the Hate has come out publicly and said that he's heard that they are making the Xbox version, that it's going to come out at the same time. It's going to be multi-plat. Sega and Atlas themselves have talked about how they want all their games everywhere to be played by as many people as possible. Right. It just makes total sense. But we did get also news this week that Persona 6 development is rumored to be at about 95% complete, and they are looking to do a 2025 launch with long-term DLC support, which is nothing new for Atlas. But yeah, so 2025 for all you Persona fans out there, again, you got your fill, especially if you're on the Xbox side and new to the Persona series. You've gotten as much Persona as you possibly could handle. Persona 6 is on the way, coming in 2025, supposedly according to rumors, which is good to hear. So I can't wait to see what they do with Persona 6. Amazing run by Atlas here, man. Just amazing run. So good to see. Let's see here. We got a new game too. Steel, you want to pull up this trailer real quick? It's a short trailer. It's a CGI trailer. Nothing gameplay wise here, but some of you might have missed this announcement this week. New game got announced coming this year. So this is going to be added to the list. Noir detective story set in a cyberpunk future, the year 2329 to be specific, in New York. The game is called Nobody Wants to Die, Unreal Engine 5. The CGI trailer, it is what it is. If you hate CGI trailers because they tell you nothing, so be it. I love CGI trailers. It gives me the atmosphere and kind of what the game is set up for. This trailer is gorgeous, man. Absolutely drop dead gorgeous. You give me a cyberpunk world set in New York, detective style narrative. Again, had some Deus Ex to it, right? Bro, this game is looking beautiful. So again, I can't wait to see gameplay on it. I can't wait to hear about it more. But that is coming later this year. So keep your eyes open for this one. Nobody Wants to Die. That is coming to PlayStation 5, PC, Xbox Series consoles in 2024. Let's see what else we got here real quick. System Shock. System Shock was released last year on PC. The remake, the reboot, whatever you want to call it, was released last year on PC. There were supposed to be console versions. Those console versions were delayed. A lot of people were upset. If you haven't played System Shock, please go play it if you have the chance. If you have the opportunity, go play this is the game that inspired Ken Levine to make BioShock. This game was way ahead of its time back in the day. System Shock is a freaking incredible game to play. The PC remake got 9s, 8s, 9s consistently across the board on all reviews. They did a great job with this. So go check this out. It's coming to consoles. They announced May 21st. So it will be available for your console players May 21st. I will be jumping into this probably on the PC side of things at some point, but it is coming to all your console only players May 21st. So be on the lookout for that. And again, if you have any chance, do that. Play it. It's well worth it. Stellar Blade interview, Steel. Everybody's been hyper focused on the nude skin outfit that everybody was posting, whatever else. But there was a new interview, and confirmed around 20 boss battles from human size to colossal, around 30 total outfits. The director said combat is a mix of action. And we talked about this last week. If you guys were live with us, we did I had Steel do a kind of live reaction to Hazador posting somebody's gameplay from a boss battle, just kind of give his impressions on it. But the director says the combat is a mix of action games like Nier Automata and methodical games like Sekiro. So, Steel, you weren't obviously wrong in your assessment that some of that stuff is going to be more along those lines. But there's definitely some action like Nier in there, too. Again, I will adjust if this comes to PC, I'll be playing it, and I will adjust the difficulty as necessary. That's all I'll say, but I'm playing it. He confirmed difficulty levels. Shuhei Yoshida, again, great guy. No matter what you think of PlayStation, Shuhei is awesome. Approached them in 2021 after seeing a prototype. Sony worked with them directly on things like localization and Q&A. Demos being prepared for release soon, which we knew because they released the demo early and then pulled it back. So, but Shuhei saw this in 2021 and Sony obviously made the commitment. Shuhei obviously was blown away by what he saw. Good eye, Shuhei. Again, hate the fact that you took it away from Xbox, but good eye, good on you. This is the stuff that, Xbox needs to get better at seeing and make sure they drop off the bag as well so that they don't get this kind of situation. But some interesting new stuff from Stellar Blade there. And then Black Myth Wukong got confirmed this week, Steel, to be supporting fully ray traced, aka path traced global illumination, reflections, water caustics, and shadows, in addition to DLSS 3.5 super res frame gen and ray recon. So they are going all in on this UE5 game, Black Myth Wukong. If it hits anywhere close to what the expectations have been since we first started seeing Steel, this could be another Game of the Year contender coming this year. This could be one of those games that kind of really sets the bar for a lot of stuff. You're still on board with Black Myth, aren't you?
Oh, I'm beyond on board, of course. I mean, again, you get into the Monkey King, you get into Wukong, you get into the concept of it, the transformations, all of that stuff. I mean, again, you're playing into all the things that I care for, that I like, that I'm interested in. I will say, again, from what we've seen and from what I've heard, this game is going to be, I would consider it a Souls light, definitely more so focused on the action side of it. So
yay!
Definitely more traditional, at least from the things that I've read up on and everything else like that. So definitely looking for me into that. It's still probably going to have its challenge or whatever. But again, it's definitely looking like to be a Souls light in many ways, and hopefully it turns out to be an extremely exquisite game. Again, it's got the looks. They put out the official ray tracing and NVIDIA DLSS 3 comparison trailer that I also have running in the background on the show. So look into that. They also showed some more gameplay from that. So again, it's hitting all the right marks for it to have been from one single dev to who has now ballooned into its own team now. And they have also had some things behind the scenes that they've had to work on, allegations and whatnot. But to see that they're still on a steady path to get this game released, I believe it's supposed to be coming out this year.
Yep, it is. Yep.
I'm really excited for it. So
yeah, absolutely freaking awesome. More bad news this week. Respawn was confirmed to be hit with layoffs. So this was a part of EA's recent layoffs, right? Okay. So this is nothing new. But Respawn did confirm that they laid off a portion of their staff. There was no exact numbers given, including one of the Battlefield directors that just signed on like a year and a half ago is now gone as well. So Battlefield, seemingly the next Battlefield, is completely in Zampella's hands. They've lost a lot of talent. Don't know what's going on with single player. Might be Nixon single player. I don't know what's going on, but Respawn, like the pinnacle of EA's development teams and houses and much success, also got hit with layoffs. So sad for all those people. Hopefully they bounce back and get jobs soon for their families and for everybody else. Again, never like hearing about layoffs, but Respawn did confirm that some of their team was hit by those EA layoffs. So that was sad news. The sale of Saber Interactive is now official. For you guys that don't remember, we talked about this last weekend as well. Saber itself, the original founder, including, and then he brought in some private investors. They're going back to independent again. It was originally reported as a $500 million deal. It's up to a $500 million deal. The initial upfront cost is going to be about 247 million, somewhere around that neighborhood. They have the options down the road to buy studios like 4A, which is the Metro team, and Zen Studios, which makes Zen Pinball. They have those options down the road to pick those teams up and bring them over. However, included in this deal was that if they do purchase 4A, the Metro team, that the Metro IP's rights will remain with Embracer. I don't like this at all, but whatever. Whatever. Again, I'm glad Saber is getting out from underneath the house of falling cards that is Embracer. I'm glad that they are keeping most of their teams together, that they haven't had to, lay off a bunch of people and shutter a bunch of doors, right? That Saber is living on. Saber is a great development publishing house. Love to see them live on. But a little weird. Why hold on to the Metro IP? I don't know. But anyway, so that's what the deal is shaking out to be. They divested themselves through buying themselves out. They had to divest themselves of 38 ongoing development projects. That's how big Saber is. They had 38 games going, but they had to divest themselves of that. But they did retain the game pipeline, including 14 games, including the next Metro, Killing Floor 2, Tear Down, and upcoming back catalog of games from Zen Studios, Aspire, and Tripwire. And they also did confirm that none of this is going to affect Warhammer 40K. Oh, God. Why did I just lose the name, Steel? Give me the name.
Of what?
Number 2, the new Warhammer game coming out later this year.
Space Marine 2?
Yeah, Space Marine 2. It is not going to affect Space Marine 2. Space Marine 2 is still on track, coming out this year. None of this is going to affect its release. So that was good news as well. But Saber is now fully independent, which is awesome. Again, hats off to them for making this happen. Hats off to the founder for getting the investors together to do this and save potentially a lot of jobs in the process as Embracer Group kind of continues their falling apart stage. So hats off to Saber. Did I have one last thing I wanted to mention? Oh yeah. One last game to keep on everybody's radar. If you are into first person shooter military sim games, we got finally some people got to preview and finally give their thoughts on this new game. I've mentioned this game before, but go look up Gray Zone. It's only coming to PC for right now, but go look up Gray Zone Warfare. Go check this out if you're into that type of game. Now, it's definitely sim. It's got ballistics, where the bullets fall off, and you got to be wary of that. It's a very tactical game. However, it's not one of those games where you don't get the respawn in. If you do get one shot, which happens a lot in this game, obviously the enemy AI can be very deadly in any sim type, game like this. If you do get shot, you can respawn. You just actually start back at the base. You got to get on a helicopter and you got to fly back to the engagement zone and then meet up with your squad again. So it's not so hardcore that they took out the respawn, which a lot of these military sims do. So that is cool, but you do have to go back. You have to recover your equipment. Your equipment's on the body. So either your teammates have to pick up your equipment, you come in with nothing and you got to go get your equipment again. But this game looks gorgeous. It's set in a lot of jungle-like areas. So tons of greenery. Game looks cool as hell. I watched a bunch of gameplay yesterday from people who got to try it out and give their impressions, and this looked like a fun ass game. This looked like a first person shooter that me and Steel and Mav and Psychonauts or whoever and Jasper, if he was still around, but he's back in his own time, would be playing and have some fun with, because again, It's got a lot of the sim to it. So you run out of ammo and that kind of stuff, but it's not over the top, right? It's not hardcore. So it's kind of a mix of elements, but it looks great. It looks fantastic. So definitely keep your eye on that if you're into those types of games. But still, that's all the smaller topics. We can start wrapping up now, sir.
I do have one additional thing to show you guys for those who are interested. Live a Split Screen has merch, guys. We got our own,
yes,
we got our own Etsy shop for those who are interested.
Thank you, Steel, for doing this.
Again, it's on a very minimal level. I try to come up with some basic things. Let me see if I can show you guys that. This is for if you guys are interested. I figured I might as well put something together for those who like these kinds of things. I also wanted to purchase some things for myself at some point. So yeah, I put together a shop here. I'm going to show you guys some of the designs and whatnot. This is available on Etsy. It is going to be in the messages below as well. But you guys can kind of see what we're working with here. Let me see if I can bring this down a little bit further. So we got like the basic living split screen tee here. Let me see if I can get this to change screens. There we go. Got the basic living split screen tee here, as you guys can kind of see it. There you go. Living split screen. Comes in all sizes and colors as well. We got, I go flip through them a little bit. Yeah, just whatever you need, man. Living split screen merch, man. This is one aspect of it. What else we got in here? We got stickers, phone cases for the new iPhone 15. We got some hoodies in there. Also, we got the original design, if you like that as well. There you go. And again, different angles. You can also see how it looks on somebody if you want. But it's all available in our Etsy shop. I set it up last weekend for those who are interested. Just check it out. Got mugs, candles, all this stuff. So if you want to support us further, this is a way to do it if you see any interest in that. But I did want to at least make it known and put out there for anybody that wanted to get some merch or have any general interest in it. So there is that. Definitely check out our shop right there. As you see, living split screen. Oh, and one of the things that I actually wanted to show along with, so like in a shirt like this, you can see there's a price difference. It's almost double of a regular shirt. And I'm going to show you why. One, this shirt comes with the LSS logo in on the inside of the shirt, also on the front, as you could tell. But on the back side, you get to get this little motto right here, where you get to keep it live, raw, and uncut in this golden age of gaming. So you get that on the back. You also get our logos on either shoulder. So you get Pong on one side and then my logo on the other side. So it's just, little things. It adds on to it, little extra quality there for those who are interested. Again, LSS real big on the front. Comes in a variety of different colors for anybody who's interested. And it does go all the way up to a 5XL. Well, that's enough of that. Just something I worked on, put together. Took me quite a few hours to get the design right and decide what I wanted to put on there. But I think for anybody that's interested, I think you'll definitely shout that out. And if you get anything, if you do order anything, let us know leave us a review. Let us know how you feeling about it. Because I do want to try to keep the quality of the product in line with the people sending it out and whatnot. So there is that. And then we'll do some giveaways and whatnot. I do want to, in the future, I do plan to do some giveaways for like merch and stuff as we continue to grow. So there's that as well. Now go ahead and throw that link in the chat. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is time to wind down with our final segment of the day, and that is This Day in Gaming, where we go back 30 plus years in gaming history. So because gaming is art and should be treated as such, and also helps you remind you a little bit of where we have come from, and it just helps me be a little humble for where we are today. So this is going to be in March 16th of 1990 is where we're starting today. So in 1990 in Japan on the Genesis, you got Target Earth that was released. Then in 1990 on the NES, you got Yo Noid.
Okay, all the old heads.
Noid was one of the best marketing campaigns of all time, and they actually made video games of him. This is freaking amazing. This is Domino's in its peak, man. I love the Noid. Man, you got to be old though. You got to be old to remember.
Yeah,
him.
I have no familiarity with that.
Oh yeah, bro. We had action figures. We had everything, bro. This was like a huge marketing campaign. Just a crazy looking comic book type wacky character. Oh my god, the Noid was freaking awesome, bro.
That's fine.
Yep.
All right. Then we move into 92 with arcade games releasing Mutation Nation. All right. Then in 95, PC released Alone in the Dark 3. Shout out to Alone in the Dark.
Yep.
Then in 99, PC released EverQuest. Heard a lot about that game.
Oh, bro. EverQuest? Yeah. Ex brother-in-law put himself into debt. That was one of the first.
EverQuest, really?
Oh, yes, sir. This was before anything else, but they introduced a lot of what we see nowadays, but they introduced like ultra rare weapons that people were actually selling and shit. Yeah. Yes. Thousands of dollars.
All right.
Bro.
Well, there's that.
On a sword.
Okay. Well,
yeah.
Then in 2004, GameCube released Harvest Moon: A Wonderful Life. Shout out to Harvest Moon. Then in 2004, PlayStation 2 released The X-Files: Resist or Serve. Shout out to The X-Files.
Still one of the greatest TV shows of all time, man. X-Files is dope as fuck, man.
Then in 2004, Linux and PC released Unreal Tournament 2004. What a fucking classic.
Probably the beginning of the term sweaty, bro.
Yeah. I was part of that. I was young and just tearing people up, bro. I loved Unreal Tournament.
And also the definition of quick twitch shooter.
Bro.
Jesus.
I loved Unreal Tournament. The weapons, the vehicles, the combat. If there's a version of this that they need to bring, don't bring Quake back. Bring Unreal Tournament back. Oh my god.
Either one of them.
I want Unreal Tournament.
Unreal.
I want Unreal Tournament. Unreal Tournament was different. The commentator, oh my. Oh. It was amazing.
Man, it was crazy.
It was amazing. Shout out to Unreal Tournament. One of the most amazing games. Customization was there. It was just great on every level. Then in 2005, PSP released Dynasty Warriors PSP.
Let's go Dynasty Warriors. Musu's for life, baby. I love them.
Then in 2005, PlayStation 2 released MX versus ATV Unleashed.
Let's go. Big games back in the day.
Then in 2005, PSP released a Wipeout Pure. Shout out to Wipeout back in the day, man.
Oh yeah,
there was. I definitely those are some. I wish I could get back to. Those are memories I want to get back to for sure. I loved playing Wipeout back in the day. Then in 2009, the PC released Men of War. After that. Then in 2009, the DS released Valkyrie Profile, Covenant of the Plume.
Shout out to Valkyrie Profile. Still getting games today. Let's go.
Then in 2010, PC released Command and Conquer 4, Tiberian Twilight.
Let's go. I bought that whole Ultimate package that I told you guys about when EA released it on Steam. I've got all these games, and some of these I didn't play, like Command and Conquer 4 I never played. So I'm going to go back and revisit these for sure. Oh, nice. Man, I can't wait. Yeah.
Then in 2010, the Wii released Fragile Dreams, Farewell Ruins of the Moon. Okay. Then in 2010, PlayStation 3 released God of War 3.
When God of War was godly. Let's go. Shout out to Jaffe. Fuck.
Then in 2010, the DS released Infinite Space. Then in 2010, PC and Xbox 360 released Metro 2033.
Fucking great games, man. Fucking great games.
Then in 2010, PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360 released Resonance of Fate.
Fucking amazing, underrated RPG with guns. I told you about this one, Steel.
Oh, yeah, okay.
In fact,
I
got my copy.
There you go.
Not backwards compatible. You have to have a 360. But this game, Sega, again, Steel, I think you would really enjoy this game.
Really?
With the gun, with how the gunplay plays out in the battles and stuff, and you can combo off of your
Is it third person?
Teammates. Yeah, it's third person.
Resonance of Fate. Huh?
Oh yeah, it's a JRPG with guns, but it's more action based. So, but you can combo off of your other characters and stuff. It's turn-based because you got to kind of strategize, but you combo off the other characters on your team, and that they've got their own, different style guns and abilities. Bro, it's a great game. Underrated.
Oh, turn-based, okay. I see it. Looks
Underrated.
like it actually aged pretty well.
Yeah, it does. It does.
Graphically, man. It's actually kind of interesting looking. This is interesting.
Yes.
Interesting.
It's cool as shit. It's cool as shit, man. It really
Residents of Fate. It's like, it's got good reviews and all that.
Yeah.
That's interesting, man. Damn.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, shout out to Residents of Fate. Then in 2017, PlayStation 4, PlayStation Vita released Excel World versus Sword Art Online Millennium Twilight. I didn't even know that was a thing. Okay.
Sure.
Then in 2017, on PlayStation 4, Senran Kagura Peach Beach Splash.
Great series, lots of fan service, but a great series, bro. Great series. Well, plays well. They got all different styles of games too. In that series, it's freaking awesome. They got shooters, It's a great series.
Was a shooter,
yeah, it's so much fun, man. They are a blast. And yes, Nixie, I also picked up the Saboteur on that sale as well. I will be going back to Saboteur as well. Yep.
Then in 2021, Nintendo Switch and PC released Saviors of Sapphire Wings and Stranger of Sword City Revisited.
The title to that game is ridiculous. However, as a dungeon crawler,
it's two separate
classic style. It shouldn't be two.
It's two separate games.
Oh, they got them together. Okay, so
strange.
Okay. So Stranger of Sword City. Stranger of Sword City as a dungeon crawler, classic style dungeon crawler, Might Magic, etc.
Okay.
Completely underrated. If you like dungeon crawlers, everybody should go play Stranger of Sword City. Talk about complex, deep RPG mechanics, setting up your squad and how you're going to go explore. Great story, great characters, great artwork. Stranger of Sword City is well worth it if you like dungeon crawlers. I highly recommend you go play it. I picked it up on the Vita. It rarely ever goes on sale wherever you pick it up on because it's like one of these small little games that just nobody ever paid attention to, but anybody who does goes, wow, this is a really great game. So if you're into dungeon crawlers, you gotta like dungeon crawlers though. Period.
All right.
Great game.
Definitely
I never played Sabers of Sapphire though.
Definitely keep that in mind. Then we move into 2022 with PlayStation 4 releasing Anno Mutationum. Okay.
What?
Mutationum.
Okay. Mutationum. Yeah, I guess that's you're spot on. Weird.
Yeah, it's mutate. Yeah. Maybe I'm wrong, but that's why I was saying.
No, I'm looking at it now, and that's how I would say it too. Yeah.
No. Then in 2022, PC released Spirit of the Island. Okay. Then in 2022, Macintosh, PC, Xbox One, and Series X released Tunic.
Got the Tunic. I put it on invincibility mode and fooled around with it. It was fun.
Oh,
that little fox dude was fun as hell.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, that was your This Day in Gaming segment, and that is episode 141 of Living Split Screen. I want to thank everybody for coming on out, joining us, getting live, raw, and uncut as we do, taking a little bit of that RTS and pulling yourself out of the world, looking at the darker crevices of the map so we can pull our foundation together so we can potentially reach those 3 billion gamer that Fields always talks about. And Ricardo says, I'm getting the hoodie for work so they can tell me I can't wear hoodies at work. Okay. That is absolutely hilarious. You're so stupid. But yeah, Yobi also said I need my Horde Divorce merch. And I'm working. That's gonna be the next one I get up there. It's probably gonna be the next shirt that I throw up there. I'm trying to decide, maybe I just do Horde Divorce real big. I just do it on the front. I was thinking maybe I do it on multiple levels. Maybe I just do it all together because I feel like it makes more sense that way. And then maybe I do like a living split screen split and kind of on the backside. Maybe I do something like that. I don't know. We'll see. I'll do 2 different versions and we'll kind of go from there depending on what the time is looking like. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I want to greatly thank you for all coming out and joining us on this episode. Sorry we started a little bit late, but again, I wanted to definitely show you some of the trailers that were shown at the Mixing Kind of Funny Spring Showcase that was on Game Trailers YouTube page. I'll have that in the description as well for those who want to check in. Also, I'll have the link to our Etsy page for our merch and whatnot in the description as well, so be on the lookout for that. And if anybody is interested, make sure to check out those timestamps that we typically leave in the description as well. I typically leave them right under the timestamp section in the description towards the top, so you'll be easily able to flip through whatever type of piece of content that you want to tune into for us, because I know we go long. This week, I will say this. You may see some more content from a Living Split Screen come out, because I will be breaking our episodes up. I'm going to start by doing just an episode a day. So what that means is that this episode, for an example, 4 hours long, is going to be broke into, I'm trying to decide. I may do 30-minute episode, 2 30-minute episodes a day. And I'm just going to kind of plan them out, or I'll do in 1 hour episode every day throughout the week. So that way you get an hour of Living Split Screen every day throughout your week, about the same time. It's probably going to be more so in the morning when I typically get them uploaded. But we'll see. It may be later on in the evening. It just depends on how the time works out, because I do want to work on the growth of our channel. And the only way to do that is treating it like it's a TV channel, and just flooding content on a daily basis, because it just shows the algorithm that we're engaging, right? So something to keep in mind of. If that's something that you guys are interested in, let me know. You guys can also give us some additional ideas. Let us know what else you would like to see in the comments. We are also available on all audio platforms, whether that's Spotify, Apple, Anchor, Google, whatever it may be. We're everywhere. Type in Live a Split Screen, you'll be able to find us. That's also in the description. And I usually update the X and Twitter with that information on Sundays, just to give it time to fully update on the YouTube side of things, because I now have to download those episodes. So just keep that in mind. And other than that, you can find me Steel Rain. That's Steel Rain. The T is a 7 everywhere. Xbox ecosystem's the easiest because it works so well between the PC and the console itself. But I also frequent the streets of Twitter, otherwise known as X. And I also am not only on Living Split Screen with my brother from another, but I'm also locked in with another brother from another, Mr. Boomstick XL, every Tuesday on the Xbox Factor podcast, where we bleed green, and regardless of how people feel, we're just there to speak our truth, speak how we feel about our interpretation of what's going on, especially for the Xbox ecosystem. And no matter what, although I see myself as an overall gamer, I try not, that's been conversations that I've been seemingly having more so often than late. So I don't consider myself a PC gamer. I don't consider myself a console gamer. I just consider myself a gamer in totality. So when we have these conversations, especially when I'm on an Xbox platform, I always try to make sure I tie things right back into the Xbox ecosystem. So much love. Y'all stay safe. Unreal Tournament, my Unreal Tournament for me was on PC. That's where I was living at. But nonetheless, boom. Get these beautiful people out of here and let them know where they can find you, brother, man. And what a magnificent episode again with you.
Oh, phenomenal episode as always, brother. Again, a great way to escape some stuff and get here with one of my favorite people and a bunch of my favorite people in chat, and just as you like to say, chop it up about all things gaming and what's going on, and get our opinions out there. Again, that's all we are. We're just talking heads with opinions. That's all we do here. We just have a good time doing it. We love these discussions. So thank you all for joining us today. And goddamn, Steel, that Blades of Time gameplay is just really that would be such a great game nowadays.
Yo,
that would
today,
bro.
If they remade this game,
yes,
bro, especially with the multiplayer, yes. I think it would have a little bit of traction.
It's from Gaijin Entertainment too, and they're still around. They still exist. They're the ones that do War Thunder and stuff, man. Now.
Bro, they did really
like that
great with this game.
That's what I'm saying. Like this, Gaijin, you guys got a winner here in 2024, right? A reboot of Blades of Time. Man, and you got something special. Anyway, sorry, I just can't help it. It's just fun to see these games that a lot of were underappreciated in Xbox 360 era, how ahead of time they were back in the day with some of the stuff they were trying to do. It's just so cool, man. I can just see it totally nowadays, though. Anyways, thank you all for being here. Another awesome, amazing episode of Living Split Screen. Joining you all, sitting here talking for over 4 hours. This is what we do, and we love it. So I appreciate every single one of you. And again, if you are listening to us in the future, if you're happening to catch one of those cut up clips that Steele's going to be putting out of our show, segmented clips of our show, listen, we appreciate you all the same. Love and respect to every single one of you for all the support you not only show us, but everybody in this community, and all the positive voices out here just trying to talk about gaming, trying to give different perspectives and not getting into all the nonsense out here. That's all we try to do on a weekly basis. So thank you for that. Otherwise, everybody, you know the drill by now. It's Pong Soul on X, formerly known as Twitter, Pong Soul on Xbox, Pong Soul on Steam. If you want to follow me there, I will follow you back wherever. And then of course, you know the drill. Tonight it's Living Split Screen again. No, it's not Living Split Screen unless Steele happens to show up on the Shop Podcast, which happens quite frequently. But the Shop Podcast over on PTK Blam's channel is tonight. PTK Blam, Fuzzy, myself. I don't think PTK has any guests announced right now, but normally we have one or two people jump in. But it's the best way to end your Saturday night. Again, Saturday nights are made for gaming. I know this. Have us on in the background, chill show, just have some good conversations for about 2 hours. PTK doesn't run over very often. 2 hours is usually our mark, but we're going to talk and have some opinions tonight on some of the stuff that's going on. So join us there at 9 p.m. Eastern now, 8 o'clock Central Time. Again, with the time change that happened last weekend, we go back to 9 p.m. Eastern, 8 o'clock Central Time for the Shop Podcast. Next week, it starts all over again. Steele already shouted it out because he's on panel, but I have always been shouting out this guy. Double Barrel Gaming is the channel. Mr. Boomstick is the man. This is the show that I fell in love with. This is the show I had the privilege to be a part of for a long time. The Xbox Factor Podcast is on Tuesdays, all good thing green. And now my brother Steele's on panel, so it's even a little bit sweeter, but 12 p.m. Eastern, 11 o'clock Central Time. Be there on Tuesdays for Boomstick. And then, of course, Thursdays when my podcasting week starts on the Fun Speculation Network with PM in the PM, Pong and Mav in the PM, two-man show, much like this. Mav and I usually go for about 3. Sometimes we run a little bit over depending on the topics, but man, it's just a great show on Thursday night, 7 p.m. Eastern, 6 o'clock Central Time. We have built a fantastic community over there. Come join the chat. We always have a good time there. And then Friday nights, it's back on the Fun Speculation Network with Xbox Ultimate, where the rest of the fam gets together, bringing some new voices. Never know who's going to be there, how many of us are going to be there, but we're going to have lots of laughs, lots of good talk. And that happens every Friday night. Fun Speculation Network, Xbox Ultimate, 10 p.m. Eastern, 9 o'clock Central Time. And then God willing, back here again next weekend for another episode of Living Split Screen with my brother Steele Rain, who is doing a lot of hard work. And extra special thanks again to you, brother, for all that you do behind the scenes, this merch stuff and trying to break up the show. Again, man, what you contribute is beyond. What you've invested into the show is beyond. So just thank you, brother, for everything that you do and all the love that you give me, and obviously being an ear for me as well in real life in the DMs and chopping up backstage. Appreciate you, brother, so much, and it's all love all the time to you, sir. But it's a golden age gaming, people. Please get out there and enjoy some of this freaking amazing content that is just dropping in our laps left and right. Next week, Dragon's Dogma 2 talk is going to be big. Just add another automatic, I'm going to call it right now, automatic home run to the 2024 list. And Dragon's Dogma 2, Capcom, you just can't do no wrong right now. It's an amazing time. Get out there, play what you love what you play. Have a great rest of your weekend, and I'll talk to you all real soon. Steele, get us out of here, brother.
Ladies and gentlemen, beautiful people, real quick, I want to shout out G's for joining the RTS View. That was an amazing thing to see. Hopefully, with the additional content that'll be dropping in, again, the additional content is just, it's a way to me to stay focused up, kind of take my mind off of things too as well. So again, it's definitely a pleasure for me to do it when I can. So keep in mind, things aren't perfect. But again, one day when I'm able to just wake up and kind of focus on this, there'll be much more content streamlining in, not only on my personal channel, and I definitely suggest, because I have been off and on my personal channel as well. I still reign at Season 7 on YouTube. It's also the same on TikTok. I just been uploading shorts and stuff, man. I'm trying to offload some of my gameplay because I need to make space, because again, I need to invest in getting bigger hard drives, more so some SATA SSDs and whatnot, so that I can have even more space. But again, money isn't always available right now. Real life is always going to take precedence over everything else. So just offloading some things, and I've been wanting to do that for some time anyway, just to put gameplay out there and just have a good time. So, and again, be also in preparation for Dragon's Dogma 2, because depending on how things are going, there's going to be content probably in both places, live or not, or whatever the case. So just keep that in mind as well. With that, ladies and gentlemen, y'all stay safe. Catch you on episode 142 of Living Split Screen. And I wanted to shout out Yo, because he says, when I order my LSS gear, I'll put a badass video together. I got it all mapped out. Peace, love, life, love, bros. Definitely do that, Yobi, and let me know how the quality on that is as well. I was supposed to be getting a sample copy. I don't know if I am still, since I did choose to do it through Etsy instead of doing it through Teespring, as most do. And the main reason I chose to go through Etsy, I'm using Printify, I can have a little bit more of a choice about the manufacturer and the quality, the way that I'm doing it through Etsy. So just let me know how it goes. Make sure it's good quality. I try to make sure the images and whatnot were of good quality as well. And then I'll try to get the Hordivores shirt put up there this week too. I might work on that tonight before I go to bed or something. There'll probably be something simple to start with, but we'll go from there. So nonetheless, ladies and gentlemen, greatly appreciate you guys. Y'all stay safe out there, and we'll catch you on the next one. Appreciate y'all. Much love. Peace.
Just one question.